Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend. Fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Half Ghoul. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the. He woke up on a bed of flowers. Getting to his feet, he felt his eyes with confusion as he looked around the place. He thumbed the mask on his face and inhaled softly, basking in the comforting smell of the worn leather that he had abandoned for a construct of blood and bones. The flowers had already wilted. There was nothing but pillars reaching into infinity and quiet sobbing. Pushing his panic down, he followed the small sound, watching the desolate surroundings as he did so. He could feel eyes on him, eyes belonging to things, not people, things that radiated death and decay, fire and fury, the promise of misery and agony. And yet, he encompassed all those and more. He did not fear those hiding in the shadows. There was nothing to be feared from those who would not show themselves. His fingers brushed against the blades in his cloak, running along their edges. Still, he was ready for them. He wouldn't have lived so long without being a little cautious. Finally reaching the source of the noise, he found a small child, with hair an odd, striking green, face buried into his hands. A pang of pity made him walk up to the kid and tap him lightly on his shoulder. The boy removed his hands, showcasing eyes a startling emerald, wet with tears and eerily cold. Despite the intensity of the color, his eyes remained dull and lifeless, almost like a shadow. The eyes of someone too old for their age, who had seen too much of the world. One who understood that the world was cruel and unfair. He would know. It was the reason he couldn't bear to look in a mirror anymore without smashing it to pieces. "What happened to you?" he murmured softly, squeezing the child's hand softly in reassurance. Unfortunately, the action just made the boy burst into tears again, almost as if his tear ducts were waterfalls behind dams. Sighing softly, he let the kid bury his face into his chest, tears drenching the material in seconds. After a few minutes of this, a slow clapping made the boy stop crying, both individuals turning towards the sound. Two childlike figures sat at either end of a chessboard, a board constantly moving and shifting, comprised of several floating layers. An attempt to look at their faces conveyed a sense of wrongness, so he focused on the board instead. While it looked like a normal chessboard, it had far too many pieces on it, constantly crumbling and reforming into different structures and shapes. Fascinated, he watched the pieces until one of the figures cleared their throat. "Pieces?" he asked, hand moving to the weapons he concealed on his body. However, with a simple wave, his hand felt leaden and useless, as if gravity had increased abruptly. He stopped his actions, limbs immediately feeling much lighter. "Well, that's nice and all, why am I here? Why is this kid here?" His snark had not diminished over the years. One might argue that he had gotten more bold. The other figure chuckled, a sound that reminded him of computer glitches and torn throats made from the screams of those lost on the battlefield. A snap of the fingers led to images flashing before his eyes, ones containing the child he held and his story. "Take his place, you say? You subject a child to torture." Ever since he turned 4, watched him be beaten down and stand up over and over and say that he is too weak. He felt his senses sharpen as his one visible eye widened with anger. He had spent a lifetime distancing himself from his persona. But to see a child, so young and so broken, made every personality he had once wielded or hid behind roar with barely restrained anger. He felt an oppressing presence weigh down on him, attacking his spirit and essence. It almost made him reminisce about Jason, for how the two had inflicted pain on him was almost the same. Judging from the whimpering, the kid felt it too. "It's all right, mister. I don't know who you are, but you seem like a nice person. I don't know how you died, but everyone deserves a second chance." Midoriya Izuku looked up at him with a wobbly smile, kindness and self-depreciation in his eyes. He felt his heart clench. Too familiar. It was hard enough keeping a calm mask without a younger, green-haired version of himself repeating the same words he had once told himself a lifetime ago, curled up in a ball and wishing the ground would swallow him like his tears. "Kid, this is your life. You sure you want to give it to a stranger?" "What life did I have? I was bullied. Not even Mom believed in me. If I had to choose, I would choose death over that world. I don't want to live in such a wrong world." Midoriya Izuku continued smiling, though it frayed at the edges, tears welling up in his eyes. Something that resembled the last piece of his soul fractured alongside that smile. That awful smile. "Shut up." The rage picked up, boiled and tore at his insides, aching to be released. Even as the weight pressed down on him, he got to his feet, drawing a dagger. He pushed Midoriya behind him, making sure to create a barrier for the child. A small cut along his wrist made it spring to its full length, glowing with life and wielded with one hand while it feasted on the tainted blood dripping from him. He could feel the pressure wane as he finally took a look at the faces. Pixels and static greeted his vision, racing through each nerve and searing into his eyes. Even still, he continued watching, pain distant and held at bay. He swung the sword lazily in the next instant. The giant chessboard was diced into neat sections, pieces unharmed. As a shrill scream escaped his throat, he spat at the gods, the beings that towered over him with no names. It was an interesting sight, a dwarf standing up to two titans, David and Goliath, he and his supposed masters. For all their height and size, if another person had been around to witness the exchange which would serve as the catalyst for everything to follow, they would have found the small, cloaked human much more terrifying than the eldritch gods. Why should you be the ones in control? Strings almost naked to the naked eye materialized, wrapping tightly around the two individuals as they resisted. Fire and ice, lightning and wind, creatures that should not be named and things that should not exist attacked, battering his body and crushing the pieces. He continued his screams, feeling every inch of his being ripped apart and stitched together, doused in acid and set on fire, torn into little shreds and feasted on. Yet, each time the raging volleys subsided, he stood up, the wreckage of his body fixing itself every time he did so, and continued his assault. Surprisingly, his levels remained stable, enabling him to continue, grin stretching and contorting as panic and fear began to show themselves. Gods, what a joke. Each time the volley restarted, it grew weaker and weaker until the figures were bound and not a single inch was untouched. The regal, empty land was utterly and totally destroyed. The only patch of land remaining untouched was that which held Midoriya Izuku and the ground under his feet. Breaking a knuckle, he felt a wave of satisfaction overcome him as the figures screamed in unison. They screamed for an instant and for an eternity before falling silent, writhing like insects under a magnifying glass. Ignoring them, the man walked through the wreckage, eyes drawn to two specific pawns. One had an intricate eye carved into it, with red veins extending from it and creating a maze of blood. Another was cracked and chipped. Touching it gave him a slight prickling sensation, as if a small current ran through it. Picking both up, he walked back to the shell-shocked boy, depositing the pieces into his lap. Midoriya Izuku, fate had it that you would endure things other children your age would never understand just because you were destined for greatness. You have a choice now. Return to your old life and start over, or pass on into the afterlife, if there is one. Choose wisely. Mister, what about you? Aren't you going to be stuck here? Well, to be honest with you, kid, I didn't think that the first thing I did after dying would be to fight again. I was hoping my fights were over. I was planning on passing on, but, well, someone has to watch these too. My story has ended, just like those that I parted with before their time. Perhaps this is penance, if not for what I've done, then to protect those who were dancing on the strings these two manipulated. Watching the green-haired child, he smiled softly at the look of indecision on his face. A young child with a choice between dying and living. Who in their right mind would choose the former? No one. When the child raised his scarred pawn, the last thing he expected Midoriya Izuku to do was to smash it. A powerful wave of energy blew him off his feet, lightning arching from the sky and striking the boy. He got up, eyes darting to and fro, looking for an enemy. His panic was unfounded. Midoriya Izuku was unharmed, eyes glowing with power and a newfound spirit. He pressed the remaining pawn into his hand before pushing him. Stepping slightly backwards due to the force, he found nothing below him. Starting to fall, he looked at the boy with shock and barely concealed horror. The boy looked back at him, crackling with electricity and truly smiling for the first time he had seen him. Kid, you can't move on if you let me use your body. Stop this. I've lived long enough. Your life has barely begun. Someone has to watch these two right. You said it yourself. Come visit me sometime, mister. I'll be here waiting. Just before he fell into the void, the man's agonized expression stretched into a pained grimace, yet his eyes held a grim determination. Before he vanished, his last words would reach the boy with power coursing through his veins and tears dripping from his eyes. Midoriya Izuku, my name is Kaneki Ken. Remember it, for I will come back. The boy grinned widely, wiping away his tears and waving goodbye. While Kaneki would not hear his words, he still said them anyway. I'll be right here, Kaneki-san. He woke up face first in a puddle of warmth. Bracing his hands against the ground, he got into a sitting position. The first thing Kaneki noticed was the copious amount of blood surrounding him. Red painted the walls, the floor, and was still expanding, diverting into smaller paths and leading away from the epicenter of impact. Guess Midoriya really did jump off a roof. He frowned, mood dampened by the thoughts flooding his head, taking a good look at his new body. He noted its similarities to the child he had met cowering before proclaimed gods. Same body structure, same age, but any exposed areas were covered with scars, faint in some places and strikingly obvious in others. Staring at his reflection in the shimmering liquid before him, he forced himself to watch his new appearance, memorizing it and recognizing how he had changed Midoriya's body. For one, his Kakugan was active and much more unnatural on the youthful appearance of his new face. His other eye had a mesmerizing mix of gray and green, almost like it was constantly changing colors. His hair was, once again, a stark white but with green highlights along his right side. Brushing his hair into a more presentable position, Kaneki stood up and took a quick glance of the surroundings. He was in a secluded area, with the sounds of traffic coming from his right and no one in sight. Looking up and guessing the most likely building the boy had leaped from, He was thankful that Midoriya had chosen to go out without anyone being able to stop him in time. There would be a lot more explaining to do if he had woken up in a morgue. Checking his attire, he realized with some happiness that he was dressed in an outfit reminiscent of his cloak and suit battle gear, and the welcome weight of his weapons anchored him for the time being. Surprisingly, his clothes were not stained with blood, which he was infinitely grateful for. Having finished his mini-analysis, Kaneki shifted away from the pool and sits against a wall, thinking, what next? From what he remembered from the memories helpfully shown to him, Midoriya Izuku still had a mother. That was about it actually. Depressing much. Kaneki forced himself to screen through them once more, faster but with added precision. Childhood friend, father, schoolmates, any friends in general. If Midoriya Izuku just disappeared off the face of the earth, no one would care. He snapped a knuckle. This world was terrible. The population was separated according to the strong and weak, yet a weak or useless quirk was still considered better than being quirkless. He would never understand humans and their need to oppress. It was just nauseating. Heroes and villains fought with little to no regard for casualties or damage done to structures because they were saving the day. Vigilantes, people who used their quirks unlawfully, did less damage than them and saved more lives. Underground heroes were interesting to note, for they did not do it for the fame and stuck to more discreet tactics. He would have to watch out for them. Smiling bitterly, he mentally apologized to the kind boy which had laid down his chances just to give him a retry at a better life. Kid, I won't be able to continue living like you did. It's time for Midoriya Izuku to disappear. No one saw the inhuman clad in a child's skin exit the alley, melting into the crowd and vanishing without a trace. A few hours later, the smell of blood, rotting blood, attracted curious passers-by, which then led to the police surrounding the scene. After a couple of tests and calls, Midoriya & Co. received the news that her son was dead. Too numb to cry, she put down the phone and sat on her couch, wondering what she could have done differently. No body was found. The police ruled it as a villain attack. No one noticed just another face in the crowd, a small child with odd clothes and a sad smile. No one would know what changes he would bring in the future. The world trembled. Aizawa Shota, otherwise known as the underground hero Eraserhead, didn't know what to think of the new killer haunting the city. They didn't have an accurate description of them due to the lack of survivors after the killings. While some did witness the murders happening, they described the serial killer as a small child with a hood obscuring her face. The bodies were always cut up neatly and frighteningly, parts would always end up missing. The police had drawn the conclusion that Spectre was a thrill killer which either dealt with organ trade or indulged in cannibalism. Neither one appealed to him. A person helping out the black market organ trade was stained with blood, and a cannibal couldn't even be considered human. He wasn't just being biased. Nope, he wasn't grumpy because he had been staking out Spectre's regular killing grounds for a week already. He wasn't angry about getting even lesser sleep than normal. No, Eraserhead was not a bitter person. He was a completely rational and logical person who did not want to personally beat up the individual that had cost him his free time for ages. Yes, Aizawa Shota was a forgiving person. That didn't mean the image of Spectre getting cuffed and taken away did not make him grin, leaping over the gap between two rooftops. He wondered if he would ever get to see the killer in action. Not that he wanted the death count to get higher, but just out of simple curiosity. To remain undetected until it was too late indicated a stealth-based quirk or training. But the swiftness at which victims were dismembered led to the conclusion of a speed quirk. In either case, Spectre would need the necessary training to complete his image, because surely someone couldn't be that lucky to have a quirk that encompassed all that. Yep, that wasn't possible. Eraserhead stopped to pull a knife out of a petty thug's hand and disable him with his scarf before stopping to take off his goggles and add eye drops to his already bloodshot eyes. Having insomnia and a quirk that required extensive use of his eyes did not go well with a lack of sleep at all. Blinking them furiously, he strapped his goggles back on just in time to hear an ear-splitting scream ring out from behind him. Whirling around, he ran back the way he came, footing precise and efficient, and traced the bursts of sound to an alley between two buildings. Choosing to leap down instead of taking the cautious route, he lands softly and takes in the situation as fast as he can, and shoves down the horror and disgust that immediately rises up in him. White-haired kid, chance of being Spectre, can't see face, back turned, tossing small object up and down. Man slumped against wall next to him, a boy on the ground. Man is missing an arm. Boy looks shocked, but fine. White-haired kid. White hair tugs hood on. Probability of being Spectre has increased. Move now before he escapes or turns around. Move, move. Aizawa wonders if he's disassociating as he darts towards the hooded child, scarf ready and already reaching for hypothetical Spectre. He can't feel any emotions as he glances towards the obviously dead man and stunned boy. He has no time for them. Emotions weren't necessary right now. They would just get in the way. No more blood would stain the streets. Scarf will reach Spectre and encircle him. Activate Quirk to prevent him from using his against me. Move as fast and as silently as possible. They do not seem to have noticed me. After capture, knock them out and immediately call the police. Reinforcements may be necessary. Medical attention more so. Raise defense. Rely on instincts. His fighting ability is unknown. Don't drop guard. As predicted, his scarf wraps around them and Spectre drops the object with an undignified squeak. Yet, he makes no move to free himself, instead just standing there, seemingly oblivious to the danger behind him. Nevertheless, Eraserhead keeps his quirk active and readies a hand. Better safe than sorry. Focus on ending this as fast as possible. Yet, just before his strike reaches the unprotected neck of Spectre, they move. His scarf, held taut, gives way almost instantly and they grab his wrist, trying to wrench it back. Aizawa notes with rising panic that he cannot break Spectre's grip. Then, with a sudden twist and pull, he is sent flying into the wall the dead man was leaning against, coughing at the sudden impact. Aizawa lands on his feet and lunges at the figure, still with their back turned to him. While his strike connects, followed by a follow-up kick, he almost curses at the lack of response. And then, twisting their neck more than what should be humanly possible, the hooded killer looked at him. One eye, glowing, pulsing red and black, stared at him blankly with just a hint of malice and something he couldn't put his finger on. The lower half of Spectre's face was concealed by a black mask, with an eye patch over their right eye. The mouth portion of the mask consisted of a pair of bared teeth and gaping gums, with bolts screwed into the sides of the jaw section, creating an eerie spectacle. Despite himself, Aizawa felt a chill run down his spine and his well-refined instincts screamed for him to run, hide, don't fight, retreat from the beast, and he backtracked to what felt like a safe distance. Despite that, the feeling of being looked down upon by a hunter still stuck to him. One part of him wished that he had called reinforcements in before this had happened. Another part, the part that clawed and screamed at his insides with fear, disagreed with the notion. Usually they don't get close enough to touch me. You must be a new one. What's your name? A soft and slightly amused voice breaks the silence, making Aizawa blink in surprise. There was no attempt at disguising the voice of a child. Spectre sounded like he was barely in his teens, a sharp contrast from the disturbing lack of emotion in his uncovered eye and the man he had just killed. Who I am and what my name is none of your business, Spectre. I don't need to respond to a killer. The snappish comeback had Spectre's one eye widen in surprise, then returned to normal in a matter of seconds. Somehow, he can tell that they are amused. Strange that a person who's almost 90% covered in clothing seemed to wear their heart upon their sleeve. Interesting. I'll find out eventually. Anyway, congrats on being the first to interest me long enough to have a chat. Because of that, I'll give you 3 questions. I'll answer them truthfully. No lies. I swear on that. Your time limit lasts until I get bored or irritated. Now that he has a chance to stop and think about it, Spectre seems more and more like a child playing a game. Each action a decision that is carefully thought out and checked, but still prone to random impulses. Forsaking their identity just because someone interested them indicated arrogance, which wasn't without basis considering the strength and power that tiny body held. He would be able to exploit that somehow. Watching the hooded, masked child tap their fingers impatiently, Aizawa sped up his thought process and asked his first question. I presume you are a cannibal. Why do you hunt down people? Blinking, Spectre tapped their chin thoughtfully and appeared to be pondering the answer, but replied without a hint of doubt in their voice. It's more out of necessity than fun. I just thought that it would be better to clean the streets of scum. Like this guy here. They paused to kick the corpse savagely, drawing out a squeak from the boy still on the ground and a glare from Aizawa. He had a quirk that let him break down complex things into the components that make it. He was going to disassemble the kid and sell his organs or something. I was in the area, so I stopped him. Seems like this cannibal still has a sense of morality, no matter how distorted it is. Out of necessity. Does their quirk require human flesh? Does Spectre require cannibalizing to survive? That doesn't give you the right to decide who lives and dies, Spectre. Eraserhead snapped at the childish way of thinking, ire burning in his chest. A chuckle bubbled slowly from the cannibal, demeanor relaxed despite the unheard accusation. Murderer, I'll be nice, so that wasn't a question. Phrasing a question as a statement to taunt me. Don't underestimate me, sir. However, I'll indulge in your curiosity. Everyone has a choice. Depending on the choices you make, you adapt and change. Man makes choices, but choices make the man. In the end, we are only the sum of our actions. If you kill, expect to get killed. That's how the world works. Karma always comes back around. I chose to kill him, but it was he who chose to give in to greed. He couldn't have become a demolitions expert. Hell, even being a hero would have been excellent with a quirk like that. Cause and effect. Don't shoot the messenger. Just great. The twisted human-eating psycho has logic rivaling that of Nezu. I can't deny his points. Ignoring the complex argument brought up in about, 5 seconds, Aizawa continues with his questions. What are you? How many quirks do you have? He can feel the grin stretching under that unsettling mask as the vigilante Killer twirls in a circle and laughs as if they know a secret that would shatter his perceptions of the world. What a waste of 2 questions. I'll answer the second one first. I am quirkless. From the look on your face, you think that's impossible, right? Tough luck, but it's true. 100% true. No, that's not possible. The strength and durability plus speed and stealth are all possible if they have an all-rounded quirk, but being quirkless. No killer could have eluded the police for so long without a quirk. No, Spectre must be lying. And as for what I am, already written me off as not human? And do you really want to know? The answer to that is probably yes, but to avoid any complications, I'll try to summarize my points. Eraserhead-san. Aizawa's breath catches in his throat. They know. They can't possibly know. How do they know? The quirk question gave you away, as did your hair. You should probably tie that down, by the way. Well, your time is up, Eraserhead-san. Nice name, by the way. He blinks and the hooded oddity disappears from view. A sudden flare of pain is the last thing he feels before darkness overtakes his senses. He wakes up lying in a hospital bed with his Ashi and Nimuri fussing over him. After the doctors run their checks, he is passed a note that his Ashi says was found stuck to your face. Borrowing a phone, he calls Principal Nezu while reading the note, feeling a sense of dread encompass him as the principal picks up with a chirpy hello. Nezu, we have a problem. It's that new killer Spectre, he says. Aizawa hesitates before continuing. He says that he isn't human. Hi, Eraserhead-san. It was nice talking to you. You'll be seeing me very soon, so here are some parting words. 1. I'm male. 2. I may look like a child, but I'm not. 3. You're right. I'm not human. I'm a monster. Spectre is a nice name. Give the people who came up with it some love from me. Your friends seem nice. They care about you a lot. So don't die. Spectre. Nezu was busying himself with the tea set he produced from thin air while Aizawa recounted his fight with the new vigilante, cannibal, serial murderer. From time to time, Nezu would ask seemingly odd questions, the strangest being Spectre's exact wording of his answers and his reactions to accusations. As Aizawa provided the answers, Nezu chuckled and muttered under his breath, which creeped him out to no end. As he finished with his defeat in a single blow, Nezu finally sat down and poured 2 cups of tea, immediately sipping at one despite the clear heat he could feel emanating from the cup. Humming a strange tune, the principal watched Aizawa with an unreadable, beady stare that reminded him of the same stare Spectre had projected when taunting him. Now I've heard your account of your own fight. Interesting, but also too plain, too little bias included for a personal account at the same time. What do you really think of Spectre? Aizawa could feel the change in the atmosphere almost immediately. Before, Principal Nezu was still using his I'm a funny genius, but this genius is crazier than you think persona. Now, his eyes were glinting like he had found some new puzzle to solve, some new criminal to break. Wonder if this is how Satan really looks like. Hesitating for just a moment. Then feeling sorry for the poor inhuman who had caught his attention, he answered the question. From his fighting style, I can tell that he has experience. I read the police reports on the body I found. The man's head was pretty much gone, but they could only find one cause of death, from a single blow. That indicated a strength augmentation quirk. But he was still able to break my capture weapon easily despite my quirk being activated, so it may contain some mutative element. What mutation, I cannot confirm. It is more likely that he has a mutation, multi-purpose quirk, which would explain his speed, strength, and odd eye. However, judging from the message he left me and his answer to my question, Nezu watched him impassively, blinking ever so slightly from time to time. He states that he is quirkless, but implies he isn't human, with his cannibalistic tendencies. There's a high chance he is some biological experiment that escaped and is currently on the run. Nezu grinned at that, tea forgotten and a manic glint in his eyes. Nodding, he considered Aizawa's words before speaking. Those were the conclusions I came to when his name first came to my attention. Good observations based on his appearance and elusiveness, but still flawed ones. With a little more digging, I managed to find some things that seemed like coincidences, but upon further analysis revealed something intriguing. He pressed a button and a series of images were projected into the air, some recognizable, others just circled people and grainy footage from security cameras. Time and date stamps were present in every single one and the pictures seemed to be grouped by them. Whether intentional or otherwise, Spectre has set a pattern for himself. He shows up to kill people about to harm or kill others. With your words on his philosophy, I can tell that he's been following it ever since he started. Despite the fact that he is almost certainly a cannibal, he only takes parts from the people he kills, which shows a remarkable amount of self-control. Furthermore, he only kills the perpetrators and leaves the victims unharmed, hinting at a moral code. He usually kills once a month, but after particularly violent attacks with a death count higher than 2 for each one, he disappears and only shows up after a few months. So, human flesh is most likely his only source of food and he does not require much of it or he is restraining himself to the bare minimum. Spectre attacks at night, each attack usually occurring in a dark or secluded place and all of them happening within a 50-meter radius of each other. The pit in Aizawa's stomach grows as the information fits together. Spectre patrols and kills. How did no one notice that? I'm under the impression that the police still think he's a deranged killer and have chalked it all up to random circumstance. However, the area in which he always shows up does have a higher number of police and hero patrols, so they clearly know some of it. Now, without information, we cannot confirm if he is an experiment or just an experienced liar. So Aizawa, what should we do? The expression Nezu wears blatantly screams that he expects Aizawa to already have a solution. So, thoughts running quickly and ideas being dismissed just as fast. He finds that the optimal solution comes to him easily and answers, based on the fact that Spectre has just killed in his killing patterns. We can set a trap for him and get the information straight from the source. Exactly. Nezu watches, for once, not from his monitors but in person as some of the teachers from UA enact a scene that has been repeated in 10 different locations across 2 weeks. He has seen all of them, in person more so. To his disappointment, Spectre does not show up, either because he has enough sustenance or he can see the trap. Neither appeals to him, because they would need to resort to more drastic measures otherwise, before he can call off the simulation and go back to UA for another round of brainstorming. A raspy but clear voice rings out behind him. I don't suppose you're the one who's behind all this. It doesn't take a genius to react upon hearing someone, but before he can notify anyone, all the electronics on him hum, heat up and stop working. Forcing an expression of calm, Nezu turns around. While he can see the similarities to Aizawa's description and the police sketch, something was off. Well, make that many somethings. Firstly, the whole electronic device shorting out thing. Unrelated, never seen, never used. Spectre no longer had white hair. Instead, the strands forming the mop of hair he had were colored so dark a black that he felt as if the surroundings were slowly being drained of color, sucked into the void of his hair. He was still wearing the odd mask that had been the one thing Aizawa remembered clearly. Yet the eye patch was flipped, uncovered eye a dark gray instead of the pulsating red and black previously encountered. The chill Aizawa described made Nezu's fur stand on end. But he could tell that it was being dialed back, suppressed even. Spectre's first course of action was to short out the electronics. Conclusion: the ghost had been following, perhaps even watching the various tries to draw him out. Well, his previous question had been answered. Why would I be behind this? I am just a lowly animal serving a greater cause. Yeah, no, I'm not good with faces, but those eyes remind me of a certain principle. I presume you are the individual named Spectre. I could also be his twin. No denial then. Before you do to me what you do to those you hunt, I would like to extend a deal to you. I'm listening. I would like you to peacefully turn yourself in. Once you are unmasked, I will then deem you to be under my supervision. We can then work together to solve whatever problems you have without resorting to unsanctioned mass murder. Spectre laughs at that, a bitter, sharp sound that causes Nezu's scar to throb. He pops a knuckle, a sickening crack that seems to focus his attention. His body posture changes from a straight, almost rigid stance to a much more relaxed one. In his one visible eye, Nezu can see a dark sadness, and it reminds him of many people. Behind that eye, doors slam shut, lock themselves and disappear. The gleeful smile on his mask looks less crazed and infinitely sadder than it should have been, considering it was part of a face piece. I tried. Whatever you've thought of, I've tried. Either I don't have the funding or the power to carry out my plans. So unless you're a filthy rich, whatever you are, I'll be taking my leave now, thank you very much. I don't enjoy killing, no matter what Shiro likes to say. Be seeing ya. Spectre makes to step off the roof, pausing only because Nezu calls out. I do admit that I have confidence that I have enough money to fund what you need. Does that change your decisions? No, yes, maybe. I'll see you around. I'm afraid I can't let you leave unless you surrender. I'm afraid I can't comply. Plus, I don't think you're going to stop me. I won't. He will. Perfect timing. Nezu feels himself get grabbed by a large hand, whisked to another roof, close enough to watch but far enough to not be a liability. Spectre pulls a small blade from a sleeve and deftly blocks a blow to the chest. Grunting when the blade snaps and the punch still connects, he impacts loudly with a neighboring building, enough to alert the heroes below to look up, startle and book it before gravity takes its course and the male falls to the ground inches away from them as someone lands next to the shallow crater, reaching for the prone figure and restraining him. The number one hero smiles, then asks in a booming voice for the twitching victim to give up. When his movements continue, All Might tightens his grip, cracks now webbing from the force of which the person he holds is pressed into the depression he made. Nezu reaches for his spare communicator, undamaged because it was never turned on, and starts to call for assistance in capturing the killer when a sudden flare of murderous intent makes him pause. In a blink, All Might stumbles back in shock, hissing as blood drips from what seems to be a bite wound in his right hand, and Spectre rises to his feet and draws another knife, poking at a bloodstain with it. The knife expands to the length and structure of a katana, glowing a faint red and veins tracing the length of the blade from one end to another. Holding it in a defensive position, he glares challengingly at the number 1 hero, much to their disbelief. After all, when faced with the symbol of peace, only the worst of villains refuse to give up. All Might recovers quickly, blurring out of view to launch several devastating blows, each holding enough force to take out a villain with a decent hardening quirk and dealt at such high speeds that Ingenium would be hard-pressed to catch up, which was the reason why the two individuals, one watching the fight and the other in it, froze when each hit dished out was either taken without flinching or deflected to collide with the wall behind him. A far cry from how the blade Spectre had originally used had snapped with the first punch and sent him flying into a wall. It is because of this minuscule pause that gives the oddity in their midst time to dart past All Might and run straight up the obstacle in his path, disappearing within seconds. Nezu calls for backup even as All Might turns to chase the Spectre, only to stop when the blade in his side extends and expands, impaling him like meat on a skewer. He retches blood and breaks the two ends of the weapon, leaving the part in him inside to avoid causing more damage. He still makes to go after the escapee, but then he flinches and dodges as strings, unseen until now, reach for him and stab into stone when they miss, cracking concrete and making a mess of the surroundings. Even as he recovers, the strings resume their attack, chasing him like missiles seeking a target. All Might bats them aside, using a well-placed smash to clear the area. When he is done, more heroes have arrived and force him to stop trying to go after his target. Eraserhead and 2 other heroes take up the search, leaping gracefully and vanishing quickly. All Might coughs more blood and turns to look at Nezu, who looks back just as confused. He would need to update his file. Case File 147. Known alias, Spectre, but has told Eraserhead that he would prefer to be called Eyepatch. Description: always in dark clothing, with a half mask and an eyepatch. Eyepatch is over the right eye, except on Redacted, when the eyepatch was flipped. In possession of several blades, number unknown, made of Redacted and are capable of changing shape and size when in contact with Redacted. Threat level, extremely high. Has escaped from Redacted and has only been caught in 2 confrontations. Hints at being a cannibal, but it is suggested that he is a Redacted. Further interactions will prove key to subduing him. Allies, none. However, another version has mentioned a Shiro and hints at there being multiple Spectres. Do not engage. Do not observe. If necessary, keep distance of at least 10 meters between target and yourself. Yagi Tashinori, known to all as the symbol of peace, wondered where he went wrong when subduing the vigilante. Not only did Spectre escape unharmed, he, the supposed undefeated hero, had gotten seriously injured. The sword had been rammed straight into the scar from All for One, then tore a path through the more healed portions of his body. Recovery Girl had a rage-induced breakdown when she was called in to help patch up his wounds, yelling at him about knowing his limits and underestimating people, which he couldn't deny. When Spectre had buckled under the first hit, he thought that it would be easy to capture him, that he only relied on stealth and speed to kill his victims. A glass cannon that could be taken by surprise and destroyed with a single hit. He had been holding back, for they had to bring in the killer alive, but he did not have to dial his strength back that much. While the first strike had caught his opponent off guard, he recovered and reacted faster than Tashinori could anticipate, tanking the several hits of a greater magnitude and showing finesse with his sword. And because of that carelessness, Spectre had escaped. Nezu had already stated that they had one shot, one stab in the dark before he knew of their intentions. When diplomacy had failed, he was supposed to be the trump card to end the serial murders before they could stretch out any longer. Now Spectre was running free, already knowing of their ruses and wary of their attempts to arrest him. The heroes were supposed to succeed, were supposed to do what the police tried to, but couldn't. So why had one lone boy managed to outplay a genius, overpower a behemoth, and outmaneuver several of the best underground heroes Nezu had at his disposal? The question had taken up much of his spare time, consuming his thoughts and leaving him sleepless for many nights. He still didn't have an answer for it. The boy himself lurked in his dreams, dreams in which All Might wasn't fast enough to stop him, or ones where his face morphed and shifted into that of his greatest enemy, mocking him from beyond the grave. He shivered despite himself, wincing when the motion caused his new injuries to twinge and his non-existent stomach to churn. The feeling he had gotten from Spectre was almost identical to that of the one he had gotten from that man, an unstoppable force that crushed everything in its way, no matter what. Tashinori stared at the thick stack of papers in front of him, loath to read them, while Nezu sipped his tea and watched them with an unreadable face. Sighing, he picked up the first paper, a sketch of their mystery man based on what glimpses had been caught of him, and another of Spectre next to it. Underneath were some descriptions of the serial killer and some pictures of the bodies he left behind. Well, he couldn't call them bodies considering that the only things left were usually just an arm or a head, minus the exception that Eraserhead had found, which was missing its vital organs and several appendages, but mostly intact. skimming over the rest briefly, considering that they were mostly just annotated images and the testimonies of various heroes and civilians that had encountered him over the months that he had appeared. All in all, he could only summarize a few things about Spectre, which were all written in the conclusion of the papers: his gender, his agenda, his weapons, and his supposed quirkless status. Now that most of you have seen the analysis on our new problem done by the joint operation between the police force and some of our heroes, I'd like to start this discussion off with a question. What do we know about Spectre? Naturally, Nezu was the one to kickstart the talking, having been the one to hold it in the first place. Spectre is a killer, plain and simple. What makes him stand out is the fact that he targets criminals and never leaves his victims intact. Even so, that doesn't make him unique. A man with startling green eyes was the second to speak, hands fiddling with a small contraption while flipping through the documents everyone had gotten. Upon getting judging stares from those who had shifted their attention, the man pocketed the object, smiling awkwardly while his now free hands went to adjusting his sleeves and tie. Looking from face to face, his expressions shifted from embarrassment to confusion, then finally to understanding. Hands stilling, his smile dissipated and his posture seemed to harden. What makes a killer stand out is the way they kill, or perhaps the people they kill. They have different motivations and mindsets, but one thing always stays the same. They stick to their game plan unless forced to change it. There isn't much of a difference when you check Spectre against the psychology of past serial killers. Seemingly finished, the plain-looking man uncurled his hands and went back to the device that had reappeared on the table sometime during his talk, ignoring the murmuring and clearly irritated people watching him as he worked. Toshinori looked to Nezu, who answered the unspoken question before Eraserhead could strangle the man. This is Gingi Yuki, the criminal profiler we had started on Spectre ever since it was confirmed that there was a serial killer. He specializes in the mentally insane, and his predictions have always been correct in the 5 years since he started. Now Gingi, since you've already provided your thoughts, why not make them easier for everyone to understand? They can figure it out. He watched as the last thread of patience Eraserhead had snapped and his friends stopped restraining him as his capture weapons wrapped around the distracted man, earning a muffled curse and causing Gingi to drop the device into his lap while a screwdriver clattered onto the table. Just because you think you're better than anyone at this doesn't mean that you should interfere with the investigation progress. I don't care how good you are at your job. You will explain what you meant so that we can continue. Capiche? Gingi sighed, shrugged and picked up the box in his lap, placing it on the capture weapons. As they made contact, several small saw blades made themselves present and cut through the scarf-like objects in a few seconds, stopping when he was free of his binding. Tossing the remnants back to a now speechless Eraserhead, he looked round the room with a bored expression. Anyone else want to try? No? Right then. Let me explain, since one of you kindly asked for clarification. Serial killers have a desire to be found, to be famous, to have attention directed at them. Rather narcissistic, actually. While Spectre had gone against this trait for the past year. It's a year by now, right? Anyways, Spectre is slipping. He first got spotted by Eraserhead over there, then let him know more about himself than the police and heroes had gotten so far, and went as far as to leave a note. Shortly after that, he shows up to challenge Nezu and wait, is this confidential? Sharing another look with Toshinori and Eraserhead, Nezu gave Gingi a nod. The gray-haired man looked at Nezu and took a deep breath. Right, so, what sealed the fact that Spectre is falling back on habits that have been absent is that he tried to fight All Might. Yes, the living legend himself. Now before you all scream and shout, hear me out. He beat All Might. Not in a fair fight or anything, but when our fights fair except for competitions. He got ambushed, escaped and injured our symbol of peace. That's the problem. Having supposedly won against the strongest hero, it's likely to say that he'll be more bold this time round. Cause if the number one hero can't stop him, who can? While the room dissolved into chatter, he sat in his seat, the pit in his stomach widening, and he slumped in his chair. He had let a dangerous villain escape. Even after a surprise attack and overwhelming him with strength alone, he had been beat. And if what Gingi was saying was true, then Spectre would grow braver. Who knew how many lives would be lost before they finally took him down this time and gently placed the piece of pear he had picked up back onto the stack, not meeting the suddenly burning gaze of Gingi. He stood up and exited quietly amongst the commotion, the urge to cough stronger than ever while self-loathing whispered into his ears and coiled around his spine. Barely making it out of the room in time, Toshinori brought a tissue to his mouth to catch the fresh blood projectiles. After several minutes, he recovered enough to move to a bench opposite the door, pretending not to see the police officers who had stopped their work to watch him out of the corner of their eyes, whispering fervently. He only raised his head when the overhead light was blocked out by a new shadow. Gingi Yuki watched him, face unreadable, while his eyes shifted from the corners of Toshinori's mouth to the tissue wadded up in his hands. After a short pause, his mouth curled into a small frown. You see a doctor for that. It's nothing serious. My organs were damaged after an accident and the side effects caused this. It comes and goes, but I've gotten used to it. I just need to remember to carry something to wipe up the mess. I see. In case you didn't already know, my name's Gingi. People call me Jin. Your name is Yagi Tashinori. Pleasure to meet you. I'd say the same. But the fact that I'm here means that people are dying, so I'd rather we never met at all. Sorry for being frank, but if you're done, we need to get back inside. They've probably stopped arguing. No offense taken. We should be back in there, shouldn't we? So, now that you've settled your arguments, I hope you have at least, let's proceed to the game plan. Principal Nezu. We attempted to bring Spectre in peacefully, but seeing as that didn't work, we tried to take him in forcefully. That did not end very well too. According to his current profiling, Spectre will most likely go into hiding, but resurface a few weeks later. Our current objective is to find out more about him, where he lives, who he knows. Any scrap of information will be essential to combat him. We'll have people investigating, led by the police force, while the heroes will continue patrolling his target area. Once he comes back, we'll be ready for him. Any questions? No? Well then, your files contain your objective and who you will be working with. Good luck. Tashinori walked back to his house, pondering the events that had happened. Gingi had gave him a card with his phone number and address before taking off, disappearing before anyone could stop him. As per Nezu's request, his current job was to rest until he could be called in to help out. Taking out his phone, his hand hovered over the contact details of his sensei, hesitating briefly on the call button before turning it off. While his sensei was still considered a pro hero, he already had enough on his plate. He didn't need his student to bother him with a new serial killer or ask for more advice. He was the #1 hero. He could do it on his own. Preoccupied with his thoughts, he didn't notice the hooded teenager glued to his phone until the two bumped into each other. Apologizing, Tashinori bent to retrieve the phone the other had dropped. When he was going to return it, the teenager had already disappeared. Turning a full circle but not seeing him, Tashinori looked down at the phone as it chimed. A new message appeared on the lock screen and his blood froze as he read it. Dropping it into his pocket, he ducked into the nearest alleyway to transform, looking for the hooded boy, but to no avail. Cursing, he looked back at the phone while making his way to UA. The text remained, almost mocking. To Yagi Tashinori. Tread carefully. We wouldn't want your injuries to act up again, would we? I'm thinking of taking a break, so have fun trying to catch me. Don't you think the students in UA Academy look so cute? Teenagers with bright dreams and strong quirks. Is that really all there is to being a hero? You and the rest of this society are pathetic. You step on those without quirks, or perhaps those with weak ones, because everything requires a quirk, doesn't it? How can you say that when you never had one in the first place? You made me mad. For that, I'm going to tear this system down brick by brick. I'll show them what quirkless people are capable of. Also, what do you think about a quirkless boy applying to the most prestigious school in this country? Spectre. Needless to say, select members of the police force and the heroes had been very worried. First, Spectre had flown under the radar, made his debut, threatened the very foundation of society ... and then disappeared. The joint team force had been vigilant ever since the message had been dropped to All Might. But years of waiting had exhausted them. In the days after his ominous declaration of war, everyone had been on high alert. In the months afterwards, with not a single victim to increase Spectre's kill count, the men and women had begun to relax. After the first year's anniversary of Spectre's appearance, only the most dedicated members of the task force were still working on his case. The rest had locked the memories of the masked killer in a tight box, tucked it away into the vast recesses of their empty skulls, and archived the information for later use and started going back to their previous work. The government had begun cutting down on their budget. Really, everyone had stopped caring. The logical assumption was that Spectre had given up after realizing that they were willing to pull in the #1 hero himself to capture him. Naturally, everyone forgot about how he had disabled All Might in the span of a minute, and everyone refused to listen. Listen to that gut feeling telling them that Spectre wasn't done. The heroes were the ones that stayed glued to their task the longest. A commendable effort, really. But time laughs at effort. Slowly, ever so slowly, the world moved on. Sometimes Yagi Tashinori would wake up in the middle of the night to see a single red eye watching him. Sometimes Nezu's cameras would fizzle out and the last fraction of a frame they would capture would be that of a cloaked figure. Sometimes Aizawa Shadow would be patrolling the city and hear someone matching his pace softly and at an even pace, always staying behind him. But as the days, the weeks went by, Spectre became obsolete. New, more flashy villains showed up. Some put up a fight, others stayed elusive. No one had time left for someone who had left no trace on the world. That would change. Uraraka Achako didn't know what to think about the kind boy who had stopped her from tripping and face-planting into the ground. It was a really nice thing to do and he was polite about it, but the situation had gotten awkward when she had asked her for her name. The boy, as it turned out, had shut the book with a harsh gesture, sighed for a total of 3 seconds, then proceeded to tell her that he was a guy. Before she could apologize, he had already wished her a nice day, reopened the book and speed-walked through the gates of UA, oblivious to the stares he got while doing so. As he walked off, she hurried after his, retreating back to at least get his name, only for the boy to turn round a corner and disappear. Much to her surprise, the corner he had turned into just lead to a dead end, and as she wondered about his quirk, she noticed the time. Promptly dismissing any thoughts about the mystery guy, she did a 180-degree turn and sprinted for the assembly area. Making it on time, she slipped into her assigned seat and began listening to the briefing before the examination, leafing through the convenient pamphlet about the various villain types. Her thoughts were interrupted by a loud, blue-haired teenager standing up and asking questions at full volume. Geez, did no one teach him about having an inside voice? One thing that stood out was that his hands started chopping the air. He finished up by demanding an explanation, then turning around and pointing into his bemused audience. And as for you, do you realize that you have been muttering for the past 5 minutes? Apologize to those that were disturbed by you. Heads turned to track his finger, gazes landing on a girl who looked up to meet their eyes, pencil spinning lazily in one hand. His expression changed from confused to irritation in a matter of seconds. His pencil slowed to a stop, then an awkward silence enveloped the hall. The blue-haired boy waited expectantly. The green-haired boy deadpanned at the stares of countless UA applicants, and Uraraka watched curiously, wondering what he would do. The boy smiled, a grin filled with way too much teeth, and the pencil snapped abruptly. The sharp sound made everyone in the room do a collective flinch, before the majority of the teenagers turned away from the green-haired weirdo, and present Mike chuckled before nervously continuing by explaining why exactly there were 4 types of robots. Uraraka watched the blue-haired boy toss a disapproving look towards the silent guy before turning back to thank present Mike for his explanation. The teenager sighed slightly, shoulders sagging before he pulled out another pencil and returned to scribbling on a piece of paper. With the show over, she reluctantly returned her attention to the conclusion of the talk, hoping that she would be able to talk to him later. She watched the guy continue reading his book while running over the things she had prepared in her head and started walking over to properly introduce herself, before the blue-haired boy stepped into her path. Luckily, she wasn't the source of his attention. Excuse me, but I would like you to apologize for your behavior earlier. Oh, it's you. It isn't nice to demand things from other people, you know. Uraraka shivered at the cold gaze of the green-haired side of the conversation, his book once again transitioning from open to shut before she could notice his hands move. While I am demanding something from you, I have a good reason to do so. Your muttering disrupted the attention of several other people, and that rudeness is inexcusable. Oh really? So you're saying that I disturbed people? But what if I told you that you were the one doing the disturbing? You lack proper attention of your surroundings. You were the one that held everyone up just to shout at me and demand an explanation. You can act self-righteous, pretend you were doing the right things, but I'm not the one in the wrong here. So back off, before I make you. Ada spluttered, and Uraraka snickered quietly, slightly unnerved by the steel in his voice. My fault. This is outrageous, I would think. In the span of a few seconds, Greenie had dropped the book, pulled a gun out of his pocket and cocked it against Ada's temple. Not looking behind him, he caught the book before it hit the ground and smiled dimly at the shocked look on Ada's face. In a voice devoid of emotion, yet brimming with an undercurrent of danger, he spoke. No, you don't really think at all, from what I can see. Now back off. I'd hate to remove what little remains of your intellect. Before Uraraka or Ada could react, he holstered the weapon, put the book away, and sprinted for the fake city. They watched him, confused, only to see him pass the starting line just as present Mike hollered for the test to begin. Shaking themselves out of their stupor, the duo and the other remaining contestants took off after the green-haired blot in the distance, only to pause when the first villains came into view. And unfortunately for them, the gun-toting teenager didn't have the same reservations. With a deranged grin only visible to the cameras installed around the fake city, he pulled out the same pistol from earlier, pointed each one at a robot, and pulled the triggers. All Might watched, struggling to keep his smile as his eyes followed the tiny bullets to their destination. As soon as they hit, twin explosions bloomed, the smoke clearing to reveal the mangled remains of the robots' heads as they slowly fell to the ground. Nezu sent a drone to follow the teenager, just in time to watch him blur and reappear mid-leap, guns back in their holsters and a ridiculously oversized broadsword raised over his head. He swung as he fell, and a three-pointer was cleaved into 2 misshapen halves as gravity reasserted its hold over the wielder. And as the teachers watching the cameras exclaimed their shock at the feat of inhuman strength, they heard him roar, the sound erasing their voices, and in that brief moment, All Might saw the Spectre. Who's next? In the pin-drop silence afterwards, Gingi Yuki chuckled, a slow laugh that grew until it could compete with All Might's booming laughter. When they turned their gazes onto him, his laughter pattered away as quickly as it had come. What? Can't someone be proud of their protege? Present Mike winced at the feedback from the earpiece he had as the calmness of the situation in the supervision room erupted into chaos at that statement. turning his attention back to the shell-shocked students and one green demon pouncing from faux villain to villain. He sighed and pulled out some popcorn to watch the show. It would seem like there would be a clear winner for this section of the fake city. While she was doing well, Uraraka couldn't help but feel disappointed in her score as a green blur of motion brushed past her for the umpteenth time, laughing as he did, this time sporting a thin blade held loosely in one hand. Lunging at a one-pointer, he pierced through its eye section and left the saber there before backflipping and landing softly before running off to pull someone out of the path of the robot as it began its descent to meet the ground. First, he had pointed a gun at someone's head and threatened to pull the trigger. Then used the same pistol to turn a robot's head into a smoking, melted crater and started pulling weapon after weapon out of somewhere. Outlandish, crazy swords and spears and rifles that he just discarded after their use was over. Then while the unfortunate members of this section of the false city were still reeling from the insanity, he proceeded to clean sweep every bot in a 10-meter radius, showing not a single hint of his quirk. Yeah, needless to say, she was still hearing people curse him even 20 minutes into the test. If she were being a lesser person, she would be one of the ones not so discreetly attempting to sabotage him. But, as she wasn't, Uraraka just stuck with amping up her efforts to get points as he darted around. This time sporting a scythe, of all things. With several spins, he tore a hole through a robot's chest with close to little effort, not even stopping to watch the resulting explosion. Instead, he chose to yank a purple-haired boy from his position, whisper into his ear and take off again. The purple, messy-haired individual gave his quickly disappearing form a baffled look, then grimaced and dashed off at a slower pace when Present Mike announced that there were 5 minutes left. Uraraka pushed Greenie's oddities out of her head and continued destroying robots, nausea rising in her and occasionally stopping to retch for a few seconds, waiting for her stomach to settle. After a particularly heavy lift, she held her breath as bile stung the back of her throat, almost making its way into her mouth before she forced it down. Taking a moment to rest and lay her head against the cool surface of a building, she wasn't fast enough to move out of the way when the zero-pointer finally made its appearance. Just as her head snapped up towards the source of the sudden shuddering of the floor, a colossal piece of wreckage was already hurtling towards her. Kicking off the wall just before the truck-sized piece of rubble hit her head-on, she managed to get out of the injury zone. Unfortunately, it had shattered upon impact and a small piece of concrete smashed into her temple, which caused Uraraka's legs to falter in their strides long enough for a now small car-sized remnant of the original piece to hit her midsection. Screaming out in pain, she was thrown to the floor by the weight of the rubble. Uraraka attempted to squirm free and only managed to scrape her skin against the rough ground. Instinctively reaching to tap one of the chunks, she froze when another surge of nausea made itself known and her hand fell back to her side limply. So dazed by the sight of the world doing a few loops, she could only stare at the other retreating applicants, not a single one sparing a glance for her predicament. A cold pit opened in her stomach. Some heroes they were, running away, not even looking back as they tried to save their own lives. Was this really the future of heroics? These panicking teenagers, pushing each other out of the way to have a clearer path of escape. Sighing, she resumed her struggles, a cry for help dying before it could even get out of her throat. As the ground tremors got closer, she struggled harder, getting out from under the wreckage inch by inch as she did so. When only her legs were stuck under the stones, a large shadow cast itself over her, almost like a shroud. Uraraka looked up, just in time to watch a giant footstep on the objects she was trapped under. A good thing, for there was now nothing blocking her path to freedom. Bad news. The concrete wasn't the only thing ground into the dirt. Now screaming, tears rolled down her face as her legs radiated pain, which was subsequently dulled by the adrenaline. Not even in the right state of mind to drag herself to safety, she mumbled incoherently as the leg raised again to finish what it started, almost taunting the onlookers with how slow the ascent and descent was. Nezu, do something. We need to get that girl out of there. Powerloader and I are trying our best. But there's something wrong with the code. All Might, can't you go down and save her? Of course, I am. Now, let's not be hasty. This is a test to find future heroes. What self-respecting heroes wouldn't save a damsel in distress? Are you actually serious, you psychopath? She's going to die. These teenagers have little to no training, and the zero-pointers aren't supposed to be defeated. Am I the only one here that hasn't forgotten the little monster we have in the vicinity? The heroes turned as one to deadpan at the confidence the silver-haired, cold-blooded bastard that was a teacher at UA. He raised an eyebrow, then turned on the small radio he had been tinkering with, unnoticed until now. It crackled before a dull, almost dead voice was broadcasted. I've made sure that everyone's safe, minus Uraraka-san. To tell the truth, I'm disappointed with all of them. Ikari, hurry up before she dies. Not even a thank you. Okay, everyone. From the students watching the zero-pointer with dread to the currently panicking heroes to the moving at high speeds, All Might paused when a sudden surge of heavy killing intent filled the simulated city. Eyes trained on the tiny figure shouldering a limp, almost boneless companion. It placed the companion down next to All Might, away from the robot, which had stopped its ominous gesture to stare at him. As the robot lunged with an arm much faster than one would expect from the size of it, they flinched as it collided with the figure. Yet, instead of limbs and organs flying everywhere, the arm shuddered before coming to a dead stop after the hit. A glint of light later, the huge fingers, then the palm and then the arm was sliced into neat cross-sections while the figure ran up the arm and pulled out something much bigger than itself while ascending. Is that a rocket launcher? More like a grenade launcher, but yeah. He's loading it with a lot of explosives. Yep. Should we stop the exercise? Wait and see. A blood-curdling roar, more animal than human and much louder than earlier, filled the air as the figure kicked off the giant metal appendage and went airborne. Many hands slapped over their ears and more than one person felt their eardrums pop in response to the sudden noise. Then the firestorm started. The figure kicked off the shoulder of the colossal behemoth and unloaded into its face, flash after flash of light, slowly getting brighter as explosions resonated throughout the silent city. As the resulting recoil somehow propelled the figure towards its awestruck watchers, the robot slowly crumpled as molten metal cascaded around it. When the projectile stopped and the distant figure became clear, the user fell to the ground a few meters away from the main cluster of applicants with a thump. Groaning as they got to their feet and aided by the smoking weapon, the green-haired teenager pumped a fist into the air as the zero-pointer, now little more than a pile of scrap and liquid metal, clattered on the floor. Turning around, they revealed a face splashed with glowing embers and blood, enthusiasm not dimmed by the disgusting look that was their face. They sported a megawatt-level grin. The radio crackled to life a second time. So, how well did I do? I'm not sure what to think about him. Which one? I know of two hims you might be thinking of. The younger one. Duh. Well, excluding how he was flitting around like a person with a speed quirk on drugs, I think he's fine. Tell me you're not being serious right now. What's so bad about having a powerhouse enter UA? Would you prefer his potential go wasted? That's not what I mean and you know it. The kid's a monster, pulling weapons from nowhere, rigging pistols with explosive ammunition and threatening to pull the trigger on another student. What makes you think that he's going to become a good hero? You, of all people, should understand that quirks don't make the man. It's not how villainous or plain your quirk can be. It's how you use it. From what we've seen, Aizawa was the one who instigated the warning and subsequent threat. It's not his quirk. He pulled a gun on someone. Sure, maybe people do it with fake guns and props, but his was real. You saw what it did to that one pointer. What would it have done if it was fired in the midst of a crowd? We took that into account, of course, originally. We weren't going to clear maybe half of his weapons, but he demonstrated their safety features. When pointed in the general direction of a human in their striking range, his physical weapons literally dismantle themselves. His guns lock up as well when the aim assist system recognized the target as a human. So you're saying he damage-proofed his weapons? Seems a little far-fetched. It's all true though. I managed to get a friend from the police force to confirm his words. I also tested it out myself. I'd call you insane, but that's putting it mildly. Are you sure we should let him into UA? Either we watch him from the most prestigious hero school in Japan, supervised by some of the most powerful heroes and his mentor, or we leave him to walk down his own path. When you put it like that, I still don't like this. Neither do I, but he needs someone to guide him. On a side note, have you done the background check yet? He's clean. An only child. Parents are almost always away, but I managed to speak to them in person once. As for how he obtained his weapons, all research has shown is the bulk purchase of a variety of materials, nothing else. Where he gets the money, however, is still a mystery. I'll make sure the others keep an eye on him. Do so. You didn't hear this from me, but the look in his eyes. It's the fire in them that scares me. Aizawa Shouta watched from his sleeping bag, strapped to the ceiling of Class 1 and observed his new batch of students. They had already begun gravitating into groups, those that were priorly acquainted already chatting away while others started to make friends, minus a few loners, which was not surprising, and the argument brewing between Aizawa and Bakugo Katsuki, two students which he already had his eyes on from the start. Let it be said that Aizawa Shouta was not lazy. He slept often to make up for his insomnia and preferred not to waste energy on pointless endeavors, but he could carry his weight in proper situations. After the class list had been announced, he had spent a few sleepless nights accompanied by a large amount of energy drinks, making sure he knew the profiles of his students. They were meant to be the future or heroics, the one true line of defense between the inhabitants of the world and the villains seeking to accomplish their own motives. With All Might's presence as strong as ever, not many were worried about the new, deadlier villains that had shown up, for the number one hero was always able to save the day. Then again, not many people knew that the living legend was running on fumes. Already reduced to a measly time limit of 3 hours, he was further hindered by the one mark Spectre had left on the world before vanishing. No amount of medical attention, nor any type of healing or repairing quirk was able to remove the wound, only diminishing its effect on the hero. It was a grim reminder that they always had to be better. After all, the next Spectre might stick around longer. Or worse still, the original might come back. Bakugo Katsuki. Explosion. A highly versatile quirk in the hands of a proper vessel, but much more dangerous than what people expected. With his short-tempered manner and a lack of ability to pull his punches, Bakugo Katsuki was essentially a bomb waiting to go off. Ida Tenya. Engine. Like other members of the Ingenium family, he prided himself on his speed. Unfortunately, he lacked the adaptability his older brother had, a stickler for rules, rigid and unforgiving. The argument between the two was slowly dissolving into a shouting match, Ida already incensed and voice booming, while Bakugo's temper ticked down when his opponent refused to let up. About to resort to blows, the two were stopped when the door opened and closed quietly, punctuated by a groan when the individual saw the bickering pair. All eyes turning to the source of the dead-sounding voice. Some blinked at the unassuming figure that had just walked in, while others gulped at seeing the two holsters attached to his waist. As for the two people about to fight, Bakugo narrowed his eyes while Ida pointed a finger at him, a look of rage on his face. Before he could shatter everyone's eardrums, the figure spoke. Has no one noticed the caterpillar man stuck to the ceiling? And, as eyes flickered to the now bemused Aizawa, he smirked when the majority of his new students shrieked, even eliciting a brief flicker of shock from the deadpan face of Todoroki Shoto. The newcomer was perceptive. The smirk dimmed when he remembered the animalistic expression on his face during the entrance examination. Slapping on a disgruntled look, he strained against the duct tape for a moment before it gave way, sending his sleeping bag-cloaked form crashing face first into the floor, drawing more exclamations of surprise from observers. Inwardly laughing at the flustered teenagers, he rolled to face them, before unzipping the bag and standing up, folding it neatly and striding over to the front of the classroom. He waited patiently for the class to settle down, sitting in their allocated seats while counting how long they take to do so, sparing a quick glance for the hint of a smile twitching at the edges of Akari's lips. He feels what little energy he had left drain out of his body. It took you 10 seconds to settle down. Sloppy. We'll have to shorten that time by at least 4 seconds. He pulls one of the school's gym uniforms out of the drawer in front of him for dramatic effect. You can call me Aizawa-sensei. I will be your homeroom teacher for this year. Change and meet me at the training grounds in 10 minutes. We'll be doing a Quirk apprehension test. Aizawa-sensei. What about the opening ceremony? He shot a dismissive look at Uraraka, getting the intended effect, and rubbed his eyes to soothe his frazzled nerves. The ceremony is a waste of time. UA prides itself on flexibility. You'll be skipping it. He walks out of the classroom, waits beside the door for about 3 seconds before poking his head back into the classroom. Whoever takes more than 10 minutes will get expelled. Finally walking off, he hears the uproar erupt in class while making his way down the hallway, concealing his smile behind a hand. But when a pair of footsteps echo behind him, he spins around, instincts screaming like they did whenever he went into a fight knowing he wouldn't win, meeting the blank face of one Shiakari. He forces his expression into one of absolute calm before asking a question. Can I help you? Yuki-sensei talks quite a bit about you. Don't mind me, I've already changed. Glancing at his attire, Aizawa was impressed when she immediately took off his shirt and revealed the second shirt underneath. Raising an eyebrow, but deciding to humor him, he turned around and resumed his course. Instead of shadowing him like before, she sped up to walk beside him and gave Aizawa a smile. He twitches at the brightness of it and looks away, starting to mentally review the information he had on the oddity. Chiakari, an odd name, considering both his surname and actual name stood for two less than reassuring phrases. Who names their child Death and Anger? Though it would be a good name for Bakugo. He snickered quietly at the thought. The two hand cannons were always present on his waist. As seen from the entrance exam, he had plenty of other dangerous implements lying around, some of ridiculous proportions, which made him wonder how he had managed to store all of them, but he had originally chalked it up to a storage quirk. Unfortunately, he had been proven wrong when he had finally extracted the quirk from his mentor. His quirk was simple, one that people would consider weak, but the training he had invested into it made it really terrifying. Compared to the other flashier, more impressive quirks that his classmates possessed, he was at a disadvantage. However, the experience that he had built up would definitely make him one of the most powerful members of the class. And then, there was his link to Gingi, the single most infuriating criminal profiler. Both were weirder than they came across, tapped into power that dwarfed their appearance and had a tendency to shift into a battle mode. The few differences that he could count was their personalities, their age, and their quirks. Sensei, do you ever think about tying up your hair? It might help you. A simple question, asked with the innocence of someone that was just curious about something, brought on an unwanted flashback to another person who had mentioned the same advice. It's too much effort and never works for long. That was a blatant lie. Now that you're here, I'll be explaining what testing you will go through. You'll be going through a series of physical assessments, not limited to the usual tests done in other schools. Only difference is, you are allowed to use your quirks to boost your score. Small gasps met his declaration, and he could already see Bakugo grinning fairly while small explosions went off in his hands. Waiting for the murmurs to stop, he tossed a baseball to Shi, ignoring the yelp of surprise when his hands missed it and the ball bounced off his forehead. What was your record for throwing a ball back in middle school? Maybe 40 meters. Throw the ball, but use your quirk to help boost it instead of relying on your own physical strength. Are you sure? I wouldn't want to freak anyone out. Flexing his fingers around the ball, Shiakari stared nervously at the rest of his classmates, avoiding their eyes. Bakugo scoffed at him. Sensei, if the extra doesn't want to throw the ball, let me show her how a real hero does it. Outwardly, Aizawa gave Bakugo a disapproving look. Inwardly, Aizawa was grinning. His careless words had caused Shi to tighten his grip on the ball, all hesitance gone, eyes gleaming as his mouth twisted into a snarl. Bakugo had made a serious error. 1. Never mistake me for a girl. He drew his hand back, eyes narrowing. 2. Never call yourself a hero unless you are one. Rotating his arm, the limbs slowly began to pick up speed. 3. Anyone with a weak stomach should cover their eyes. As his joints began to creak, he gritted his teeth and picked up even more speed. To the horror of his classmates, Shi's arm started resembling a crank handle with how fast it was going, small grinding noises occurring with each turn. Instead of rotating regularly, it was going in a straight circle, ignoring the fact that the shoulder joint wasn't designed for such movements. About 5 seconds after he had gotten serious, his arm was a blur producing loud cracks and pops. To the untrained eye, one moment the ball was in his hand, the next it wasn't. Only Aizawa was able to follow the motions she was going through, snapping his wrist with a sharp flick just as he stopped gathering momentum. He screamed as an ear-splitting boom resonated through the air. Once done, he stood on the spot, panting as his arm dangled limply by his side. The throwing arm was loosely connected to the shoulder, hand craned back so much that it was now parallel to the arm, nearly completely detached from its socket. Aizawa grimaced as more than one student threw up, others screaming about how his arm was destroyed and what part of that is using a quirk. Slowly, his arm returned to normal, hand realigning, shoulder joint looking more and more normal with each second that passed. Within 30 seconds and several gut-wrenching pops and clicks, his arm was perfectly fine. The main reason I picked Shiakari was that I needed to send a message. The hero course is not fun and games. You will be forced to push yourself to your limits, surpass them even. If you can't stomach a broken arm, you won't last long in heroics. What kind of effing bullshit is that? What quirk does this pansy have that makes him so special? Aizawa watched the furious look on one Bakugo Katsuki's face, shaking his head at the arrogance lacing his words, pulling out the device recording Shi's throwing distance. He displayed the numbers on the screen. Shiakari, name of quirk, unbreakable. It returns his body to its original state after sustaining damage. However, taking damage improves the parts that have taken damage, almost like how muscles get stronger after tearing. Compared to your quirks, his requires much more practice, and as you can see, that practice pays off. Distance the ball traveled, 800 meters. And as for the second reason I picked him, Shiakari finished Aizawa's sentence, not even blinking an eye at the score he just obtained. I'm the guy with the highest score on the entrance exam. Apart from the dramatic start to the Quirk apprehension test, the rest of it progressed relatively calmly, minus the fact that she was breaking his limbs in every section of it. That was something that Aizawa didn't think he would ever condone. If someone had come in with a strength augmentation quirk that broke their bones every time they used it, he would have found a way to make sure the person limited the damage or removed the chance of injury entirely. He paused when the feeling of getting laughed at washed over him. Much to the frustration of the recommended students and the more powerful members of the class, he had dominated every exercise barring the ball toss, which Uraraka won with an infinite score due to sending the ball floating away into the atmosphere. And, to their continued irritation, he had resumed his easy nature, pestering people over their quirks and laughing when Aoyama fell flat on his face after using his quirk too much. The only time he had reverted back to his serious mode was when Minta tried to launch himself into Yaoyorozu by pretense of tripping. He had stopped staring into space in order to lightly kick the purple-haired midget in the chest and into Bakugo, who responded by blasting him with several explosions. After scolding both of them for unnecessary usage of force, she gave him a blank look and a thumbs down, indicating Minta, who was bemoaning the loss of the chance to finally touch some decent pillows. Sighing, Aizawa tilted his head in agreement. My kid here knows how to read people better than I do, so if he disapproves of anyone, keep an eye on them. After showing them their scores, he revealed that the student who did the poorest would be expelled. Minta's reactions would determine his fate. I can't get kicked out of the hero course. I haven't even gotten the chance to get some beautiful girls. And of course, he managed to disappoint even Aizawa's low expectations. Now assured of his choice, He pointed a finger in the general direction of Class 1A. Get your things and leave. I only accept students with potential. After the short student had run off, bawling and shrieking about the unfairness of it all, Kaminari spoke up. Sensei, wasn't that a little harsh? We've been here for barely a day. It's hardly fair to crush his dreams before they even began. Several others put in their 2 cents, also agreeing with the blonde student, making note of who agreed. He was about to answer when she snorted. Unfair. Aizawa-sensei gave him a chance. If he had a good reason to want to stay in the hero course, Aizawa-sensei would have let him stay. But that purple-haired brat only complained about not being able to feel someone else up. You guys want a pervert in the course. If you want that, sure. But I don't. And I don't think that the girls in UA want one constantly following after them like a dog. His piece said. The green-haired student walked off after a quick look at the screen, ignoring the glares sent his way. As expected, he was in first place. Problem child. Where are you going? To change up. Make sure you stop by Recovery Girl's office and let her check on you. Turning around, she smiled weakly at Aizawa, a forlorn look in his eyes. Nodding, he walked off. Any strength that was in his posture was gone. Now he seemed a lot shorter than he originally was. Watching his retreating back, Aizawa sighed and rubbed an eye. He always felt older than he was when his charge went into one of his moods. Damn Gingi, sticking me with a kid that acts like he's been through a war. In the boys' section of the changing room, Shiakari removed his gym clothes and put his uniform back on. Fiddling with the tie longer than he did to change attire, he walked out the room and rounded the corner to collide with someone. Quickly latching onto the other's shoulder, he said a quick apology before attempting to speed walk away from the situation. A call over his shoulder made him freeze, then slump in dismay. Slowly turning around, he let out a small oof when he was shoved in the chest. Instead of falling backwards, however, he started floating, bumping gently against the ceiling. Meeting the eyes of the perpetrator, he groaned. What do you want? This way, you can't run away again. Don't tempt me. Is it really that hard to stick around people for extended periods of time? When they're as annoying as that purple-haired pervert? Yes. Uraraka Ochako snickered at the honest answer and the deadpan tone he had delivered it in. Then she took a deep breath, hesitated and bowed to the confused human balloon. Thank you for saving my life. He flushed, looking away sheepishly and scratching a cheek. You don't have to thank me for that. I just happened to be there. Stop lying. We both know you were the only one to stick around after the zero-pointer showed up. And when I woke up, they told me that you were the only one who dared to fight it, even though it wasn't worth anything. Why did you do it? Why did I save your life? Because life is precious. Because life needs to be protected. Now, if that's all, I really do need to go. To her amusement, he had begun to walk away, feet on the ceiling. Yet, that amusement quickly faded with her next question. I knew my legs were crushed. However, they were perfectly fine when I woke up. How did you fix them? His posture tensed up and Shi's expression was like watching a set of doors slam shut and lock themselves. Some secrets are best kept secret, Uraraka. Some things you would prefer not knowing. After that admittedly ominous statement, he kicked lightly off the ceiling and started floating away, much to her incredulity. Scowling at the rudeness of his dismissal, she counted to 10 before tapping her fingers together and releasing her quirk. The sudden crash and subsequent yell brightened her dull mood quickly, as did the awkward form she found him in later, still lying on the ground, legs tangled between his arms. Now that's a sight you don't see every day. What? Someone breaking their limbs. Someone that keeps doing it because it's allowed. You've said this before. We both know how this argument will end. Doesn't mean I have to like his methods. Neither do I. But the kid's abilities just patch him up and the principal is fine with it. I'm worried. A lifetime of doing that to himself ahead of him. Even with what he's been through ... It makes me feel like he would be better off quirkless. You really don't have the entire story, do you? Do a little more reading. You'd be surprised what he did without one. They say quirks are an extension of yourself. So what does that say about him? Leaving the boy on the floor that still resembled a ball, Uraraka Ochako returned to change out of her gym clothes. Mood improved considerably, yet with more questions that she started off with. Stepping into the room and closing the door behind her, she was immediately cornered by 2 others, a pink-skinned, horned individual and some floating clothes. So, you pounced on that guy pretty quickly. Not that I'm judging you, but you must really like him to move that fast. The grin on her classmate's face, coupled with the smug air radiating off the other, was not helping. She fought down a blush despite herself and started waving around her hands frantically, only stopping when the black-haired, well-endowed member of her new class made a disapproving noise. While I am not one to meddle in the love affairs of others, I would still like to advise you as your classmate that you should rethink your choices. Her hands, previously active, stilled and an uncomfortable feeling crawled up her spine. She fought the frown that she could feel forming. Not noticing the lack of a response, Yaoyorozu Momo continued speaking, oblivious to the fact that the 2 who had started the issue had begun to edge away from their pink-cheeked target. Firstly, he should not even be here. Yui Academy is reserved for the best of each generation. A regenerative quirk like his would prove useless in actual combat. After all, he would render himself useless every time he attacked and his teammates would be forced to defend him. Secondly, his attitude is unbecoming of a student of UA, even more so than that Bakugo individual. Pretending to be the best will only get you killed and turn you into a liability. Thirdly, shut up. Excuse me. Shut up or I'll make you shut up. I am trying to help you here, as you already know. A growl, similar to what had been she's defining sound in the entrance exam, slipped from her mouth, catching her classmates off guard as she stepped forward to slap Yaoyorozu, not all too gently. The force, combined with the lack of gravity, caused the black-haired girl to spin in the air before being stopped by the same hand that had sent her there. Any protests forming by anyone in that room died when the feral look on Uraraka's face was turned on them. That liability, as you called him, saved my life. My legs were crushed by the zero-pointer. My quirk had been used to the point of exhaustion. My future was that of a disabled woman, unable to help anyone, especially her parents. If he's such a liability, where were the people like you, the people so much better than him when I was dying? Where were the people like you when he jumped headfirst into danger for a complete stranger, one that had insulted him, not on purpose, to save their life? I wouldn't be here without Shiakari, so you ought to watch your effing mouth when spouting garbage in front of me. You think you're so much better than him? Go and fight him then. Maybe you'll see how useless his regeneration is in combat, you hypocrite. After all, if you're so good, why is he the one with the top score on the entrance exam? Tapping her fingers, she watched without an inch of remorse when Yaoyorozu hit the ground with a thump, though a twinge of guilt did make itself known when she saw the fear on her classmates' faces. As Yaoyorozu scrambled to her feet, about to open her mouth for another sharp retort that would most likely end in a brawl, a blade erupted from the wall dividing the changing room of their male counterparts from the room they were in, close enough to Yaoyorozu's hair to shear off a few locks of it. As sudden, startled screams reached their ears, Jirukayuka plugged one of her ear jacks into the wall, having already overheard perverse nonsense coming from their male counterparts. The other plugged itself into her phone and the room's occupants listened to the conversations coming from the next room. Why are you here? You've already changed up. Heard someone talking shit about me. Also, cause of perverts like you. What the hell does that mean? We were about to get a good look at those sweet. That's exactly why I stopped you. Come on, don't be a downer, man. No one will find out. Judging from the fact that there's a sword protruding from the wall, and the likelihood that it has it or almost hit one of them, I'd say the girls already know of what you're trying to do. What do you mean has her almost hit? Don't tell me ... you were aiming for them. I did say that I heard someone talking shit about me. Now don't peek through that hole or your head will be on the next weapon I throw through the wall. Fine, fine. Geez, what a spoilsport. Uraraka exchanged looks with the abruptly pale individual she had been about to hit for a second time as the blade disintegrated, leaving a neat crack in the wall. Still think that he's a liability? Suit yourself. I'm home, Uraraka called out softly as she unlocked the door to the apartment she had rented, not expecting a reply. Still, it got lonely, especially at night. She missed her parents. Taking off her shoes, the young heroine froze when the sounds of movement broke her musing. Being as quiet as possible, she picked up the nearest weapon and used her quirk, swinging her new club to get used to, zero gravity. Approaching the sounds, she raised the cane, ready to bring it down on the unknown person in her house. Making her way through the living room, she noticed the light spilling out from her kitchen and the smells wafting out from it. Stomach rumbling softly, she absent-mindedly wondered when was the last time she had a proper meal. Upon seeing the humming silhouette in her kitchen, she stepped forward and swung as hard as possible in the general direction of the shadow. The cane, no longer under the restrictions of gravity, whistled through the air to collide with the open palm of the person she was aiming for. Attempting to wrench it out of their hands, she tugged at the cane before stopping when the only other occupant coughed lightly. She looked up into the amused face of one Shiakari, no longer dressed in the UA uniform and currently holding the cane she had attacked him with. Flipping it, he slotted the object into a loop on his jeans, drawing her eyes to the holsters still located on his body. Shock was forgotten and replaced with outrage. What are you doing in my house? Nothing. No, you lunatic, or other phrases like that. I was trying to be rational, but if you insist, I'm going to stop you right there. I let myself in. You look like you needed some decent food. And what's that supposed to mean? How'd you even get in? Okay, I could hear your stomach throughout the whole day, so it was simple logic to conclude that you needed sustenance. As for how I got in, I picked the lock. Really? No, your window was open. I closed it when I came in. Good to know. She made a mental note to lock her windows whenever she went out. She was lucky this time that it was only a relatively insane but harmless teenager rather than a serial killer looking for his next victim. Now could you please get out? Her hand inched towards her phone, discreetly punching in numbers before hovering her finger over the call button. His smile dimmed, twitching downwards before returning to its usual intensity as he removed the odd apron. Sure, just let me finish up and I'll be on my way. Turning off the stove, he reached to grasp the simmering pot. Nonchalant even as the skin on his palms grew red and he fluttered around, keeping it in his left hand while the right, now marred with angry scars that faded before her eyes, setting the table and finally releasing his remaining hand and flexed them. Turning to her, he bowed, smile unchanged. For what it's worth, thanks for standing up for me. People don't usually do that. You saved my life. Whoever thinks that you can't do anything clearly hasn't seen you fight. Here's a piece of advice, since you're pretty much the first reasonable person I've met ever since stepping through the gates of UA. When I really go all out, it'll be plenty obvious. What you called fighting, that was barely a warm-up. I don't mess around with giant weapons when I fight. What I do isn't pretty. You make it sound like you've killed people. His smile turned bitter and his hands clenched and unclenched. Raising a quivering hand, he looked down. Trust me on this one. This hand has done more than you'll ever have to do as a hero. Because heroes save people. Walking out, he unslung the cane from his waist and tapped it against the ground a few times, closing the door behind him. Pausing for a moment, she opened the door again, to see no one on the singular corridor leading to her apartment, forcing down the ominous feeling in her chest. Uraraka continued with the rest of her daily chores and duties before sitting down to carefully taste the meal prepared for her. After discerning that there was no oddities, she dug in, running through the image of she in her head again, wondering why she was so unsettled. It would be later that night, as she woke up in a cold sweat, did she find the answer she was seeking. As Shiakari had left, she managed to catch a short glimpse of the back of his now uncovered arms, like the rest of his body. His arms were traced with scars, faint and almost unseen, but there were some that were very, very obvious. 2 crosses drawn into flesh, encircling his wrists and etched down the appendages. Those were suicide wounds. Needless to say, sleep was absent for the rest of the night. Yagi Tashinori didn't know what to do with Shiakari. It also looked like all of the people who had also encountered him thought along the same lines. Bloodlust in spades, but restricted by the weapons he carried. The ability to reconstruct his body, but only under duress and his own efforts. Arrogant and sarcastic, but wore a mask that only dropped when certain subjects were discussed. He was a textbook example of a mentally unstable, psychotic individual. Except, every time he got tested, he had managed to get out with a perfect evaluation, seemingly normal and a pleasant conversant to all individuals in charge of evaluating his mental state. To wear a mask, then discard it and pick it back up as fast as he did required practice that a teenager shouldn't have. Investigation into his home life had shown equally disconcerting results. His parents were as pleasant as their son, but when discussions reached their child, the facades they maintained would start crumbling and within 10 minutes, conversations would be terminated. Shiakari was never seen in the same room as his father and mother willingly, confirmed by the bugs they had ended up planting in their house. He preferred to stay holed up in his room, alternating between reading and sleeping, occasionally using a laptop. Any attempts at tracking the things he did on said laptop failed. It took 3 days with the bugs present for the police to conclude that he lived in an abusive household. It took another 2 days for them to reevaluate the situation. Rather than harassing him, except in rare cases where their tempers proved too much, the duo seemed to tiptoe around their child. Conclusion, there was something about Shiakari that they feared. This confused the people monitoring the house. Why would a pair of normal individuals fear their own flesh and blood? The answer was to be found, after a significant amount of digging into broken website links and classified information, or rather, hacked information. In the end, it was a little too obvious, a little too normal for the horror that the information they had found really was. Quirks developed normally, some later than others. 20% of the population never developed one. And for the first 10 years of his life, Shiakari belonged to this category. A late bloomer, his quirk only showed up after he walked into an alleyway in the middle of a gang fight. He walked out without a single scratch, a bloodstained child with an unflinching smile. Or that's what most people thought. Unbreakable, a name as vague as it could possibly be, considering the versatile nature of the quirk the gun-toting teenager possessed. It had been active his whole life, yet because of its nature, it went undetected. Due to that, the boy had faced discrimination that showed how cruel children could be. The fact that he healed from every scrape and scratch just meant that he could be hurt more. No one questioned his ability to get back up. After all, punching bags were meant to last. No matter what, the boy remained a pacifist, never fighting back, just smiling, almost mockingly so. And when he was 12, he would attract the attention of the hero society in Japan and lead to his past eventually being uncovered. His actions reached the media, receiving coverage even in countries on the other side of the world. Normally, he would have been arrested, detained till a suitable age, and then executed. The problem with that course of action was the uproar on social media when his case was released to the public. A case of bullying. heavy physical and verbal bullying going undetected by one of the more prestigious schools in Japan. The questions flying around then led to people conducting their own research, and what was discovered was anything but pretty. His case had exposed the discrimination ignored by the school government. More digging led to clips, short videos with little to no views of the discrimination being carried out by students and teachers alike. And when the school tried to cover everything up, she was expelled. It was possibly the second worst move they could have pulled, the first already having been carried out. The main reason Shiakari still roamed the streets was that there was not enough evidence to pin it on him. Sure, there was a motive and more than enough ways for him to do what everyone knew he had done, but nothing could hold up in a court of law. To add insult to injury, she was the one doing his defense, acting as both the lawyer and defendant in two different voices, much to the anger of the principal attempting to get him locked up and the amusement of the jester himself. In the end, nothing could be successfully pinned on him. However, society, or well, the more informed members of society knew that he was too dangerous to leave unchecked. If he were to succumb to villainy, anyone who had stuck around long enough in the hero police community knew that he was an individual that was dime a dozen, but with a key difference. Something had changed him. Some suspected that the bullying had shattered his psyche. Others said that it was the day he first killed. For all might, he thought that the evil lurking in the boy was running through his veins since birth. The closest person he could associate Shiakari with was his deceased nemesis, and later on, the Spectre. If that wasn't terrifying, he didn't know what was. A few years later, as he silently watched the same child who had possessed several different nicknames in lieu of the blood on his hands, coupled with his abrupt mood swings, run through a horde of robots designed for the testing of physically helpful quirks and absolutely decimate them without showing visible signs of his quirk with weapons of his own making. He made a mental note to place this new event second on his list of new things that keep me up at night. No prizes for whoever can guess which event first place belonged to. Watching the physical evaluation conducted in place of the welcoming assembly they had been meant to attend was enlightening. To think that the human body could be bent in such ways, used in such ways to increase the abilities of a person was spine-chilling. A simple example would be the endurance test. While Yaoyorozu Momo has created a bicycle and outpaced the other members of her class without breaking a sweat, Shiakari kept running and running and running. Even after his remaining competitor had started to sweat and grow exhausted, he pushed forward, a nonchalant expression on his face. After the cyclist had finally collapsed, he stopped running, grabbing a can from his bag of tricks and pouring it over himself. The abrupt eruption of steam shocked his classmates and even drew a raised eyebrow from their teacher. When it cleared, he looked much more refreshed for about 3 seconds before he spat into a convenient container he had produced. Grinning with bloodied teeth, he placed the container back into his satchel. Everything he learned screamed that even in the new world of quirks, Shiakari was a biological nightmare. With a quirk that made no sense, the most likely clinically insane teen was something that he would rather see locked up in a cell that would never see the light of day rather than waltzing around and freaking people out. Yet, here he was, teaching the bloodied child how to be better at beating others. Yes, there was no possible way this could go wrong. No way at all. As the students of one fawned over his presence and new costume, Shiakari's ever-present smile vanished, replaced by a thin line. Without waiting for his teacher to finish talking, he walked out of the classroom. An awkward silence permeated the air for a few moments before the students resumed their activities, albeit in a more subdued manner. As Uraraka Ochako darted out of the room as the next student to leave, she called out for the teenager that had left, yelling something about him having to socialize eventually. All Might watched her go, smile awkwardly frozen in place as he wondered how the duo would get to the training grounds without even knowing where they were supposed to go. Pondering briefly, he decided to leave it to the psychotic teen to guide the one person that didn't seem to be afraid of him to the location of combat training. Directing the remaining students, the class proceeded to their next lesson. Upon reaching ground beta, he was a little surprised to see the 2 missing members of Class 1 already geared up and ready. Uraraka was attempting to pull Shi into a conversation, practically hovering over him as he tried to look everywhere but at her. Taking a quick glance at their hero costumes, Yagi spent several moments analyzing the odd clothing Shiakari had chosen. A belt with a multitude of pouches encircled his waist, only visible because he had chosen to fold what appeared to be a hooded cloak over one arm, rather than wear it. Unnervingly, his guns were not present. An old-fashioned bandolier sported an impressive number of small blades. Fingerless gloves which glinted as he tilted his arms, and simple combat boots were the only other things that were worthy of noting. Clearing his throat, All Might directed his students to sit down, the first duo to arrive breaking up briefly before Uraraka caught him and forced him to a seat next to her with a scowl, shivering slightly at the casual way his student was treating a known murderer, with a temper only surpassed by that of his master and a clear lack of concern for human life. Nevertheless, he was banking on the fact that Shiakari wouldn't pull anything stupid within UA, in striking range of All Might himself. Judging from the constant eye rolls and subtle twitches, the teenager himself knew to rein in his annoyance, letting one spend some time appreciating the costumes provided by the support department and making note of which boys were blatantly staring at the girls. He surreptitiously checked the Teaching for Dummies book in his back pocket to figure out how harsh he should be, considering his only references were an old man focused completely on making him puke out his guts and the closest thing he had to a mother. Feeling, rather than seeing Sh's burning stare on the book in his hand, made him stow it back into the pocket it came from before pulling out a box. All right, young heroes, with your new costumes, at least you'll look the part. Hopefully, the support department has managed to fulfill your requirements and designs. Now, on to the main part of our lesson today. Battle training. You will be fighting your classmates in teams of 2. One side posing as heroes while the other as villains. The villains will be protecting a fake bomb and the heroes need to make contact with the bomb to disarm it. Each person gets a roll of capture tape, which when wrapped around a limb of one of the opposing team members, captures and eliminates them. The match only ends when one team is unable to continue, the bomb is disarmed, or the time limit runs out. Any questions? How will the teams be decided? To emulate how you may not be able to choose your teammates for battle, we will be drawing lots. By some random chance, incredible luck, or sheer coincidence, Uraraka had ended up on the same team as resident gunslinger Shiakari. Grinning at the disgruntled look on his face, she checked the other members of the class. Most, if not all, had chosen to give the duo a wide berth, avoiding eye contact and shrinking at the dark aura being emitted by the person she had chosen to annoy. In all honesty, it irked her. Sure, he had started by freaking everyone out with the grotesque positions he had bent his body into and constantly sported weapons, but he was actually a total softie. He saved her life and even thanked her for standing up for him. She had also found the fresh groceries in her fridge and careful instructions on how to make the most out of them. Thinking back on the past day, he actually checked all the boxes for its tsundere. Of course, there was still the issue that she hadn't brought up yet. Stop that. Stop what? Thinking about how I'm actually a nice guy. I'm not. I only saved you because you were there. I only cooked a meal because you stood up for me, and everything else was because you looked hungry and needed help. All the things you've just said literally proves that you're a nice guy. Team A, you will be facing off against Team D. Team A are the heroes and Team D are the villains. You will be given 15 minutes to prepare. Remember, I want to see your plus ultra. Yes, sensei. Would you like a drink with that, sensei? A round of nervous chuckles accompanied the sardonic reply as Shiakari walked through the doorway, followed shortly by his new partner. So what's the plan? How badly do you want to win? Not really. This is kind of a learning experience thing. Okay then, we'll use plan C. You had a plan A and a plan B. Just follow my lead and no one will get hurt. Much. And what's that supposed to mean? Well, I guess you could say that it means. Slipping on the cloak he had folded over his arm, Shiakari tugged on the hood, then after a moment's hesitation, pulled something from his pocket and fitted it onto the lower portion of his face. Removing his hands, he revealed a dull silver mask, featureless except for stitches vertically bisecting a straight line. Then, he pulled out a tiny sphere and dropped it onto the floor. He would repeat this every few meters, only stopping when they reached the fake bomb. He hummed an eerie tune, which sent shivers down her spine as he turned to look at her, expression concealed. Handing her a pistol, for a second, his eyes seemed to glow a sickly green. Let the games begin. All might, maybe this is a bad idea. Yagi Toshinori's eyes flicked away from where they had been for the past few minutes, ignoring the whispers of his students in exchange for trying to figure out what exactly Shiakari was trying to do. What do you mean by that, young Yaoyorozu? Everyone here knows that Shiakari has an unhealthy obsession with violence and is clearly not afraid to use brute force to solve his problems. With Bakugo as his enemy in this battle exercise, it is quite possible that things will get out of hand very quickly. Do not worry about that. There are cameras watching each and every move they make, and I am directly linked to their communication devices. If something truly goes wrong, I will have enough time to stop them, whether via a warning or in person. Not even waiting for Yaoyorozu to respond, he resumed his watch of the vast number of security cameras, both there to record all happenings for later study and as an immediate warning system if shit hit the fan. He was less concerned about how fast he could get to the building and more concerned about why Shiakari was teaching Uraraka how to fire a gun. Not just any gun, but one of his guns. That made the act even more unsettling, because anyone who knew the boy, even as a passing acquaintance, always understood one thing first. Never touch or insult one of Shi's weapons. A common example would be the countless times anyone in charge of monitoring him needed to get him out of jail and deal with the complaints of the police officers that he had injured while refusing to relinquish his prized possession. Of all the people he knew, only one person had been able to handle one of his weapons without explicit permission given, suffering any consequences. The first had been his sensei. Now, he thought, he would have to add a second to that tiny list. Not knowing his inner turmoil were some of the more vocal members of his class. Already, Ashido Mina was gossiping with Hagukure Toru and judging from the giggling. He didn't want to touch them with a 10-foot pole. He made a mental note to thank Aizawa for expelling the second most sketchy member of Class 1A. He didn't know how such an individual had gotten into what was considered the most prestigious school for budding heroes in Japan. But he understood without a single hint of doubt that the grape-haired pervert would have been moaning about how close Shiakari was to his female counterpart for the exercise. Unfortunately, the blonde electricity user and his friend were already cursing the pretentious bastard, and while their words caused him to roll his eyes, a snippet of their conversation did catch his attention. A sword through a wall. I'll need to check that. In all honesty, he understood where his students were coming from, for the duo currently being broadcasted for the class to watch were in a compromising position. Uraraka was currently fumbling with the pistol in her hands. Though her actions had gained some fluidity as compared to when she had first been handed the gun, she was adjusting her grip and whispering something too low for the comms to pick up. Instead of doing it from the side, however, he was pressed against her back, hands folded over hers. While he didn't seem to mind the close proximity of their bodies, Uraraka wasn't as composed, face having turned a shade of red ever since he had given up on just giving her pointers and decided to give her a more physical demonstration. He checked the clock. 10 minutes had passed since the villain team had stepped through the door. 8 since Shiakari had handed one of his interestingly crafted weapons to his teammate. Seemingly satisfied with his partner's performance, the boy separated himself from her and with a few quick swipes in the air in front of him, he pulled up a glowing screen. All Might leaned in closer to the monitor he was watching. It was rare that the bloodthirsty individual revealed anything more than a couple of weapons from his bag of tricks. Notable exceptions including the entrance examination and when he had first made his way into the eye of the media. With a few quick taps, the screen dissolved, replaced by a three-dimensional model of the building they were residing in for the time being. Ignoring the exclamations of surprise, Yagi pondered this new development. 3 possibilities existed. 1. He had somehow gotten a blueprint of the building. 2. He had control over something that allowed him to scan said building. 3. Whatever he had been dropping earlier functioned as radars. He began walking out of the room, pointing to several parts of the diagram that were marked with red spots. More strikingly, there were 4 dots in different colors. 2 blue ones were moving towards 2 yellow ones. All Might quickly tuned into their comms, listening for any scrap of information he could use. What's with the fancy display? An interface I created with a little help. Originally, this was supposed to help in search and rescue. I modified it so we could use it to hunt. And there's always the third situation. Don't be so vague all the time. It's not mysterious or anything. Just annoying. Sure. Anyways, the third situation would be in the off chance that we get stuck in a building or have to defend a building. Technically what we're doing here. But since we're going with Plan C, we won't play defensive. Rather, we'll go on the assault. You know what to do. Yeah. You told me what to do and how to do it. I'm still skeptical that it's going to work. I know our opponents. With a little luck, everything should run smoothly. Trust me, if you say so. Let's do this. Nodding slightly, she watched his teammate dash off, turning left before disappearing around a corner. Yagi switched cameras to find Uraraka, only to flip from camera to camera with increasingly frantic movements when she couldn't be found. Keeping one eye on the screens, he resumed his focus on Shi, who had tugged on his hood and drew something small and rectangular from his pocket. He continued walking down the hallway he had been on, not making a sound despite the heavy combat boots he was wearing. I have a bad feeling about this. Swallowing, a sudden bout of nervousness overtook him. Checking the time, he tapped the mic, clearing his throat and announcing in a booming voice as she stopped walking, facing a closed door. The exercise has begun. Heroes, villains, get ready for battle. You have 20 minutes. The masked boy looked up at the camera trained on him. Despite the concealment of about 90% of his facial features, All Might detected a smile beneath the unsettling parody of a medical mask that he was wearing. The door opened with a boom, Bakugo rushing in, Ada bringing up the rear, already ready to reprimand his teammates' headedness. The words died on his lips when both teenagers laid eyes on the unmoving, silent figure a few meters away from them. Bakugo growled, hands popping with small explosions. Before he could make his move, she raised his head. All Might blinked briefly at the change of emotions in his eyes. Before, they had a hint of mirth when exchanging words with Uraraka. Now, they were devoid of any of his previous good humor. Not a trace of the usual trickster remaining. There was something cold in his eyes, something that spoke of hard steel and a quiet rage rather than the fire and bluster he usually projected. The remaining members of Class 1A shifted behind him, inching away from the screen. The cloaked figure they were watching cocked his head to one side, twirling the object in his hand. His eyes looked like they were glowing an eerie green. Squeezing the object, he tossed it to the floor. The ceiling lights flickered, once, twice, and then blew out. Watching the rest of the cameras confirmed his suspicions. Only a few lights were left intact. They traced a line throughout the building, winding and curving. Clever. As glass rained down from above, he smiled and turned, running into the shadows, blending into them within seconds. Lights out. Aizawa was more than a little disturbed by his classmate. Staring down the dark hallway his adversary had disappeared down. The thought that he might make a better villain than a hero crossed his mind once again in the short time that he had gotten acquainted with his new class and thus the boy that he had reprimanded during the entrance examination. On first glance, he was merely another troublemaker, probably someone that had a powerful quirk and possessed an overinflated ego because of it, like his stubborn, refusing to cooperate team member. That was beside the point. The physical section of the entrance examinations had proved him wrong very, very quickly. That and the fact that he had pulled out a gun, threatened to shoot and then leaped ahead to use the same gun to demolish a robot. Needless to say, he had several nightmares about the gruesome image of the gun being turned on him, and this time, she pulled the trigger, laughing as he did so. However, there were some things that gave him reason to doubt. When everyone ran away from the zero-pointer, leaving a fellow test-taker because they were too afraid to try and save her and risk their lives. Not that they would have been in any trouble. The staff of Yui Academy definitely knew what they were doing. Yet, no one had decided to act like a true hero, except him. Weapon-toting, no self-preservation and a complete lack of empathy for others. It just had to be the one person he would have written off and forgotten about that would prove him wrong. Zero hesitation. The willingness to throw himself at the monstrous, hulking robot for someone that he never met, and all with a smile on his face. Shame burned in him every time the memory of someone vastly dwarfed by the robot he was fighting managed to topple the Iron Giant, against all odds, without a single thought to preserve his own well-being. Some might argue that he was a regenerator, and thus any harm done to him could be fixed easily. It was what he believed for a grand total of 4 hours after his encounter with the latest puzzle in his life. Then his brother had idly mentioned that regenerators hardly went into hero work because while their quirks were able to piece them back together, the pain from every injury was always felt. Upon questioning his brother, citing the individual he had met, Tensei had explained, with a dark look, that the last person with a regeneration quirk that had entered the hero business was currently locked up in an asylum because the wounds he had gained from shielding civilians from a grenade and the stress of feeling his body stitch itself back together had fractured his mind. Ada had resolved to apologize to she if he met him in UA. It was easier said than done. After beating Class 1 in the Quirk apprehension test that their teacher had created, he had taken off. The next day, he had only talked to one person without prompting. And now there was the exercise All Might had devised for them. Aizawa was not a happy person. He had been paired with the last person he would have been picked if their teacher had allowed them to choose their partners. Bakugo Katsuki was everything that a hero wasn't supposed to be. Arrogant and too confident in his own abilities. When they had been given time to plan, he had attempted to be cordial, suggesting that they should work as a team. His team member had brushed him off, stating something ridiculous that he had tuned out after the first 2 sentences consisted of only the variations of a few words. They included extras and I'm stronger. Honestly, he wasn't surprised at all. Originally, he had hoped that the explosive boy would have been able to walk the talk, but judging from how both of them had allowed their opponent to walk away, he was starting to regret not asking All Might for a change in partners. He sighed as Bakugo screamed for she to stop running away like a pussy, running off after him. The first thing Ada would have done would be to follow Bakugo to prevent him from getting captured. But with the darkness, there was a high chance that if he had to use his quirk he would smash into the nearest wall or cripple the person he attacked. If it was she, that wouldn't be much of a problem, but Uraraka was a whole other story. Wishing that he had installed night vision in his suit, Ada followed the faint glow of one of the remaining ceiling lights in the building. He only walked a few meters before he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he was greeted with a gun barrel to the face. He barely had time to fire up his engines before he was pelted with bullets. Wincing at the impact of each bullet, but suddenly grateful for his armor, he reached out to grip the gun, realizing that the close proximity of his assailant meant that he wasn't able to use his engines without missing them entire. Of course, that train of thought was stopped before it could continue any further when a hand lightly tapped his chest. Suddenly, the comfortable weight of his armor disappeared and he stumbled as he abruptly floated off the ground. A few more quick taps on the other sections of his hero costume and he began drifting up to the ceiling, chastening himself for being careless. He locked gazes with Uraraka. Unsurprisingly, she was smirking, but he noticed that the gun she wielded hadn't been lowered. Discreetly, Ada angled himself so he would land feet first on the ceiling. Considering only his suit was weightless, he had a relatively easy time doing so. You know, despite everything I've seen him do, I didn't think that this would work out so well. So this was all set up by she. Divide and conquer. Make sure that we, the heroes, would have the odds stacked against us. What a villainous plan. Uraraka's smirk twitched, briefly resembling a frown as she lowered the pistol. He grew a tad more confident about his chances. As long as he continued to upset her, the probability of success grew a fraction higher. Her two-handed grip had already been reduced to a loose one-handed one. The other hand had clenched into a fist. Her eyes narrowed, and maybe it was just his imagination, but the room's temperature dropped by a few degrees. Think or say whatever you want. It won't change the fact that you're out of commission and your partner, she spat the word like it was killing her to do so, will follow soon after. Perhaps he'll even get to see you before Shikun finishes the job. It probably won't take long. On the bright side, I got some practice in a new support item. Well, at least, he swallowed, knowing that he would regret his decision in the days to come. At least my partner is not a pathetic freak that needs to rely on support items because his quirk is useless. Uraraka took a few seconds to process his words before the smirk fully dissolved into a scowl. As she opened her mouth, obviously ready for a retort, he kicked off the ceiling, aiming for the gun that was an inch away from dropping out of her hand. At least, that was his assumption for about the next 2 seconds. The first sign that something was not quite right popped up when the hand holding the firearm tightened as he began shooting towards it. The next came when he instinctively glanced at her face. The scowl was gone, replaced by a grin he had only seen on Shiakari's face in the heat of battle. The gun barrel angled towards him, and for a single fraction of a second, he saw the cold, yet burning eyes of the person he had just insulted, along with the odd mask that he had been donning earlier hovering behind Uraraka. Then a spike of pain when a bullet embedded itself in his helmet, followed by another, and another. The repeated shots felt like someone was beating his head like a bongo drum. With a hammer, his vision cleared long enough to see her carefully holster the non-lethal hand cannon and pull something out of her pocket. She then tapped her fingers together and watched with a neutral expression as he landed on the floor with a dull thud. She turned him over and placed whatever she was holding into his chest. It beeped, and with a growing sense of horror as the sound grew higher in pitch and frequency, he tried to stand up just before it exploded. Well, that was honestly an exaggeration. It was less of a kaboom and more of a poof. For something so small, it held a surprising amount of liquid. It coated most of his body in a thin sheet, before hardening rapidly. Before he knew it, he was stuck to the floor. While Uraraka hadn't used any of the capture tape that they had been provided with, he was definitely out of the game now. Sagging, he laid his head against the floor and relaxed his body. It was an uncomfortable experience, but he might as well make it as painless as possible. Speaking of the lady herself, she had bent down to look him straight in the eye. The serious, blank stare that she turned on him made him attempt to look away. Guilt gnawed at his conscience. Do you want to know something? He predicted this. To be more specific, he said that how you reacted had the highest probability of occurring. How does it feel to be predictable? He told me that I shouldn't take anything you say seriously, and that he didn't mind anything bad you said about him. Bad ... like what you tried to piss me off with. Ada barely had a chance to actually process her words before she continued, a hint of anger creeping into her voice. Then again, what would you know? I don't have the best of memories, but I know your face. Ada Tenya, you were there. You left me, just like the rest of them. Yet, you called him a freak, someone that relied on weapons because he was weak. He might forgive you, but I know that you really believed what you said. It's in your voice, and now you feel guilty. Uraraka climbed to her feet, unholstering her sidearm and ejecting the magazine. Pointedly dropping it on his helmet, she reloaded the gun. Rubber bullets, a capture weapon intended to immobilize in seconds. Everything designed to prevent a single death. You fear what he can do, what he has done. Not just you, everyone else as well. The other members of our class. Heh, I bet they're listening to me right now. Anything to say All Might? No, nothing. Why am I not surprised? Ada opened his mouth, then closed it. He felt his face flush. Suddenly, he was grateful for the mask he wore. He searched himself for a single argument against her accusations ... and found none, much to his shame. I'm sorry, don't tell me that. Shikun might brush off the fear and the lack of trust, but he's human, just like the rest of us. I'm sure he's already forgiven the lot of you, but that doesn't mean I will. Stay put. This exercise will be over soon. And as if he had been waiting for her to finish her sentence, Bakugo flew through the wall, providing slightly more light, accompanying the weak ceiling light he had been following when he got ambushed. His temperamental teammate tumbled once before using the explosions from his hands to prop himself back up. His head snapped in their direction for a second. Bakugo looked at the duo, looked away, paused and turned his head back to catch one of Shiakari's rubber bullets in the forehead. He cursed, bringing a hand up to protect his face from the sudden cascade of bullets while the other fired explosions in their general direction. Ada would have flinched at the sudden increase in heat, but he couldn't. Thankfully, the explosions weren't strong enough to cause harm. Uraraka continued firing, backing away as she did so. When the weapon finally clicked instead of firing the next in a steady stream of bullets, Bakugo lowered his hand and cracked a triumphant smile. After that chase your effing friend put me through, I'm going to enjoy ripping apart the one-person girly F face seems to care about. Despite the very, very obvious threat to her well-being, Uraraka still grinned. Big words for the guy who just went through a wall. What did he do? Throw you? He snarled at the taunt, hands popping even more furiously than before. Then a familiar voice called out in a sing-song manner and he paled rapidly. Simultaneously, all eyes turned to the hole in the wall. With a little hop, Shiakari breached the gap. In his hands was what looked like a shotgun. Inserting a cartridge, he pumped the shotgun with an ominous click. This might sting. Rather than the usual spread of pellets one would expect from the weapon, the cartridge she had just loaded popped out. Reflexively, Bakugo stretched out a hand and fired an explosion. The cartridge crumbled, emitting a cloud of smoke that quickly spread throughout their section of the building. Ida gagged at the sudden thickness of the air he was attempting to breathe. Judging from the coughs, however, his partner had taken the brunt of the sudden attack on their senses. Of course, that was the least of Bakugo's worries when she flipped the shotgun, aimed for 2 seconds and hammered him in the face with the butt of the weapon. His eyes rolled before he collapsed to one knee. She reloaded the gun with about 4 more rounds before clipping it to his back. Kicking his supporting leg, she watched apathetically as his victim smashed face first into the floor, stepping on his back and putting him into an arm lock. The still cloaked individual produced a roll of capture tape and proceeded to bind the wrist he was holding. Bakugo has been captured. As Ida is currently restrained, neither can continue with the match. Villain team wins. Ignoring Ida, who was still stuck in Bakugo, who was strangely growling, the duo exchanged a high five. She removed his mask and cloak, revealing the tiny smile on his face, as compared to how Uraraka was beaming at him. This is too much PDA for one day. As he was about to voice his thoughts, albeit more politely, Bakugo staggered to his feet. He carried a sadistic smile, one that stretched from ear to ear. Just before his fingers closed around the pin-like protrusion of one of his grenade-shaped bracers, she had thrown his cloak on Uraraka and pushed her behind him. Then came the sound of thunder. Ida braced himself for the shockwave, only to find that the only thing that had happened to him was that the solid coating his body had turned into a gel-like substance, sloshing off him as he stumbled, getting up despite his ringing ears. Once sight had returned to his eyes, he stared in aghast at the new scenery. Uraraka looked fine, only a little shell-shocked. His cloak was just as pristine as it had always been. He had not been so lucky. There was a clear indicator of how much of the explosion he had tanked for the duo behind him on the floor. Scorch marks bloomed outwards, starting from Bakugo. However, a portion of the pattern on the ground, about the width of a human, remained unblemished. He noted the sickly smell in the air and retched. The abomination twisted his head to check on the sound, showcasing a face charred black and crumbling. It had no eyeballs, just melted white goop slowly dripping from the remains of its eye sockets. A chunk of charcoal fell from its cheek to reveal a portion of the thing's jaw. Its teeth were fused together, a mixture of white and black. Somehow, it was still standing. Ida threw up right there and then, realizing where the smell was coming from. Bakugo, the exercise is over. Cease your actions at once. All Might's outrage was so strong one could taste it in each word. Yet, the boy in concern just cackled, a wild, deranged look in his eyes. The pansy can heal himself, so whatever I do to him doesn't matter. Ida's eyes flicked from the cracks on the walls to the other gauntlet Bakugo was wearing. It was clear that the building couldn't stand another blast. Still, his hand was already reaching for the other pin. All Might arrived just as the pin was pulled. As a second blast rippled through the corridor, Ida felt himself get whisked away by a strong arm, deposited outside the building. Uraraka sat next to him on the concrete, a glazed look in her eyes before Bakugo and All Might showed up, the former being restrained, grenade bracers crushed, and a shell of their previous self. And not a second to spare, considering the building began to collapse right in front of them. Where's Shikan? Their teacher hesitated, hanging his head in shame. The only reason I managed to get all 3 of you out was because he had taken most of the second blast as well. It gave me enough time to save you 3. But he held a constipated look for several seconds, wringing his hands together. I couldn't save him. You bastards. Uraraka's words, even as a murmur, were like icicles through his heart. That was to say nothing of the rage and dismay lining each word. You left him to die because you thought he was already dead, didn't you? Her voice began to grow louder. Young Uraraka, while young she might have been one of the most powerful regenerators I have ever seen. No one without a durability quirk could survive both blasts. His words were the last thing needed to ignite the rage in his students' eyes. You bastards. This effer here killed one of his classmates because he thought she could take it. You chose to save a murderer over his victim, over the person that tried to shield us from the damage. You, what kind of a hero are you? The venom dripping from her words could kill a cobra. All Might flinched at her outburst, head sagging even lower as tears began to trickle down her cheeks. So distracted was the number 1 hero by his guilt that he never noticed that Uraraka had walked over to the semi-conscious Bakugo, unloading at least 5 bullets into his head before he could restrain her. Let me go. He deserves this. Just let me kill him. He'd avoided the other members of Class 1A, for they had followed All Might out. He couldn't meet their eyes even if he wanted to. Uraraka had broken down into a crying mess, gun forgotten and currently getting comforted by the other girls of the class. Todoroki watched the decimated building, for once not entirely devoid of emotion. He was watching the now unconscious Bakugo, and his left side seemed to be smoldering. Yagi Toshinori ignored the judging stares of his new students. Upon the collapse of the building, several alerts had been sent to the rest of the faculty. Cementos and Power Loader would be arriving to help fish out the boy he had abandoned. Recovery Girl had somehow hobbled her way faster than them and was fussing over the members involved in the disastrous training exercise. So this is how I'll be remembered by the first class I teach. A hero that left his student to die. He wallowed in self-hatred for a few minutes, not noticing the arrival of most of the other faculty members, who had already begun to usher the students away and sort through the rubble. Some hero you are, killing my protege on your first day. The last person he wanted to see. Gingi Yuki, dressed casually, chuckled as he stood beside the number one hero. All Might could feel the bite behind the dark humor and kept his mouth shut, choosing to live another day. The crime profiler turned teacher patted him on the shoulder, before walking towards the ruins, typing away on a small tablet. Not even focusing on the other heroes, he walked to one of the walls that was still standing, and with one hand, effortlessly lifted the pillar in front of it. Now can someone get Bakari to Recovery Girl before he dies again? Yaga's head snapped up so fast. He felt several bones crack. What? Gingi continued typing away, but seemingly noticing how none of the staff were moving, pocketed the tablet and lifted something limp out of the spot he had cleared. Slipping what appeared to be a body onto his back in a fireman's carry, Gingi trudged off, ignoring the blood dripping from what he was carrying. Before their eyes, the red and black and white individual getting carried changed. Broken limbs fit themselves back together. Black turned to a pale peach and white was replaced by red, then by the same shade of pale pink. Within a minute, the corpse-like figure had turned back into Shiakari, a very white, very naked Shiakari. Eraserhead, who had come on site after making sure his students were okay, rubbed his eyes as Present Mike screeched, "I don't know about you lot, but I need a drink." Aizawa shouted needed a drink and he needed it badly. He had to remind himself to stay calm and collected. There were more important things to do right then and there as compared to drinking himself into peaceful oblivion. His class had just watched one of their classmates stand in front of not one, but two explosions in order to protect those behind him. He knew that at least Uraraka Ochako was traumatized. A close second would be Ida Tenya. He would have to put the whole class through mandatory counseling with Hound Dog over the next few days. Understandable, really. Power Loader had managed to pull the footage from the security cameras that were meant to help prevent incidents to show to all the teachers. Nezu was less than pleased with what they got to see. Present Mike's stomach agreed. All Might's colossal F-up had only one benefit. It had revealed Bakugo's true nature. Some of the kinder teachers argued that with what she had put him through in the entire battle trial, the teenager couldn't have been in the right state of mind. Unfortunately for that argument, it fell flat when the audio footage was analyzed. It was clear that Bakugo had been coherent throughout his little chase of his opponent. Why, you may ask? He had been swearing up a storm and threatening his family, dignity and physical well-being. The thing that had turned him into the first student of UA to be kicked straight through a wall on his second day of school was when he had said that he was going to destroy your queer ass and F up your girlfriend so hard she'll have to quit school. He had removed the hood, discarded his previous weapon of choice and pulled out a shotgun from nowhere. One day, Aizawa thought he would figure out the secrets to Shiakari's bottomless storage, rather than using it properly. The boy hammered his enemy in the gut before delivering a textbook roundhouse kick to Bakugo's sternum. Aizawa was impressed with the explosion user's tenacity, but it was what proved to be solid evidence against any possible claims he might have that his assault had messed up his thought processes, and the sadistic grin on his face as he fired not one, but two colossal blasts of smoke and fire, not even flinching at how his target had literally turned into living charcoal after the first attack. That was another can of worms he was hesitant to touch. The only thing good that had come out of All Might's F-up was that he knew what was wrong with Bakugo now. He had taken note of the obvious superiority complex Bakugo possessed, but now he saw that it was much more serious than something that could be fixed and tempered with a little ego-crushing. To go so far as to try and murder an opponent, or in more polite terms, attack an adversary with lethal intent, had produced many problems. First, Bakugo would have to be expelled. That was something he didn't feel bad about. Not at all. If an attempted murderer, even a child, was discovered to be harbored within Yui Academy without any consequences for his actions, it would trigger a massive uproar, not to mention ruin the school's image forever. Best case scenario, they had to send Bakugo for psychological analysis and counseling. Worst case scenario, they locked him in a mental asylum, and with how he was acting even after thinking that he killed someone, it was leaning towards the second option. Judging from the burning fury in Nezu's eyes, that wouldn't be the only thing that would happen to him. Even if I didn't want to punish Bakugo Katsuki, we would still have to do something to look like we're, well, doing something about it. The Ida family is already about to go up in arms over our lack of safety precautions, even if Ida Tennu was unscathed. According to my knowledge, they feel indebted to Shiakari for protecting the next heir to the Ingenium name, as accidentally as he did it. So that's another thing that might start a PR nightmare if we do nothing. Then comes the next problem, our resident one-man army. While comatose for the time being, we do not know what he will do when he wakes up. As everyone here might already know, there have been a variety of regenerators over the years. The strongest ones may think themselves invincible, but they are not. They encounter something that their body can come back from, but their mind cannot. Most go on rampages until they burn out. The worst ones possess some form of their original intelligence. The go-to method of dealing with the latter is turning everything in a 100-meter radius of the monster. Luckily, most of the inhabitants of said area are dead before the bombs start falling. We do not want to find out what Shiakari turns into. Like that explanation wasn't ominous enough, Gingi Yuki put in his own 2 cents. The kid holds himself like a professional for a reason. Regenerators turn into villains, animals when the pain breaks their minds. Considering how much training he's put himself through, we must be cautious. For the difference in raw power and intellect as compared to some members of Class 1A, he makes up for in spades with sheer willpower. I once locked him in a solid metal box to test his problem-solving skills. I came back 6 hours later to a hole big enough for him to fit through with ease, punched through one of the walls. Part of me expects him to not get through this, because if he does, I don't want to see what he turns into. If he had any other quirk, she would have burned out by now. Regeneration is the only quirk that could possibly have kept up with his ability to pick himself up. An image had flashed through Aizawa's mind. A single figure, blood gushing from numerous bullet wounds, a trail of corpses trampled behind it. Nezu had called the various parents. Bakugo's mother would turn up soon to assess the situation and do damage control. Iraraka's parents were busy with work. Ida would be lawyered up, but he had a hunch that they would pamper the hell out of him when he returned home. She's parents was when the trouble started. To put it simply enough, they didn't care. Not one bit. Through all the bluster, half-lies, and twisted words, certain things stood out. 1. Shiakari was either homeless or living elsewhere. The only times he had returned to their house was to grab something ... and for the duration of time that they had planted bugs in their house, which raised even more questions and problems. Now, if everything went well, he would have to figure out where to put problem child so he could rest up. He snarled at their callous, dismissive nature. Currently, the best plan that they had in the eventuality that comatose she woke up, chained as he was to a bed in recovery girl's office, was to pump him full of quirk suppressants and kill him. Nezu needed the victim awake to provide Bakugo with some semblance of a chance to survive against the Ida family, for if she shattered or died, his charges would change from attempted murder to murder, out of the frying pan and into the fire, never to see the light of day again, provided his classmates didn't retaliate in response to his actions. Iraraka had made her stance very clear, refusing to be parted from the gun she had wielded in the battle trial and the armored cloak that had served as the other significant reason for her lack of major injury. Ida was on his way to joining her side. As of the members of Class 1 is still in class at the moment, Todoroki had gone the next few hours patting out a flame on his shoulder. Yaoyorozu seemed to be in a guilt-filled daze, and he highly doubted that the rest of the class would side with Bakugo anytime soon. After having to pull up files on the current victim and assailant, a dark part of him was contemplating helping them in any revenge efforts. All might was still swallowed by his own self-hatred. The person he was most concerned about was Gingi Yuki himself. The sarcastic joker had been relatively quiet, witty comments absent as he painted a picture of Bakugo's psyche. Despite the lack of any expression of anger, his ever-tinkering hands had stilled. While Aizawa had considered the noise irritating, the lack thereof was more eerie than it should have been. He hoped that it wouldn't come down to a fight against a murderous teacher. He would be a terrifying opponent. His phone chirped with a message. Short and succinct, it held a hint of desperation. Iraraka has found out she is still alive, requesting help before she sends everything in my infirmary into the air. Iraraka knew that she was probably in shock. It wasn't very surprising considering what she had just gone through. After all, she was still trying to scrub all memories of the burnt and bloody figure that had once been the quiet person she had tried to crack open for secret. She was hoping that he'd be more amicable and willing to let her hang around rather than pull his usual trick of disappearing around corners after they had truly run through a proper battle scenario. Then, Bakugo effing Katsuki had to be the egomaniac that he was, and All Might had to be the ignorant teacher that he was, and Shiakari had to be the stupid self-sacrificing zero-hesitation person that he was. Now he was dead, buried under the rubble that was once a building. She was being treated for injuries that she didn't have in the infirmary, while Ida constantly tried to draw her into a conversation as he fidgeted and refused to meet her eyes. She didn't know where the filthy murderer had gone off to. She had been adamant about her opinion on the whole situation. If a year ago, someone had told her that she would tell the number one hero to stick his words somewhere the sun didn't shine, she would have laughed at the impossibility of meeting him in the first place and the sheer amount of disrespect in the statement. But that was exactly what she did when he had attempted to remove the cloak and pistol that she held, citing reasons like how they had belonged to the member of Class 1 and were also dangerous if she tried to shoot anyone else. To the shock of her classmates, who had still been around and hovering over her and Ida, she had immediately cursed out the idiot that had cost she his life. It was mostly a blur to her, for the rage-induced rant had left her far more tired than she had been even after the explosions and building collapse. However, Ashido, who had apologized to her for the confrontation in the girls' locker room barely a day ago, had whispered that she would show her the recording of her verbal lashing of a grown man basically 3 times her age. Uraraka cringed internally. She wasn't sure what she had said, but from the fact that All Might had merely peeked into the infirmary before vanishing when she met his gaze, the words that were used were probably on the serious side of things. If she was being really honest, after what she had seen, Uraraka hardly regretted anything that she might have done to offend him. Even if he was the number one hero, was how her epiphany went, he was another human, and no amount of strength could change that. She brushed her fingers over the cloak, marveling at the technological know-how that had probably gone into making it. It was light, abnormally soft considering it was sturdy enough to shield her from 2 explosions and still felt like fabric. There were a number of zippered pockets that she had left untouched, for a reason unknown to her still, but they held objects within that were most likely more ingenious items that he had cooked up. The gun was almost out of bullets to use. She had used 1 magazine to distract Ida, then half of another because she was feeling vindictive and he had touched a nerve. Bakugo had gotten a full clip because he deserved it. Nuff said. She hadn't given her much, a twinkle in his eye hinting at an inside joke that only he understood when she asked how he would fare when the gun ran out. Plenty of materials are around the place. Maybe one day you'll see what I can do. You all right, dearie? You've been awfully quiet for a while. Despite the concern in her voice, Uraraka chuckled bitterly at the question. While it may have been good in intention, the answer was rather obvious. I just watched one of my classmates attempt to kill another, and by association, me. Then I saw how a human body looked like when it encounters an explosion at point-blank range. Sorry, ma'am, but no, I'm not all right. Right, that was a poor question. Sorry about that. It's okay. On the bright side, you barely suffered any injuries. Call it a stroke of luck or otherwise. If I encountered you in the hallway, I wouldn't think that you had just survived a building collapse. Wasn't luck. Shikun died to keep the both of us alive. I owe my life to him again. You are talking about the young man that patched you up after the entrance exam? Yes. He's a good kid. You were there. How did he fix my broken legs? Either people didn't know or they told me that it wasn't info that I needed. It was a painful miracle. I wasn't able to heal you because of your quirk exhaustion. Do you really want to know what he did? Ask him yourself. He told me to keep it a secret until he felt you were ready. Judging from the fact that he's in an impromptu grave back at the training grounds, I don't think he'll be able to answer my question. He's not dead, only unconscious. I placed him in a separate room because the teachers were talking about how he had to be isolated in case he woke up. What do you mean Shikun's alive? They told me he was dead. A look crossed Recovery Girl's face, one that screamed I wasn't supposed to say that. A few emotions flickered inside her for a fraction of a second. Relief, worry, and happiness fought for their place before all 3 were dominated by anger. Uraraka stood up from the bed, ignoring the twinge in her muscles. If she could see herself at that moment, she would have seen the way her pupils had narrowed into predatory slits. The bed began to float, as did other objects her hands brushed against. Ada made a feeble attempt to move away before his bed began to levitate as well. He clung on for dear life as the air itself seemed to tremble with fury. Where is he? While Class 1 would never know it, the discussion that was playing out in class was going on at the precise time at which Uraraka Achako had begun to remove the gravity of objects in the infirmary and soon after caused Aizawa shouted to make a mad dash for the scene before it could escalate. The main subject of the class-wide discussion was the individual they had watched burn alive in order to defend his classmates from harm. Naturally, a few people had abstained from the talk going on. Koda couldn't think about the incident without turning green. Aoyama wasn't far off and Shaoji didn't really talk anyway. The remaining students had been using the past quarter of an hour stuck on a single question. Who was Shiakari? It was very clear what stances the students had taken and their opinions on the person in question. Unsurprisingly, a majority of the class were wary or outright disliked Shi. With the gruesome nature of his quirk and his supposed arrogance during the quirk apprehension test on day 1, many had already formed a terrible first impression of him. A select few had been around to watch him during the entrance examination and had shared their collective montage of him bouncing around like he had springs built into the balls of his feet and pulling out an obscene number of weapons to toss at his enemy. One thing that had taken more poking and prodding was the reason behind Uraraka's amiable nature towards him despite his passive-aggressive nature. The girls had reluctantly contributed the fiasco that had gone down on the other side of the wall. Shiakari had buried a sword into as evidence of how loyal Uraraka was to him. Some called it hero worship, which was an odd but accurate description of her nature, but the term made more sense when Sira, who had been there to watch Shi's animal-like brutality, had revealed with no small amount of embarrassment that he had been the only one to go back and save Uraraka from the zero-pointer while everyone else ran away. Arazu had expressed her regrets at causing the trouble in the first place and her dismissive views of the gunslinger, admitting that his display of planning and the immediate reaction to Bakugo's actions had made her change the opinion she had possessed. From the very limited pool of information they had gathered, there are only a few things that could be said with absolute, or with nearly 100% certainty, was that Shiakari was somewhat deranged, held a regeneration quirk made powerful through training, had a certain level of intellect that made it easy for him to plot a plan that took out his opponents hands down, and held the heroic quality that everyone in UA was striving to show, or at least no hesitation about self-sacrifice. Kaminari had argued that because he could just heal, his actions should be looked at in a different light. Takoyami, much to their collective surprise, was the one who then pointed out that just because someone could regrow a limb didn't mean that the person was immune to pain or trauma. A quick search on the internet had provided links to news articles including past regenerators who had been forcefully retired after their minds collapsed along with their bodies, despite how they had repaired themselves. The blonde was then forced to retract his statement when Jiru gave him the stink eye and called him an idiot. That brought up a point a wannabe murderer had used. It shut him up really quickly and added a more somber air to the discussion. Hiroshima then stated that maybe they should wait for the teachers to ascertain the situation before calling Bakugo a murderer. After all, wasn't there a chance that the beatings he had been put through had ruined his sense of judgment? Admittedly a good point at first glance, it was fairly obvious that the red-haired teen only provided the suggestion because Bakugo was manly, and it fell flat when Ashido shut down the line of reason when she explained that she had managed to draw what happened out of Uraraka, which was the fact that Bakugo was in a safe state of mind when he had attempted to kill his opponent. Also, the cameras they had been watching were almost always locked on the action, and it was relatively clear from the body language of the explosive teen that he was merely angry, and no traces of a concussion or anything could be detected. Hiroshima opened his mouth to object, paused, then closed it, suddenly a lot more depressed than he had been at the start of the argument. Now was the elephant in the room they had been putting off: All Might's failure. While the hero worshippers in one raised plenty of points that painted the number one hero in a more favorable light, others were quick to shoot them down, owing to the sheer amount of evidence pointing to his incompetence. First was Yaoyorozu's conversation. All Might had clearly stated that he would be able to stop anything from occurring if it did with the help of the security cameras they all had been using. Yet, he was unable to stop not one, but both pins from being pulled. To add fuel to the fire that was currently burning up his reputation with his first class, everyone had unanimously agreed that All Might had only gone for 3 of the 4 members in the crumbling building. Considering how he hadn't even spared a backwards glance at Shi's blackened body, the hero had immediately written him off as dead, despite the fact that with all the terrible injuries, she had still refused to go down and had even launched himself to muffle the second explosion. There was no excuse to be made. He didn't have enough time was ridiculous. Despite All Might's secrecy about his quirk, it was easy to see that it made him strong and fast enough to go around Mustafa stopping crime and defuse hostage situations. Tsuyu, being as discreet as a sledgehammer to the face, had pointed out the irony. All Might had made his debut as a hero by saving 100 people from a building in less than 10 minutes after a disaster had struck. That meant that he would have to save an average of 10 or more people in a minute, and considering he had saved other people afterwards, surely he would have been able to replicate a smaller version of the original act. If not, wasn't the logical conclusion that All Might was getting weaker? The new revelation was one that was more disturbing than it should have been. The symbol of peace was getting old. The conversation then hit a dead end, the students trying to absorb the information that had just been thrust upon them. The heroes in training stared at each other, no words coming forth to break the silence that had enveloped the class. It was an unlikely individual, one that had not spoken a single word, that triggered confusion at his first sentence of the day. He's clearly suicidal. Todoroki Shoto, not even glancing up from his hands, shattered the silence with an outrageous claim. Before the other members of Class 1 started to protest, he held up a hand to motion for silence. If that wasn't enough, the change in his eyes was enough to shut up the rest. While the girls had admitted that he was hot, his distinct trait was his detachment from the situation. Not smiling, not frowning, not even a flicker of emotion in his eyes except when she had pestered him about his quirk during the first day of school. He always keeps his arms to his sides, even when walking, and has an addiction to blades and guns. His hero costume is loose and covers his entire body, which could mean that he wants to be a night-based, stealth hero, but the fact that he uses guns contradicts that. I'm not saying it's to conceal anything. I cannot be sure, but it is likely. Despite his regeneration quirk, you can see scars on his arms, many of them. More importantly, I managed to catch a few glimpses of the underside of them. The things that stood out were the cross-shaped scars tracing the entire length of his arms and encircling his wrists. Considering marks of such severity were left behind even with his quirk, we can conclude. He paused at this, a dark look on his face. The other members of Class 1 didn't need him to finish the sentence to get what Todoroki was going for. The mood of the classroom took another critical hit. And although there was a sizable number of people in the room and it had been relatively quiet for the later half of their talk, no one noticed the person listening in until he cleared his throat. Noises and exclamations of surprise immediately followed, and though he would deny it later, Kirishima would be the only one to shriek at the sudden sound. All eyes turned as one to the intruder. Perched on the teacher's table was a man with salt and pepper hair and emerald-like eyes. He was polishing a pair of glasses, an amused expression on his face. Some had seen him walking around the school, one thing or another held in his hands no matter the situation. Yet, none had talked to him, and all had assumed that he was part of the administration or just a teacher for another class, considering all who were in charge of theirs had already introduced themselves. The man slipped his glasses back on and the placid smile faltered as he raised his gaze to meet them. It's rude to talk about someone behind their back, even more so when the person in question is lying comatose, handcuffed and hooked up to machines because he thought that his life was of less worth than his new friends. Before you ask, yes, Ikari is still alive. He's not in handcuffs because he's been arrested or anything. If anyone should be, it would be that Bakugo brat. The smile turned into more of a grimace. It also contained a hint of sadism when talking about arresting Bakugo. Getting to his feet, landing softly despite the abrupt movement, he bowed, low and dramatic, tipping an imaginary hat as he did so. The flamboyant movements relaxed the more tense members in the room, some of which had already begun to prepare and use their quirks. For others, however, the exaggerated motions triggered even more warning flags. Now, where are my manners? Some of you think I am an enemy. You would be incorrect. My name is Gingi, an assistant to the teachers of this wonderful school. I used to be a criminal profiler and have worked on many cases in the past. I quit my job in protest of how the people in command considered the final case I worked on a cold case. No matter what facts I pointed out, they threatened to retire me, so I decided to quit on my own terms. Now that Ikari is currently indisposed and the teachers are walking on eggshells cause of him, Aizawa told me to make sure none of you tried to blow each other up. He winced at the collective shudder that ran through everyone at his offhand statement. Sorry about that. Anyway, since the fiasco that occurred a couple of hours ago ruined your first battle experience, I have two choices for all of you. It won't be a collective thing. If some of you pick one option, only those that chose said option will follow through with their choice. I understand that you have had your first taste of what this world has to offer. This world of cruelty and death. You've just seen what the future has to offer you if you continue down the path you have picked, and I believe some of you have doubts. You've seen the number one hero and your belief, your awe for the symbol of peace has crumbled to ashes. Gingi's smile had vanished completely, all attempts at appearing non-threatening gone. No matter how blunt or abrupt his change of tune was, his words rang through. It only made the man seem more dangerous, almost as if he had read their minds, every single one of them, and understood what he saw. Here are your two choices. One is that you go home, think about what you've seen and how your faith has been shaken. Think of your next option and if you really want to continue training to be a hero. I won't blame you if you choose option 1. It's what I wished I had done. Option 2 is that you follow me to another training ground. UA has plenty of them and the destruction of one will not change that. I will teach you like how I have been taught. Like how Shiakari has been taught. I will teach you how to fight. Asuitsuyu watched the happenings with a poker face worthy of a king. Her first thought on the situation was that escalated quickly. From introducing himself as an assistant teacher, and then a former criminal profiler, Gingi's had made a 180-degree turn. Like rain while the sun was blazing in the sky, he offered them some thinking time or training. Judging from the murmuring, she already knew that some were planning to leave. Yet, no one moved to leave, though a few shifted on their feet, almost instinctively. Her mind went back to the grotesque imitation of a smile that accompanied a pair of unseeing eyes and useless limbs, all part of a person who she thought had died standing. She was more than a little impressed and inspired by the person's boldness. She knew, in her heart of hearts, that she wouldn't be able to turn away now and hold her head up high ever again. How could she call herself an aspiring hero when she had treated someone who was a little different, yet more human than she was with her mutations, with suspicion and fear? Looking around, she guessed that the others were also following similar trains of thought. What about your Uraraka, Ida and Bakugo? They're currently still getting treated by Recovery Girl, Ajaru asked, though hesitantly, as if there was something on his mind. Gingi-sensei snorted derisively, a far cry from the nice person he had appeared to be. He flapped a hand, then swiped it down in the middle of the air in a motion that reminded her of no map or anything showed up, no projection of light. However, his eyes flicked back and forth as a finger made a scrolling motion, and the smirk that turned him into an older version of the weapons master who was currently missing resurfaced. Your Araka will get more than enough help from Shi if he comes out alive and mentally stable. Expect them to spend a lot of time around each other. Ida will probably get help as well if he manages to swallow his pride and apologize for the things he said during the battle trial. As for Bakugo, who gives a damn? I don't. I'll tell you one thing though, he won't be coming back to UA anytime soon. If the crimes he committed doesn't get him locked up, I'll make sure he does. That's a promise. A shadow concealed his face as a cloud blocked part of the sun, and she shivered at how such a simple thing, accompanied by his declaration, made his already oppressing presence loom over them even more. It felt tangible now. That's no way to talk about Bakugo. While his actions may have been unmanly, what she did to him explains it. Plus, he can repair his own body, according to what you've said, so any damage done is fixable. Kirishima, despite having already been berated for his one-sided opinion on the situation, he still couldn't resist responding to the callous sentence, spoken with a mild sense of boredom. Before she could slap him across the head with her tongue, the atmosphere seemed to darken even further. A resounding snap echoed through the room as Gingi-sensei clenched one of his hands into a fist, popping his knuckles as he did so. He began to laugh, more of a cackle, a mocking sound that reminded her of one of the witches from an old cartoon. And when he rebuffed Kirishima, he did so in a tone so cold that she was surprised frost hadn't formed in the classroom. If this is what's the best the new generation of UA students have to offer, I am so disappointed in our future. You're telling me that just because someone can heal, they should be fine with taking more damage than what is considered reasonable. You think because Akari can heal the person who destroyed half of his internal organs and most of his skin should get off lightly. Let me tell you something, Mr. Kirishima Aizawa. Gingi-sensei leaned in with every sentence. Kirishima moved back a step with every action, fear written all over his face. If I said that you, with a hardening quirk, should be used as a shield to deflect a machine gun because you can take the damage, what would you say? Wait, don't answer that. I know what you're about to say. That's different. I'll still take damage and it'll take time to heal. Have you ever thought about the sheer amount of pain involved in regeneration? Have you thought about the number of times he breaks his body because it's the only thing he thinks he can do to help others, and how he's constantly getting shunned by that? I'll let you in on a secret. Mr. Bakugo is amazing cause he has a flashy quirk. Why don't you look up the name Shiakari? Let's see if you can look me in the eye and tell me Bakugo doesn't deserve punishment and expulsion. He spun away from the ashen-faced boy, a twisted smile on his face as he spread his arms wide apart. How many people do you think said that they were allowed to hurt him because he could just shrug it off? I've lost count. But in this school, I've already counted 2. If I had my way, he'd be locked in a cell and I'd throw away the key. Attempted murder and assault. You think he shouldn't be charged despite all the evidence? Don't make me laugh. And if you do anything to my kid, I'll show you why I teach here. Not to watch your every move and predict everything you'll say, but to show brats like you what happens to bigots. With his final sentence, the air crackled with power. The work of his quirk, Kirishima, already pale as a sheet, mumbled something about having to go and dashed out of the classroom. That was rude, were the first words out of Tsuyu's mouth, and she winced internally, waiting for him to verbally tear her apart like he did her classmate. Instead, he pinched his nose, suddenly looking very old and tired. It was also semi-uncalled for. He needed a wake-up call. Better now than in the middle of a fight. I'll apologize when he comes back, if he comes back. In the meantime, anyone who wants to leave can do so. Door's right there. This is a one-time thing. I'm not supposed to be here doing this, but the teachers are all paranoid and on red alert, so the only thing they're focused on right now is keeping an eye on Akari. Aizawa might have come back to check on you all, but your Araka is currently running amok and threatening to drop pieces of expensive medical equipment on his head. I think I speak for everyone when I say that we are staying. Watching Shi sacrifice himself made me realize that being a hero is much tougher than just fighting villains. And I do not think that I am ready. When I think about throwing myself in front of someone else in order to protect them, my legs lock up. I want to know how to become a better hero. A wan smile crossed his lips for a few seconds. Then let us begin. Tsuyu watched impassively as Gingi-sensei leaned against a wall, glasses removed and occasionally bringing up a screen in front of his eyes. For someone who had just declared that whatever he was doing was illegal and had publicly, blatantly threatened a student, he was surprisingly patient. Most of Wana had decided that they would fight him, only exceptions being Koda, Hagakure, Shoji, and of course, Kirishima. Her other classmates were discussing how the whole battle trial 2.0 would go and if they were going to go one by one or in a group. Personally, she found the idea of facing the mentor of the dark individual who had dominated one of the strongest members with little more than a shotgun that only shot smoke bombs and rubber bullets was more than a little terrifying. Gingi sensei had mentioned that he had trained Shiakari. That essentially meant that the self-sacrificing, no one knows what he's thinking student probably picked up whatever he had been using from the person currently snickering at something that she couldn't see. And as if he could pick up on her thoughts, those cold green eyes, not so different from those that had glowed as the lights went out in a building that was no longer standing, focused on her instead. She briefly considered avoiding eye contact and going back to her thoughts, then reminded herself that this was a teacher. He wouldn't harm them without a valid reason. Hopefully, she waited till the feeling of a searchlight on her subsided before asking the first thing that came to her mind. Is she all right? Last time I saw him. His eyes softened at the inquiry. A quick flick of his finger and the movement of his eyes as several screens materialized in the air indicated that he was, yet again, reading or watching something. Smiling at whatever he saw, Gingi sensei inclined his head before turning to the next screen and snickering, flipping it with a quick gesture to show her what was on it. Recovery girl, the nurse of UA, was currently scrambling around a room. Hida was hanging onto a bed that was currently floating close to the ceiling and Uraraka was right in the center of it, looking like she was screaming something while tapping even more objects around her and then batting them at the elderly woman, who was screaming right back at her. A flash of black drew her attention and she noted Aizawa-sensei sprinting into the room, taking one look at the carnage and unslinging the capture weapon wrapped around his neck just in time to get clocked in the head by a cup. Staggering, he must have made some form of noise, because Uraraka turned around, made a face that resembled a cross between embarrassment and fury and picked a bottle that had been floating near her and threw it at him. As expected of a pro hero, Aizawa-sensei had already recovered from the earlier damage to his head in time to dodge the bottle ... but not the one that came after it. Aizawa's expression carried a message that was easy to read, even if it was a blind man reading his face. She continued watching the little show, feeling, more than seeing Gingi-sensei shifting around her to peek at the screen over her shoulder. Aizawa-sensei's eyes flared red and his hair began to rise as if Uraraka's quirk had affected it as well. And everything in the room that was in the air quickly dropped where they were, mostly onto the floor, some onto the people trying to avoid them. Mistake. Gingi-sensei plucked the screen, holding it like it was real and crushed it in his fist. Without further prompting, he elaborated on his one-word comment, erasing Uraraka's quirk while there were countless things, fragile or otherwise hovering in the air, was begging for trouble when they all came crashing back down. I bet Chio-sen's going to give him an earful about the amount of medicine and whatnot that he dropped onto the floor. Anyway, now that that's over, any other questions for me? She rummaged her head for any other questions, mentally shrugged at the sheer number of them and picked one that was more important for the current situation. What's your quirk? He smirked at that one. Good question. I call it adaptable, just as I coined the term unbreakable for Ikari's quirk. There are unofficial names for both of ours, but that's a story for another time. As for what mine does, now that would be removing the suspense if I told you. However, since you bothered to ask, pointing in the direction of the small crowd that was still arguing over whoever knows what, I'll give you a hint. It is exactly what it sounds like. He then proceeded to tug on a pair of black gloves. By the glossy sheen, they were most likely leather. Smile gone now, he gestured towards the rest of her class once more. Tell them that I'll be waiting. I expect the first challenger in the next 3 minutes. Either that or you all go home. And tell them I wish you all good luck. You'll need it. The discussion over who would fight their sensei first quickly dissolved into voting for who they perceived was the strongest member of their class at that point of time. Unfortunately for the 2 students who had been accepted into UA based on recommendations, most of the group immediately voted for them. After another 30 seconds of frantic discussion, the duo decided that Todoroki would go first and attempt to overwhelm the man with brute force, and Yaoyorozu would help out via items she would create to distract their target and jump in if she saw an opportunity. Brief palaver over, the 2 students walked towards the ominous figure of their teacher, stopping when they were about 5 meters away from him, at which Yaoyorozu moved to a spot behind her fellow classmate, then quickly created a staff and held it in a ready stance. Todoroki was more relaxed. Legs spread shoulder-width apart, right foot in front, a thin shimmer of ice starting to spread out from it. Gingi Yuki watched all this impassively, merely tightening the gloves he had donned and pulling out a pack of playing cards, which he proceeded to shuffle over and over again, faster and faster in more complex motions. Todoroki noted them, remembering the sheer number of items Shiakari had managed to produce, and while each and every one was mildly irritating on its own, the combination of all of them had been deadly. Todoroki-kun, Yaoyorozu-chan. Sensei said that the name of his quirk is adaptable, and it does what it sounds like it does. Be careful. Suyu, remembering the short hint that she had just gotten, called out as a last warning. Todoroki didn't bother looking back. No one knew what his opponent could do, and if a student of his could do what Shiakari had done, he was not optimistic about his chances, not optimistic about all their choices. He prepared to fight, carefully watching the cards that had begun to blur because of the high speeds they were moving through the air at. In a corner of his mind, warning sirens started to blare when the back of the cards flickered and shimmered, the colors on them changing and changing and changing at a pace that made him feel slightly sick. Gingi-sensei's arms began to take on a shine that seemed to spread across his body, creeping down his shirt and up his neck. Whatever skin he was showing didn't look any different, but something was off. It felt like someone had taken a 2D version of an object and turned it into 3D without the third dimension. The changes were more apparent when Gingi-sensei opened his mouth to speak, and the strange process that was happening to his body finally reached his eyes. His teeth had gotten sharper, a lot sharper. When he smiled, it reminded Todoroki of Kirishima's toothy grin, but without a hint of joy in it. No, this smile was a warning. It promised of pain and destruction at the hands of something, not someone. The final change occurred to Gingi Yuki's eyes. They turned from the color of jade to a deep, ruby red. The voice that would haunt his dreams and even his waking moments for days afterwards. His voice sounded like his vocal cords had been run through a meat grinder. He paused to chuckle at some bizarre joke that only he understood. The laugh made everyone who could hear it wince, for it was like someone was dragging their nails down a blackboard. He had stopped shuffling, half the deck held in each hand, forcing the cards to curve. They shot from his palms with unnatural force and speed, suspended briefly in midair unhindered by gravity before they began raining down all over the playing field, embedding themselves into the dirt, for they had all fallen vertically. He snatched 2 out of the air, then 2 more. Fanning them out in one hand, he revealed 4 jokers, rather than the smiling, juggling figures that were commonly found in poker decks. These had a smiling mask held in one hand, and the other was positioned like a gun against their temple. Chillingly, he thought that he recognized the faces, the crying, screaming, torn-up faces that each one had. The place that Gingi-sensei had chosen to fight in was small. It was considered open ground, but small enough that each one of his playing cards could be easily taken without having to move too far. To Tsuyu, the reason behind the odd training grounds he had brought them to suddenly became clear. The cards he had thrown were obviously weapons, but now she could see how he had trapped the 2 members of the class that had been selected to test the waters. After his admittedly terrifying physical transformation and the revealing of the 4 Joker cards he now held, she had to give props to Todoroki for his ability to recover. With a stomp, a wave of ice erupted from the ground, and sharper than she would like, and aimed directly at the man in front of him. They would definitely have done a decent amount of damage, considering the sheer volume of the attack accompanied by the jagged edge to the parts that would make contact with him first. Then again, they would have had to hit him to do so. In a quick motion, he threw 2 of the cards he held even before the ice on the ground began to rise up and increase in size. She expected the 2 flimsy-looking cards to bounce off or get stuck in the ice at best. She was sorely mistaken. They glowed red, then white, and cleaved through the frozen tidal wave that swept towards him, producing an awful lot of steam that briefly concealed the man. Rather than wait for the brief smoke screen to clear, a leg quickly blew away the steam, drawing a long horizontal line through it and somehow colliding with the side of Todoroki's chest. The boy grunted at the force, but only slid back several meters on the ice that he had produced under his feet instead of hurtling towards the nearest wall. His back leg made contact with a card in the ground, lying there innocently. It glowed orange, then propelled itself into the air and shattered. Todoroki made a sound akin to a cat hacking up a hairball, and she watched the force of the small bits of shrapnel digging into his back propel him back forward into a jab to the neck. He then collapsed like a puppet whose strings have been cut, curling in on himself and clutching at his throat, cool facade gone completely and eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. The smoke had cleared enough for the class to see their teacher again, and judging from the gasps of shock and cries of horror, what she was seeing wasn't some hallucination. It seemed that his appearance had only begun to change when his eyes had turned into bleeding pits and his teeth had sharpened into daggers. His mouth was in a grin so wide that it looked like it hurt, and it stretched even further. He was now literally grinning from ear to ear. He had finished Todoroki without even looking at him, for his body was now facing a rapidly paling Yaoyorozu, staff in her hand caught in his grip as well. Absent-mindedly, she now guessed another reason for the tiny nature of the space he had brought them to. It was to let all of us see what he was doing clearly. His gloves now looked organic. Not like they had been put on, more like they were part of his arms now, replacing his hands. The fingers were less human and more animal-like. It wouldn't have been a stretch to call them claws. Watching Yaoyorozu attempt to tug her weapon away from the iron grip of her opponent, Gingi-sensei took a moment to tilt his head to one side in a mocking imitation of a child that was confused at what they were seeing. Then he squeezed. The staff crumpled in his grip, the sound of metal getting wadded up piercing and terrible. Tsuyu watched the remaining cards on the field. With 3 now gone, she was wondering what the rest could do. She then noticed what Todoroki had noticed earlier, that the back of the cards were changing colors. As she looked closely, all of them turned black. Her gaze now snapped back to the fight. If one of his hands was being used to deal with Yaoyorozu and the other had been used to take down Todoroki, where were the remaining 2 cards he had snatched out of the air? Shoji, who had grown extra eyes and was watching the fight with rapt attention, shouted the answer to her private question. The cards are in his glove. They look like they've been absorbed by it. It was with no small amount of concern that she acknowledged Shoji's observation. Gingi-sensei had chosen to relinquish the staff, and as his hand unclenched, she saw the contrasting color of the palm part of it as compared to the back of his hand, white with an image that she knew, deep down, was a joker. Yaoyorozu immediately dropped her now useless weapon, creating a sword and several round objects, when she tossed them into his face. Tsuyu figured that they were some kind of grenade. The first went off with a sharp crack and a brief flash of light that must have been agonizing to look at up close if it hurt her eyes from the distance she was away from the explosion. The second and third were quickly snatched out of the air, one in each hand, and they blew up simultaneously. Judging from the lack of reaction, even explosions at point-blank range, as small as they were, didn't faze him. Gingi-sensei casually dropped the pieces of what used to be stun grenades onto the floor and held his palms towards his opponent as she swung her sword at his head. They spat out a card each and both latched onto the weapon as it bit into the side of his neck. He didn't even bother to move away from the blade now lodged in his neck. Instead, he grabbed onto Yaoyorozu's neck with both limbs and held her into the air. Those red, bottomless pits that couldn't even be described as eyes staring blankly at the girl who had begun to kick and struggle. The sword seemed to ripple with something. As Yaoyorozu ripped it from its place in Gingi-yuki's neck, Tsuyu croaked at the sheer amount of blood that began spraying from the wound. The man rapidly losing blood didn't seem to care as blood turned his clothes red. The cards flared, both still stuck to the sword. Then Yaoyorozu cried out in pain, trying to pry her hand off the blade even as she hung suspended in the air. Small arcs of electricity started running across her body, and she convulsed for a period of time that felt much longer than it really was. Because as Gingi-sensei carefully let her down to lie on the ground, still twitching, her eyes strayed to Jiru-chan's shaking hands. They were holding a smartphone, and judging from the images on the screen, she had been taking a video of the whole fight. Gently laying her hands over them, Tsuyu started to ask what was wrong when a small voice, riddled with incredulity and a healthy dose of fear, came from the mouth of the girl who had been recording the match. 2 minutes. That's how long he took to beat them. 2 minutes. How are we supposed to win? Ignoring the sudden uproar from whoever had heard Jiru-chan's statement, Tsuyu started planning, knowing that she would have to enter the battlefield, not marked with the bodies of the fallen but with ominous cards, and face their teacher, who grew more demonic with the pass of time. With the 2 strongest members of Class 1 down, their only hope would be teamwork. As Gingi-sensei began striding towards them, carrying the bodies of 1 unconscious female and 1 male in agony over each shoulder, she felt a cold pit expand in her stomach and a strange calm overtake her. If Uraraka had been there at that point of time, she would have immediately pointed out the similarities between her expression and that of Shiakari in war mode. Choosing to drop all politeness, she interrupted the blonde-haired boy arguing with the bird-headed member of their class by clapping twice. As all eyes turned to her, she began explaining their situation and her idea. No one noticed the unholy grin on the man they had to fight soften as she spoke, like he approved of whatever she was doing. After all, no one wanted to look at the guy still bleeding from the neck. The plan was simple, really. The class had a healthy mix of long-ranged and short-ranged fighters. By keeping their teacher occupied with the short-range fighters, the long-ranged members of their class would be able to whittle his defenses down. The main issue with the plan would be the minefield that Gingi-sensei had set up right at the beginning, considering that they had only seen it do 3 things, and those 3 were already bad enough. He had plenty of cards left over to defeat all of them, provided he didn't just use his fists and legs to knock them to the ground. So for the first thing they had to do, Kaminari, stand over here. This kinda feels like a bad idea. Maybe we shouldn't. Just get over there. With a swift kick to the rear, courtesy of Jiru, Kaminari stumbled towards the card field, screaming as he went. Gingi-sensei had already deposited the duo he had defeated away from the battlegrounds, and was staring with no small amount of confusion at the teenager running towards him, crying and shouting as he did so. Still off balance, Kaminari tripped and fell, face first, into a card. When he raised his head a second later, card stuck to it. Their adversary let out a bark of a laugh, holding up a hand. Kaminari's frightened expression briefly switched to a determined one before letting loose his strongest blast of electricity. It arced from card to card, making each one glow brightly. Unfortunately for Gingi-sensei, he was caught in the blast as well. He roared in pain, electricity tracing his body and racing from limb to limb. As he twitched and seized, Sato ran into battle alongside Ajiro, backed up by Shiro and Takoyami. Dark shadows emerged and quickly dragged out of commission Kaminari away before rearing up to charge. Sato, already having consumed some sugar, greeted the man with a fist to the face, head snapping back with a jerk that caused more blood to drip from his wound. Gingi Yuki recovered in time for a dual attack from Dark Shadow and Ajiro, a kick to the temple and a dark entity to the chest. He flew backwards with a groan and landed on his back. He attempted to get up before Zero launched a couple meters of tape at him and pinned him to the floor. Struggling for a couple seconds, he leaned back and rested his head with a defeated sigh when even more tape was added to whatever was already on him. The rest of the class, plus Tsuyu, began to form a circle around their teacher, at a loss for words considering how easily they had taken him down, especially because of how easily he had taken down the 2 recommended students, with a hand that was barely able to move above the rest of his body. He beckoned Tsuyu towards his prone form. Walking closer, albeit with some caution, she noticed that the pools of red had turned back into regular, green eyes. He started speaking, but stopped when a fresh spurt of blood splashed onto her. Wincing, she gestured for Zero to tape the wound on his neck, which he did so immediately. Seemingly able to tell that his neck wasn't going to fall off at the slightest motion anymore, he repeated whatever he was trying to say again, but so softly that she wasn't able to hear it. Seeing her confused expression, his face took on a tinge of irritation and his hand beckoned her closer still. Squatting down, she leaned closer to his face. Then he raised his head as high as he could, and with a blank face he spoke. Not bad at all. Then again, if I were a regular human being, I'd be dead by now. I mean, look at how much force those 3 put into their attacks. I'll have to work on your damage control next time. Can't have the first villain you meet die from a kick to the face. You know, Sensei, for all the bluster and rage, you were kind of a letdown. Was that your plan? Use a minefield of cards to pick us off one by one? Heh. Funny you should say that. Any guesses on what my quirk does? What does that have to do with this? Humor me. The answer will help you understand my reason. You said that it was called adaptable, that it did exactly what it sounded like. Your body seemed to change as the fight continued. Your gloves became clawed and looked like they were part of you. The flashbang didn't faze you, so it means that your eyes changed to prevent that. The cards got absorbed into your hands, apparently, so they're probably part of you somehow. So my best guess is that your quirk modifies your body and makes it better. She ticked off a finger with each statement, not knowing where this was going. Good guess, but you missed one key point. And what's that? My quirk makes me better. If the cards are part of those adaptations that it did to me. A light bulb turned on in Tsuyu's brain. How were you carrying them around even before your body began to change? The blank expression now held the glimmer of a smirk. My quirk is constantly active. I haven't been fully human in a long time. Everyone, get back. Tsuyu was jumping back even as the first word dropped from her mouth. The ones who hadn't been celebrating or fretting over the unconscious, in pain duo were the first to react. Jiru already backpedaling and Takoyami getting scooped up somehow by his own quirk. Ashido was the next to react, sliding away on an acid trail. The rest were far too slow. Gingi Yuki stood up abruptly, tape ripped to shreds and eyes back to their bloodied nature. He snapped his fingers. The cards which she had assumed had been disabled all switched to the light blue that had shown up before. Electricity, presumably the charge that had supposedly caused them to go out in the first place, connected all the cards remaining on the field and whoever was between 2 or more of them. Only the 4 who had retreated managed to get out of striking range. After several moments, the bodies of their classmates crumpled to the floor as one. Brushing off the tape still stuck to him, their teacher moved into a fighting stand as 4 spider-like limbs sprouted from his lower back, red as his eyes and dripping with a black liquid that hissed on contact with the ground. His neck had stopped bleeding. In fact, the wound already looked several days old. The grin was back in place, and this time it was even harder to look at when you knew the reason behind the smile. He had been playing them like a fiddle, and he was in joy. Now then, it was clear in a few moments that he wasn't playing around anymore. It was 4 versus 1. He had been bleeding from a neck wound for several minutes, hit in the face in midsection, smacked with the full force of Kaminari's quirk all in the span of what felt like a heartbeat. They had barely done anything compared to the students lying on the ground, twitching disconcertingly. And yet, every modicum of logic and reason that she possessed begged her to run. And yet she stayed, half-crouched and ready to fight. Much to her surprise, the 3 remnants of Class 1 stood their ground as well, not giving an inch even as the demon inched closer and closer, extra appendages still dripping droplets of something that didn't mix well with the floor. They shifted and pulsed, bending to face the 4 of them. The mouth full of sharp teeth had grown even more unnatural, for they no longer fit together, but grinded against each other with audible sounds at each contact. His fingers were longer and sharper than ever, like something out of a horror movie. One of the tendrils curled around his arm like a snake, and his skin started steaming the longer it remained coiled, nesting on it. The cards on the ground vibrated, shivered with each step he took. When he took his 7th step, they collected in the palm of his hand, disappearing one by one. She swallowed hard. For him to keep the tricks that he had used meant that the fight was over to him. Gingi-sensei, let's get this over with. Sorry that I have to burst that bubble. His voice came now from behind them, spinning around. Tsuyu looked uncomprehendingly at the now normal-looking individual. A trail of holes burnt into the floor created a line past them and straight to where he was now standing. The gloves were off and he was binding the cards together with a string. His smile was still eerily wide, and now it carried victory. It's going to hurt in about 3 seconds. Maybe. Gingi fit the deck back into his pocket and took a bow, much like he did when they first met him. The moment which he returned to his natural stance was when Tsuyu felt a bolt of pain in her head, crying out when it webbed out and turned from a mild annoyance to full-blown pain. She saw, out of the corners of her watering eyes, that her classmates had already embraced the floor just before her legs gave out and she too fell to the ground. The last thing she saw was her sensei putting his glasses back on, facing the bulk of them, hands in pockets, surveying his work. And next to a room full of chaos, a pair of eyes opened lazily. For a brief moment, just one moment, one of them was red and black. Aizawa Shouta felt a migraine coming on. Strike that. He knew that he was going to spend the next few days with a pounding headache. Class 1 of this year was an absolute riot, better than one of last year. But he knew that he should have been looking through their profiles more carefully instead of plotting his revenge on Gingi for the last prank he pulled. Hell, he even had Bakugu's file flagged due to the giant, overinflated ego he was toting around, with an inferiority complex to match. He had planned on putting the students into controlled environments, carefully screening them before he allowed actual battle training. Naturally, as with everything else the number one hero faced, All Might had turned his well-constructed plans to dust with a smile and without thinking. He wouldn't have been so angry if nothing bad had happened, or if All Might had not ignored the multiple warnings about which students needed to be watched. But no, sometimes, the symbol of peace showed some semblance of being able to think without his fists, especially when facing down a villain that was cunning. Yet, it was because of incidents like this that he wondered how millions of years of evolution had resulted in someone with so much strength and so little in the brains department to back it up. Everything that could have gone wrong did go wrong. The short-tempered, violent one with a quirk to match his personality was matched against the one with so much suspected blood on his hands that he was surprised the police hadn't just arrested him. That was bad enough. Throw in a girl that had gotten surprisingly attached to said hypothetical murder and you were practically begging for something to go wrong. And it did. Of course. What a shocker. A small blessing was the fact that she's quirk was somehow powerful enough to allow him to survive 2 explosions to the face, the subsequent building collapse and being buried under rubble for the better half of 15 minutes, despite the fact that he had specified its strength depended on how much he used it. He had seen some of the raw power he held during the Quirk apprehension test, watching with no small amount of concern as his injuries piled up and disappeared just as quickly, unflinching and unwavering. Heh, he's unbreakable, absent-mindedly. He had wondered what erasing his quirk would do, considering it allowed him to regenerate from injuries and improve the parts that got damaged. Erasing it would probably just stop that process from happening whenever he got an injury, which would be good, in the off chance that they needed to contain him. For a brief moment, Aizawa paused to remember the pale, still form of the boy they had handcuffed to a bed, quirk suppressors circling his wrists, and swallowed down the guilt he felt. He forced himself to switch back to the cold, logical mindset he often maintained in dire situations. This wasn't the time to let emotions get in the way. He had work to do. An impromptu meeting had been called once Shiakari was recovered, checked over and subsequently handcuffed to a bed in Recovery Girls' Infirmary. Needless to say, Nezu was absolutely livid at the sheer lack of concern All Might had shown before and during the battle trial. As calmly stated and presented by the principal of UA himself, as calmly as one could when their hands were trembling with rage and their gaze was so cold that he could feel the temperature drop with each sentence spoken. 1. The incompetent buffoon had allowed his feelings, his suspicions about a boy who had not done anything wrong to cloud his judgment, allowing the whole thing to happen in the first place. 2. He had ignored the profiling Gingi had done on each and every student. Evident considering when it was brought up, he had stared blankly for several moments before asking if such documents had ever existed. 3. Instead of stopping the exercise as soon as a hint of Bakugu's intentions had been revealed, rather clearly, he had chosen to continue and allow the now comatose student to tank the damage he had miraculously recovered from in order to protect the other 2 in the simulation. When All Might had protested against the criticism Nezu had so callously dealt out, looking around the room for any support from the other teachers, Aizawa could feel the slowly emanating aura of rage leaking from Nezu increase rapidly, causing the teachers sitting closer to him to subtly shift away. Leaning forward in his chair, the rat-bear-dog person that was the scariest person in the room despite his small stature clasped his hands together in front of his chest and smiled. It could barely be called a smile. You may be the number one hero, All Might, but you are not even reaching the standard of which all of UAS teachers are at. Our goal is to teach and protect our students. You have done neither. Need I remind you that I was the one who had offered a place at this school to you? I could just as easily take it away, just as easily as you had left young Shi to die even after all you had seen him do. Here's a question for you. If his teacher was here, would we even be having this conversation? No words broke the silence. For once, the imposing figure of All Might seemed to be overshadowed by the principal, someone so small that a single smash could have crushed him. Once again, Aizawa's mind not so helpfully provided a previous image of Gingi Yuki, before he had been offered a place in Yui Academy. It was a mental snapshot from after a particularly tough case, one that had forced the police to grudgingly ask for the help of the heroes. It was the first time Aizawa had met the man who would latch onto him like a demented parasite. He had been patrolling the area in which a local gang was suspected to have its main base in. While this would be a problem left to the police to do, this gang was heavily tied into the underground villain community, supplying children to whoever wanted to buy them. He had been finishing his rounds when a scream shot through the air, only to be cut off as abruptly as it had surfaced. Upon reaching the source, he was unpleasantly reminded of the first time he had met the Spectre, tossing an eyeball up and down with a body discarded to his side and a boy with black hair and sharp teeth pressing himself against a wall. He burst into the building just in time to see him tear the head off a woman foaming at the mouth with his bare hands, splashing blood onto the walls, the floor, and most importantly his face. Or lack of one, if you were being picky. Remembering the man dripping with tar-like fluids, teeth too big for his mouth and what looked like a set of extra legs sprouting from his back, standing in a room that had been decorated with what was once one of the most prominent gangs in Mustafu, he shivered. Aizawa Shouda had seen many a thing in his days as a hero, many things that kept him up at night and haunted him even as he slept. Not one thing was etched into his mind so deeply as the image of an eldritch horror kneeling amongst those he had killed, howling as tears that hissed as they hit the ground, cradling a small body to his chest. Without thinking, Aizawa answered the question for the one who had caused all the trouble in the first place. He would kill you, or die trying. Shaking his head to rid him of the thoughts that had briefly plagued him as he hightailed it to the infirmary, quickening his pace as the door came into sight. With it, muffled screaming reached his ears. Readying his capture weapon, he opened the door to a spectacle that left him blinking in disbelief. The infirmary was in chaos. Recovery Girl was swinging her cane around and batting objects hurtling at her out of the way, yelling as she did so. Most, if not all of the objects in the room that weren't anchored to the ground were floating. Hiroraka was busy throwing whatever she could get her hands on at the elderly woman, shouting something about knowing he was there. She didn't notice the new addition to the room, so focused was she in her task. Ada, who was, for some reason, hanging onto a bed near the ceiling for dear life, merely opened one eye to take a peek at who had entered the room before closing it and continuing to do his best impression of a koala bear. Preparing to stop the madness, Aizawa didn't notice the projectile that had been redirected into his skull until he felt the impact. Grunting in surprise, the sound he produced was enough to cause Uraraka to turn around. Tirade paused for the time being. A few seconds of awkward silence passed. The emotions on Uraraka's face finished their change from embarrassment to fear to anger before throwing a bottle at him, not entirely surprised by the hostile reaction to his presence. He dodged the bottle as plans to neutralize his student shifted and clicked into place in his mind. Yet, the dodge had put him in the path of the next object to fly at him and then collide with his face. Feeling an eyebrow twitch with the sudden surge of irritation he felt, Aizawa instinctively activated his quirk, realizing too late that it was probably the worst possible thing he could have done at that point of time. With the nullification of weight cancelled on all the objects suspended in midair at once, the only place for them to go was down. He dived under a table that hadn't been affected yet, praying that Shuzenji wouldn't kill him after the crisis was over. As objects began to fall, Ida let out a shrill sound of surprise that shouldn't come from the mouth of a teenage boy as the bed plummeted back into its original position. Shuzenji moved with speed and grace that seemed more in place coming from a young adult dodging whatever small items that threatened to give her a concussion, and surprisingly, Uraraka stood in the middle of the carnage she had caused, somehow unharmed despite the sheer number of objects in the air. Until a small potted plant, which had bounced off a wall gently while it was still weightless, dropped through the air directly for her head. Aizawa barked a warning as he scrambled to get out from under the table in time, praying that he wouldn't have another student restricted to the infirmary on the second day of school as a screech followed by a snapping sound drew part of his attention to a door just before it was rammed open, hinges creaking in protest at the sudden movement. A green blur reached Uraraka a few milliseconds before the pot shattered on her skull and yanked her out of the way. It broke and left a small pile of soil and a tiny flower on the floor. Aizawa ignored it, subtly removing his capture weapon from its perch and turning his full attention to the elephant in the room. Shiakari, an unhealthy shade of white, was busy checking over the person he had just moved out of the path of a falling flower pot, ignoring the splutters and growing flush on her face as he cupped it in his hands, searching her face for something he didn't know about. The handcuffs dangled loosely from his arm, the part that had apparently been attached to the bed he had been lying in ripped into pieces. A trickle of blood ran from his wrist. But that was the only thing, a trickle, slowly lowering the cloth-like weapon as she continued to fuss over Uraraka, moving on to ruffling her hair, still not making a sound. Aizawa coughed into a fist when there were no signs of the admittedly adorable sight of one living weapon handling his classmate in the same delicate way one would handle glass stopping anytime soon. She removed his hands, eyes snapping to the source of the sound and drawing away from Uraraka at a speed that made him blink in surprise. They watched each other for about a minute, each silently observing the other, seemingly satisfied with what he found. The boy that Aizawa was starting to think was immortal attempted a weak grin, shooting him a lazy two-fingered salute while surreptitiously hiding the handcuffed hand behind his back. In a voice that made him think of a cat being strangled, she managed to choke out a comment before wincing and rubbing his throat. "I lived beach. Bakugo's going to have an aneurysm." Aizawa dragged a hand down his face and groaned. "So will everyone else, problem child. So will everyone else." Suyu woke up in the same place in which she had been forcefully moved into a state of unconsciousness. There was a pillow under her head. Looking around, most of Class 1 were in similar states. Some were still unconscious from the sudden surge of electricity that Gingi-sensei had used to educate them, but notable exceptions included Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, who were conversing quietly while sipping from cups, Kaminari, who was still in his brain-fried stage, Jiru, who was for some reason playing chess with their sensei, and Hagakure, who was suspiciously absent from the room. Shaking away the last traces of drowsiness, she got to her feet, wincing at the dull ache in her neck where she had been struck earlier. Walking towards Jiru and their sensei, she watched the match for a few moments before asking the first thing that came into her mind. "Why are you two playing chess?" Surprisingly, Jiru was the one who answered. Gingi-sensei looked a little lost in thought. The expression on his face was odd after seeing what he looked like after his quirk had run its course and transformed him into a monster. Despite the slight scowl on her face, the tone she used was amused and happy. "Sensei here was busy panicking when he fried us with that giant electricity burst thanks to Dunt's face over there and knocking the rest of us unconscious. I woke up first, watched him have a small mental breakdown over how he was a terrible teacher, filmed it and then did the first thing I could think of to snap him out of it, which was challenging him to chess. Yaoyorozu-chan helpfully provided the set. Todoroki woke him up properly with some ice and now he's been spacing out while destroying me at chess. I'm not sure whether to be relieved our teacher has a heart after what he did to us or concerned because he did all that terrifying business despite being a giant softie." Suyu couldn't resist croaking with laughter, which seemed to startle their teacher into moving another piece on the board, causing Jiru to curse. Sighing, she tipped over her king, hesitated, picked it up and tossed it at Gingi-sensei. He caught it between two fingers, slid it back into its proper position and reached over to flick her in the forehead. She grimaced, batting the hand away and resetting the chessboard. Sighing, she gestured to him, who despite having just performed a series of impressive moves, still hadn't had the light return to his eyes. "Want me to slap him?" Suyu extended her tongue in preparation. She shrugged, gestured again with a mocking grin and pulled out her phone to train it on the two of them. Suyu pondered the pros and cons of slapping a teacher with her tongue, decided that any complaints he might have about it would pale in comparison to the fact that Gingi-sensei had electrocuted their class on the second day of school, transformed into an eldritch monstrosity and knocked the rest into surprise naps. With a quick flick, her tongue lashed out, hitting their teacher squarely in the jaw. She quickly retracted it, feeling like she had just hit a steel wall. Thankfully, it appeared to have done the trick. Or, if her suspicions were correct, he had decided that enough fun had already been had. "Oh," was the deadpan response of Mr. Tough as a wall, rubbing the spot which she had smacked, a hint of mirth in his eyes. She released a small sigh of relief when the intelligence and not so well hidden darkness returned to his gaze. There was something very off about seeing Gingi-sensei looking like he didn't have all the pieces of the puzzle, like seeing All Might without his smile or more recently, Shiakari without his guns. Jiru snickered again, the sound of a shudder indicating that she now had physical records of their teacher's abnormalities. Sensei rolled his eyes, pulling out one of his cards and pointing it at the offender with a half-hearted glare. "Laugh it up all you want, Jiru. I know where you live." Jiru spluttered at the threat, pocketing her phone and speaking with a tone that was dry as a desert. Suyu watched the duo with all the interest of a spectator watching a fairly interesting tennis match. "That was really upfront, even for you, Sensei. Didn't realize you liked me that much." Much to her growing amusement, their calm, collected, always in control teacher was quickly turning a shade of maroon. It was his turn to splutter, dropping the card and burying his face into his hands. When he reemerged, he was smiling despite the clear flush on his cheeks. Absent-mindedly, Suyu decided that the genuine smile he had on his face was a lot nicer than the sarcastic smirk he used as a default expression or the sardonic grin that was apparently the new trend with dangerous people. By the awkward chuckle and the hints of red creeping into her cheeks, Jiru agreed with her. Teacher-student relationships are banned in UA, in the off chance that it happens. Of course, I'm not interested in that sort of thing. The clinical tone in which he delivered that piece of information vanished when Jiru's face fell and Suyu winced. Judging from the fact that Yaoyorozu had paused her conversation with Todoroki with a puzzled look on her face, she was probably eavesdropping on the increasingly confusing conversation going on. As Gingi-sensei began waving his arms around frantically, Suyu took out her own phone, beginning to record the absolutely amazing things that followed. Not that you're not pretty or anything. In fact, you're really beautiful and I'd be flattered, but there's the whole age gap thing, even though my quirk kind of messed that up and I probably said too much. The two of them were beginning to resemble a pair of tomatoes as he trailed off to a stop, whether unconsciously or otherwise. They even had the same nervous tics, Jiru winding an ear jack around a finger as their sensei started tying knots into his hair. Suyu fought the urge to roll her eyes. For once, she was thankful that her usual expression was incredibly hard to read, or he would have immediately seen the disbelief written on her face. She highly doubted the same teacher who had apparently helped Shiakari in his quest to become a gunslinging maniac, threatened to kill a teenager with a smile, and took down the entirety of Class 1 with a pack of playing cards, was able to be reduced to a stuttering mess after accidentally insulting one of his students. It was some subtle way of manipulating them into trusting him. In any case, it was hilarious to see their demon of a teacher act like a normal human being for once, and he had accidentally given away a hint. He mentioned that his quirk messed up the age gap. So how did a quirk that made him better mess up his age? She would have to ask for a second opinion on that. A pinging noise made Gingi-sensei snap back to attention, and with a quick swipe like earlier, a series of holograms appeared in the air. A quick glance made him stand up. Mask back on, he turned to the two teenagers, commanding their attention with little effort. Hikari's awake, so I'm going to go check on him. Once the rest of them wake up, tell them all that they're done for the day and I'll be sending each one of them a report on what I know about them and how they can improve. You all did well considering it was your first time actually fighting. Jiru, you need more self-confidence, which is pretty odd considering how impressive all of Class 1 are, especially the few of you that reacted fast enough to not get hit with a modified stun gun. Asui, she raised her head to meet his gaze without flinching. He searched her gaze for something he didn't find, judging by the frown that soon surfaced. I believe you have questions for me. You'll get your answers eventually. Anyhow, gotta dash so bye. And with that ominous statement, he hightailed it for the door, muttering about a lawsuit. Suyu turned to Jiru and opened her mouth to say something before Gingi-sensei poked his head back through the door. Oh yeah, Bakugo is going to be expelled or something, so you guys might be called in as witnesses. Be prepared for that. Dropping that bombshell, he vanished. The remaining duo exchanged a glance. So, I didn't think that you were into the older type, Jiru-chan. It's not like that. If Nezu had the strength to overturn his table, he would have. The first day of a new year at Yui Academy, and with the symbol of peace, of all people, as a teacher. Even with his intelligence, Nezu had been unable to foresee the way everything had gone to pieces. Bakugo Katsuki, with the second highest score in the entrance examination, 78 villain points and not a single rescue point to his name. Admirable in terms of sheer firepower. The fact that he had not saved or helped a single of the other test takers was highly concerning. Upon pulling up his files from his previous school, the fact that he didn't have a single mark on his record was admittedly suspicious, but the majority of the other teachers had agreed that it was just a sign that he did have potential to be a hero. Admittedly, Nezu wasn't convinced, yet he believed in his companions. And he believed in All Might, who had vouched for the boy while watching the entrance examination. Now, looking back, it was a poor choice. It always was a poor choice to not listen to your instincts. Well, as quoted by cynics and optimists alike, regret always comes after the bad decisions, or something like that. And now it was up to him to clean up the mess. He released a quiet sigh, massaging his head as he prepared for the eventual meet with both Bakugo and his parents. The boy in question was currently kept under watch by both Midnight and Ectoplasm, with the Quirk suppressing handcuffs always kept nearby in case of a rogue student or infiltrator to convince him to not act again. His parents had been contacted, and after some polite conversation, they had agreed to hurry down to sort the situation out. That had been an hour ago. His patience was fraying, and the reminder that they had somehow found Shiakari alive under all that rubble did little to quell the anger that had been boiling ever since the meeting. It seemed as if the time All Might had spent in America had removed his sense of empathy. When had quirks begun to define people? And when did All Might define people by their quirks? Something didn't add up. But frankly, Nezu didn't care enough to fit the pieces of the puzzle together. He began to brew another batch of tea in an attempt to calm himself down, and as a not-so-subtle way to remind the elder Bakugas that they were late, provided that they were going to show up and not just run for the hills because their son just completely destroyed his chances of continuing his education in UA. Sipping at the tea, he contemplated the fiasco that had started brewing ever since the entrance examination. Firstly, letting Bakugo Katsuki into Yui Academy. Second was not noticing the glitch in the zero-pointers software until it had been released early into the zone Shiakari had been menacing. In hindsight, that was incredibly lucky, considering how many others could have gone rogue if the bug hadn't been patched. There wouldn't just be one mess to deal with, there would be hundreds. 3 was allowing All Might to teach foundational heroics without a supervisor, the direct cause of this. And yet, reflecting, it could have been worse. So much worse. If she hadn't gone absolutely ballistic on the robots, more zones would have taken losses. Uraraka Achako, only casualty of Zone D, was miraculously healed by the boy as well. If, by the recordings salvaged from the cameras, she hadn't taken the brunt of both explosions, they would have 4 dead students with no one to blame. So for all the pain he had caused the school, the pupil had done some damage control, whether it was unintentional or otherwise. A notification on his computer alerted him to the little item storm going on in the infirmary, and the demonstration the criminal psychologist turned reluctant teacher was giving his new students. He quickly patted himself on the back for not feeding the general studies department to him. After all, he thought as he watched the man activate his quirk and slowly transform into an eldritch abomination. Even I would have to guess what he would do to those in the department, especially if they talk about quirks and the unfairness of it all. As the last of the Wana students were cut down, another ping notified him of the couple who had just entered UA. His frown twisted into the facade of a smile that he wore when cracking down on those who thought themselves smarter than a mere animal, as very nicely put by Mr. Unconscious. He pushed a button to let them in and sent a message to Gingi Yuki, "Let the games begin." Bakugo Mitsuki was having a very bad effing day. It had started off good. Her brat was off to his second day at UA, and just before she was starting to wonder why he hadn't turned up by barging through the door to yell at her, she received a message from the principal of the very school her son was studying. It didn't hold many details, but the message was clear. Her stupid idiot of a son had gotten into trouble and his parents had to turn up to get the entire version of what he had done. After a few phone calls, a very hurried drive to pick up her husband and nearly breaking all the speed limits, they had finally turned up at the school. It was way more daunting in person. She felt an unpleasant twinge of fear. What had her son truly done? All that was conveyed was he was in serious trouble and it had to do with one of his classmates. After a effing bus had picked them up and dropped them off, they now stood in front of Principal Nezu's office. Before she could press the button for the intercom, a voice crackled from the speaker. "Come in, please. I've been expecting you." She wondered briefly if the repressed anger she could hear in the tone of Principal Nezu was a product of her slowly fraying nerves or actually there. Either way, it made her shiver before exchanging a look with her husband. She pushed open the door. Despite the offhand comment her son had made about the principal being a freak, he wasn't really lying about that. The principal looked like a hybrid between a rat and a bear, but with eyes that gleamed with uncanny intelligence and some form of anger. The only thing unsure about his anger was who it was directed at. Nezu indicated the chairs in front of his table. Masaru made the first move, pulling out the chair and with a polite thank you, took a seat. She followed soon after, wondering where Katsuki was. The principal poured 2 cups of tea, then pushed them in front of the couple. He interlaced his fingers and watched in silence as they sipped at the tea. After about a minute of uncomfortable silence, he began to speak. "I called the 2 of you here to tell you that your son is being expelled from UA because of his actions against one of his classmates." A startled gasp escaped her. Her son was being expelled. She barely suppressed the what the F that would have followed the gasp if she hadn't shut her mouth. Which was a good thing, considering Nezu had leaned in with fire in his eyes. "Your son ignored direct orders from a teacher, triggered a building collapse and put 3 of his classmates in said building in danger with gauntlets that stored his sweat to be denoted all at once. If not for the quick thinking of one of the trio, they would all have died after the first explosion, not to mention the second one." Mitsuki felt a migraine coming on as she rubbed at the bridge of her nostril, unable to stop the quiet curse this time round. This was bad, much worse than anything her imagination had dredged up. Katsuki had tried to kill his classmates. Why? When did her boy go from a bright-eyed child who wanted to surpass All Might to a wannabe killer? She felt Masaru's hand on her own and felt a surge of relief at the contact. Straightening up, she looked straight at the principal, putting on a brave face. She wasn't alone in this. First thing on the agenda was damage control. Is it possible that my son wasn't thinking straight when the incident happened? I know Katsuki better than anyone, and he isn't the type to try and kill people. If anything else, the fire in his eyes never died down, rather it even seemed to burn brighter. Pressing a few buttons, he directed a holographic screen at them, turning it so that they could see the video playing on its screen. It had obviously been from a security camera inside the building that had supposedly collapsed. Considering the hallway it was watching and the angle at which it was watching the 4 people in its view, zooming in, it focused on her son's face in time for the look of utter loathing to form as the boy on his back tied his hands together with a thin roll of tape. Stepping off, he exchanged a high five with the sole girl of the 4, as a booming voice that she immediately associated with All Might rang out to announce the end of a battle trial. Then her son staggered to his feet, easily ripping the flimsy tape off his wrists, and extended one hand towards the trio on the opposite side of him. Without warning, a terrifying explosion rippled the hallway, engulfing it in fire and sound. When the smoke died down, she gagged at the black, flaking figure that had replaced the boy who had taken Katsuki down. Somehow, he was still standing, turning around briefly to look at the guy with weirdly shaped legs and the girl he had protected, before turning back as Katsuki recovered from the knockback of the explosion. All Might's voice rang out again, warning her son to stop fighting. What he said in reply chilled her to the core. With a wide grin on his face, the child she had raised talked about how he could do whatever the hell he wanted because his opponent would just recover from the damage. In the corner of the screen, a blur with the colors of the number 1 hero rushed into sight as the second explosion was let loose. Shockingly, the charcoal teenager had ran towards the explosion, just to fly back just as quickly due to the impact. A hole blasted through his midsection. The number 1 hero moved at an incredible speed, scooping up the duo who had been shielded by the blast, before slowing enough for her to see the absence of a smile on his face as he crushed the bracers encircling her son's hands and grabbed him as well, disappearing from the building as the camera screen began to shudder. Its last image as chunks of rock began falling from the ceiling and cracks began to race along the floor was that of the toothy grin that stood out amongst the blackness of the face it was fitted in. What remnants of eyes the child had staring sightlessly at the large chunk of rock falling from above him as it concealed him from view on impact. She wanted to throw up, but forced her bile down. Shakily, she leaned back in her seat and tried to process what she had just seen. The principal broke into her thoughts with the subtlety of the building that had fallen onto the abandoned one of the 4. As you can see from the last recording we managed to retrieve from the site, your son killed one of his classmates, and would have killed the other 2 and most likely himself if he was quicker about it. From the reply to All Might, we can tell that he was perfectly coherent during this crucial time period. So, no, I don't think he was out of his mind. If anything, the fact that he spoke with perfect clarity meant that he understood what he was doing. And judging from that grin, he relished it. As Nezu spoke, it was like watching dominoes tumble. One conclusion led to the next, and so on until the final unspoken one was finished, that her son was a murderer. She felt the pit in her stomach widen as her suspicions started to take form. Racking her brain for the discrepancy she felt, it was with some satisfaction that she pointed out the contradiction, not noticing how her husband had paled or how Nezu's twisted smile stretched further. You said that all 3 of them survived. That means my Katsuki isn't a murderer, yes. Her brief sense of satisfaction quickly shriveled up and died when the principal didn't even try to disguise the chuckle he let out, drinking his own cup of tea. He downed it in 2 quick gulps before returning his attention to the conversation, the fire in his eyes abruptly quelled, replaced by cold steel. And so what if he isn't a murderer? The fact here is, he directly attacked 1 and indirectly 2 of his classmates with lethal intent. There are only 2 reasons they survived. 1 is Shiakari's remarkable regenerative ability. 2 is that his immediate reaction was to throw himself in front of an explosion for people he barely knew. Of course, All Might managed to remove 3 of 4 people before the building collapsed as well, but that's not the point here. The point is that he still attempted murder. But this she-boy is a regenerator, right? Considering you said he survived. My son hasn't done damage to anyone if the person most affected just shrugs off the explosion. In that case, isn't expulsion a little too much? At this point, Nezu leaned in even further, his eyes now flickering from savage fury to cold fire. Brain catching up with her mouth's attempt to salvage the situation, she cursed her own effing stupidity for triggering the wrath of the individual that pulled all the strings in the school. Not for the first time, her mouth had gotten her into trouble. If I could, I wouldn't be having this conversation right now. I've just heard you use the same logic your son did to justify harming one of his classmates. If he recovers, it's fine. Let me tell you right now that will never stand up in a court of law. It's like saying how if you throw someone off a building and they miraculously take no damage, you shouldn't be held accountable for what you did. There are plenty of other things he did that justify expulsion. For one, there was the fact that Bakugo and she were not the only ones there, in case you have forgotten. 2 would be the fact that he disobeyed a direct order. 3 is something that got my attention only a while ago. He trailed off, pausing to see if either of them would bite. When neither adults made a sound, Nezu's grin softened by a fraction before continuing. For a boy with such a volatile personality, it is kind of funny that he has not gotten into any disciplinary cases, isn't it? I took the opportunity to look through his records, and guess what? Not a single mark on it. It's so pristine I was willing to let him into UA because of it. But this incident has gotten me thinking, coupled with the way he talks, or rather, shouts at others, and his perfect track record made me wonder, why? Why would a model student with excellent grades suddenly attempt to kill a fellow teenager? Bakugo Mitsuki was starting to connect the pieces of the puzzle herself, and she didn't enjoy the picture she was getting. My theory is that with his quirk, such a strong quirk suitable for being a hero, he holds sway over his past teachers. In order to help his chances of becoming one, they turn a blind eye to whatever he does. To confirm this theory, I've already assigned another teacher to find out what he can about Aldera Junior High. Let it be stated here, by me, clearly. My associate is the mentor of the child currently lying comatose in a bed in the infirmary, with heroes on standby to put him out of his misery if the pain your child caused him proves too much for his brain. He was a criminal psychologist, one of the best out there, and has plenty of experience with killers. I wonder what he will find. Her throat locked up completely and she was unable to say a word. What could one say when their entire worldview was turned upside down? Slowly trying to absorb the information that had been ever so kindly gifted to her, she clenched her fists and looked at them, trying to remove the tremors she could see through sheer force of will. Her husband, always the calm and rational one, finally decided to speak up. What can we do to help Katsuki? Something akin to sympathy entered Nezu's gaze before it smoothed itself out once again. Some of the teachers believe that expulsion is enough. I, on the other hand, believe that it is too mild a punishment. After all, murderers, even attempted murderers, get sent to jail. And some of those individuals don't come back from jail, since he is a child. And the unfortunate or fortunate fact, depending on which way you look at it, that Shiakari has recovered fully apart from being in a coma means that the weight of what he has done will be lighter. Unfortunately, the Ida family has taken up arms against you because of how Ida Tenu was also endangered in the fiasco. Expect to hear from them soon. The easiest way out would be to give your son professional and mandatory counseling. You want to send him to an asylum? Goodness, no. I don't want to. I think that it's necessary, considering the mindset he has. If you want him to have even the slightest chance of having a normal life ever again, I'd suggest allowing your son to fix himself, with some help of course. Glancing at both Bakugo's gritted teeth, Nezu gained a harsh gleam and silenced any budding protests immediately. Unless you would prefer the alternative, which is to put him in juvenile prison and then in regular prison once he is of age. Bakugo Mitsuki's anger was quenched, but her outrage at the unfairness of it all still made her resist the urge to seize the principal by the neck and wring him out like a dish towel. The principal frowned, seemingly sensing her disapproval, and continued talking in a tone which reeked of mockery. I see you two are still not convinced that there are only two solutions to this problem. Might this sway you? He directed another screen, this one with the word live blinking in the top right corner of the rectangle. On it was a video of her son, watched by two heroes and still screaming obscenities at them, vowing to kill that F-er's girlfriend for hitting him and to let him out before he F-ed them over too. Heart sinking as the hole Katsuki had dug for himself got even deeper with every minute that passed, she heaved a sigh. Then came a knock at the door. Before it opened to reveal a man typing away at a tablet, eyes tired but focused and a thin smile set on his face. Nezu's expression brightened, gesturing to the seat next to him. The man with salt and pepper hair quickly took a seat, setting the tablet down, and with one last press of a button, projected another screen. As with the previous two, the contents made her feel sick. This one, however, was a blast from the past. On the screen was a green-haired boy, around 6 years of age. The new guy slipped on a pair of glasses and spoke in a tone positively frigid. Midoriya Izuku, dead. Cause of death, villain attack. At least, the official report. Something not talked about was the shoes left on the roof above the bloodstain where his body probably impacted with the ground. Probably because of the lack of a body. Many thought it was a suicide, especially since this boy was quirkless. Now imagine my surprise when I noticed who lived near the Midoriyas. He snapped a finger and the image vanished, replaced by a photo of Katsuki and Izuku with their arms around each other, a picture taken before quirks mattered more to her son than his friend. A retort on the tip of her tongue was quelled by the fatigue in the speaker's eyes evaporating, replaced by something that made her shiver. You know, your son isn't exactly secretive about who he torments and where. He may be smart ... but I've had experience hunting down better people than him. Wanna guess what I found? Not waiting for an answer, he split the screen into 6 smaller ones, each one playing a recording of her boy directing his explosions at others, even beating up one of them because he refused to be cowed. Any modicum of a plan she had to get Katsuki out of trouble crumbled there and then. They had proof, solid proof of her child acting like a villain. She exchanged a look with Masaru, knowing that their hands were tied. Nezu slid a piece of paper to her with a pen, and with a heavy heart, she signed her agreement to the expulsion of one Bakugo Katsuki and his admittance into Mustafu General Asylum. She set the pen down and scrubbed her face violently, not wanting to show any more weakness in front of the demons that had systematically built a campaign against her son while she watched it happen. We thank you for your time. Now, as one person to another, I apologize for what you had to do. But it is the only chance Bakugo has. I hope you understand that. Yeah, what he said. Here's some parting words though. Do what you want, but know that there are consequences to every action. I'd say it's been a pleasure, but it hasn't. See ya. The two elder Bakugas walked out of the office in silence. A homeless-looking man with what appeared to be bandages around his neck directed them to a small vehicle resembling a go-kart, which he then proceeded to drive. He drove them to watch their son being forced into a straitjacket, raving and screaming about doing to them what he did to that cocky bastard before stopping abruptly. Gaze briefly fixing on his parents before shifting to something that made him gape. Then scream and stop resisting the people bundling him into the back of a cushioned van. Turning to follow his line of sight, the three adults watched the pale child as he continued eyeing Katsuki, hands in his pockets and clad in a cloak. A gun grip poked out from one edge of his cloak. He looked on impassively as Katsuki roared about how he should be dead and no effing ghost will get me. Sensing someone else's gaze on him, Shiakari, barely recovered, turned to the vehicle and revealed an identical gun on his other side. His eyes glistened green like that of Midoriya Izuku's. The boy who had returned from death offered the duo that had gone as white as he was a smile. He turned his back on them and walked away, ignoring the strain. He needed to get back before Uraraka gave him another earful about being stupid. Uraraka Achako was busy collecting the pieces of glass and other bits and bobs scattered across the floor of Recovery Girl's infirmary, alongside her homeroom teacher, with the elderly woman herself watching both of them with a glare on par with that of her first friend in this school when he was mad. Ada had already excused himself after it was clear that he didn't have any injuries, minus the slightly ruptured eardrums due to Bakugo effing Katsuki that were easily healed. Although the speed at which he vanished and the constant glances he had given the adult male and teenage girl attempting to drill holes into each other with their eyes alone made her think that he was just running away. After Shikan had pulled her out of the way of the pot about to crack her skull open and sassed Aizawa-sensei for a couple of minutes, his head perked up like a dog who had just been called by his master, dashing out the front door while grabbing the gun holsters and cloak draped over a coat stand that was somehow still upright, left miraculously untouched despite what he had been through and what the infirmary had suffered through afterwards. Recovery Girl muttered about things she would do to that self-sacrificing idiot with her cane that probably wasn't meant for the ears of the remaining two people in the room, and with the target of her ire gone, she turned it to the ones that had reduced her office to such a dismal state. Aizawa-sensei, kind and wonderful teacher that he was, immediately tried to shift all the blame to her, an expression of irritation that quickly disappeared, replaced by some form of fear when the elderly woman smacked him on the head with her oversized, very threatening cane and gave him an earful about using his quirk without thinking of the consequences. When Sensei not so subtly gave her a look that screamed expulsion, she stood her ground and glared back just as defiantly, not at all repentant for her actions. Noticing the silent exchange, Recovery Girl bonked him on the head with the cane again, telling him that he should have thought about his students' feelings before deciding to keep the fact that the individual that they thought had died for them was still alive, unconscious and chained to a hospital bed. The burning stare was reduced to a smoldering look, and before Aizawa-sensei could argue, the elderly woman politely requested them to make up and get along so that they could start cleaning the infirmary. Surprisingly, Recovery Girl was relatively nonchalant about the destruction that had been brought down on her office. Waving a hand when she tried to apologize, the elderly woman gave her a look of pity mixed with understanding. Honestly, I would have expected you to react that way. After all, your friend just died for you, and you suddenly discovered that he was alive because someone, she raised her voice, just to make Aizawa-sensei flinch, decided that it wasn't important enough to tell someone that their dead friend was alive. Sensei squared his shoulders and sighed, not retorting despite how obvious it was that he wanted to, continuing to pick up glass shards and discarded objects. Somehow, most of the fragile, important things had survived, like the pill bottles and some syringes that she had managed to send into the air. Most things she had lifted weren't the type to break on impact, minus a few potted plants and glass containers. So all they really had to do was sweep up the soil and debris, then she could go off and hunt down Shikan to demand some answers. She was snapped out of her thoughts by a tired voice, belonging to her fellow sufferer. All things considered, everything you've done tells me that I should expel you like Minta. However, this was mostly my fault in the first place. I should have known that keeping something like that from you, or any of your classmates if they had been around to know it, was the wrong thing to do. For that, I apologize. So why did you do it in the first place, Aizawa-sensei? Ignoring the apology and the olive branch that had been extended, Uraraka asked the question that had been on her mind ever since she had accidentally found out from Recovery Girl that Shikun was somehow still alive. He hesitated, before letting out an even longer, more drawn-out sigh than the first, and she immediately felt bad at how tired he seemed, which was understandable all things considered. One of his charges had died, came back from the gaze through sheer determination and willpower alone, and another had essentially turned the infirmary into a zero-gravity zone. All Might failed in teaching. I need to apologize for his ineptitude as well. When Gingi dug Shiakari out of the wreckage of the building in less than a few minutes of him showing up at the scene, we were astounded. Regeneration isn't exactly a common quirk after all, and the strongest regenerators I've known burn themselves out taking too much damage. For she to survive and repair himself even while unconscious. Most of the teachers thought that his mind had shattered, that when he woke up, we would have to put him down because he would have gone feral the moment he regained consciousness. I didn't want to get Class 1A's hopes up. If he had gone insane and forced us to kill him, someone would let the information slip to the press. What would have been worse, a student killing another student, or a teacher killing a student? It was Principal Nezu's choice, and I agree with him. It was the logical thing to do considering the situation. Aizawa-sensei delivered his explanation in a matter-of-fact tone, but some unknown emotion gleamed in his eyes as he spoke, a stark contrast from the almost clinical tone he had taken. She mulled over the words, running them through her head before replying. A part of her wondered when she had gotten so bold, having managed to threaten, insult 3 members of the school faculty of UA within a few days and slapped a classmate. And the straightforward answer to her question was Shikun. I guess he's rubbing off on me, whether he likes it or not. You may say it was the logical thing to do, but did the teachers ever stop to consider their students while making that conclusion? What knowledge do the teachers supposedly possess that allows them to make decisions on behalf of the students? If we're here to train to be future heroes, wouldn't it be the logical thing to allow us to be exposed to things we'll definitely have to face in the future now and be prepared for it? Aizawa-sensei stopped his work to lean against one of the recently righted beds, burying his face in his hands. Looking to Recovery Girl, she found her eyes trained on the man, sympathy in her gaze. Seemingly recomposing himself, Aizawa-sensei looked at her, all traces of detachment gone from his face. I know it was the wrong thing to do, but I didn't want to get everyone all excited about how their classmate had survived, only to tell them that sorry, we had to kill your friend because he went crazy. It's bad enough that the class watched as the #1 hero did nothing to stop their classmate from getting murdered. Worse still that you and Ida got front row seats to the show. Death shouldn't be something that you kids need to familiarize yourselves with at so young an age. A few beats of silence passed before Uraraka stopped her own work, walking over to her teacher and kneeling down to get to his eye level. Hesitating slightly, she spoke carefully, picking her words under the watchful eye of the 2 adults in the room. My first taste of this world of heroes and villains came when my legs were crushed during the entrance examination. No heroes were there to save me. None of the other test participants did anything to help me. I watched them run away, mind hazy with pain and wondering what my parents would do if I got crippled. But then he saved me, pulled me from the wreckage and destroyed the thing that had almost killed me. And according to Recovery Girl, he somehow managed to fix my legs, all without asking for any forms of reward from me. Did you know that after the first day, he broke into my apartment to give me groceries and cook me a meal? He said it was thanks for defending him and his quirk. All I could think at that moment was that he was too kind. My savior thanking me for something as simple as doing the right thing. It was surreal. Aizawa-sensei, I know that we're all just kids, and teachers are meant to protect us until we're able to stand on our own 2 feet, but something I think you forgot is that some of us kids are different. Bakugo was a deranged egomaniac. Shikun wields weapons meant for adults and literally fought to his dying breath. I never did get saved by the heroes. Just promise me that you'll actually talk to your students before deciding what's best for them. Her teacher let out something close to a choked sob, his hands trembling and face back to being hidden behind them. Recovery Girl, the silent observer, stepped closer to join the little group and sat down, putting a hand on his shoulder in an attempt at comfort. Aizawa-sensei managed to choke out a reply. Uraraka, I'm supposed to protect my students from harm. I've already failed in protecting one of them and managed to pick another that caused that failure in the first place. How am I not supposed to worry about the rest of them? Aizawa-sensei was a far cry from the cold, imposing figure he had presented himself as on the first day of school. Now, he was trembling, hands shaking and clearly without any form of composure left. She briefly wondered whether a student dying could have such an impact on a person who had most likely seen his companions die, maybe even his friends. Then she understood, pieces of the puzzle finally clicking together, and felt a wave of pity overcome her and remove any last traces of the irritation and animosity she had held, targeted at her teacher. Oh, she thought, reaching out to rest a hand on Aizawa-sensei's other shoulder, he's lost someone too. someone who threw himself into danger for those they called friends. A brief moment of silence followed before suddenly, a pair of arms encircled the trio, sitting so close to each other that they were squished against each other when the arms tightened around them. Eyes flicking to the somber, pale face of one Shiakari, Uraraka was rewarded with a smile that made her feel more concern than relief at the reappearance of her recently injured friend. For the smile was a far cry from the one filled with enough determination to reveal the insanity that lay dormant in the teenager, ready to be let loose at a moment's notice. Recovery Girl just gave the new member of their little group a look, before reaching out to ruffle his hair with approval. Aizawa-sensei tensed up. Trembling stopped but refusing to look at his student. Shikun tightened the hug, but ensured that none of them were crushed by the amount of strength he was exerting, before speaking in a voice that made her think of sandpaper. Relax, Sensei. None of us blame you. If anything else, we should blame All Might. After all, it's that imbecile's fault that I got blasted into smithereens in the first place. It's not healthy to put all this burden on yourself. You couldn't have stopped me from fighting Bakugo or shielding Uraraka and Ida from that blast. I would have done it even if you told me not to. A chuckle mixed with another sob escaped their teacher. That's the problem, you crazy child. You're not supposed to be throwing yourself into situations just because you think you can walk out of it alive. Those explosions could have killed you, regenerative ability or not. I've managed to keep my students alive so far. Don't make me break that record. Please. Despite the even and measured way his words came out, the tiniest fraction of a wobble on the last word made Shikun's smile dim, before he lifted one of his arms to poke Aizawa-sensei in the cheek, much to her incredulity, and that of the oldest member of the quartet, judging from her stare. It got its desired effect, however, when Sensei immediately lifted his head, just to freeze when met with Shikun in his face. The smile on it had returned in full force, a tender edge to it. Enunciating his words, he bumped his head against the older man's cheek in what seemed to be an affectionate manner. I don't blame you. You should. I failed you. I failed Gingi. He asked me to protect you and I couldn't. She bumped his head against Sensei's cheek again, stopping what was probably going to be a self-deprecating speech before it could even start. Chin up, Sensei. You failed no one, least of all me. Stop putting all this blame on yourself. Just blame All Might instead. It's what I usually do when I get angry at myself. A surprised laugh escaped Aizawa-sensei before it dissolved into a fit of chuckles. Shikun, smiling like he was looking at a small, afraid animal, laughed alongside him. Soon enough, the room was filled with quiet laughter tinged with no small amount of relief as the two female members of the group exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them as the other two laughed and laughed and laughed. Uraraka smiled despite the dark turn the conversation had taken. A few reassurances and a quip insulting the number one hero and her first friend in UA managed to bring their teacher out of the depressive mood she had accidentally put him into. As Aizawa-sensei reached out to hug his student with both arms, ruffling his hair with a small grin, Uraraka mouthed, he's going to be a great hero to Recovery Girl. The little nod she got in return, plus the look of affection as they watched Shiakari try to squirm out of the grasp of his teacher with a happy look on his face, told her that her thoughts weren't just limited to her alone. You're a good person, Shikun. The student duo had quickly gotten kicked out of the infirmary after some basic checks to make sure the male teenager was perfectly alright. When he was given a clean bill of health, Aizawa-sensei practically shoved them out of the infirmary himself, refusing to meet their eyes. After some awkward silence, Uraraka had suggested that they walk home together, after Shikun had accidentally let slip the fact that he lived pretty close to her house when she pestered him before the battle trial, and taking one soul-searching look at her face, he had sighed and gestured for her to lead the way, which she did for a short while until she got bored of the silence. Then she had forced her unwilling companion to walk beside her and listen to an endless stream of chatter before resigning himself to his fate and started responding to her questions and commenting on her opinion. They had an enlightening discussion about how many members of the class were afraid of him, followed shortly by a debate on whether quirks define people. She chose to keep quiet as he ranted with a peculiar fire in his eyes about how people couldn't see beyond the edge of their nose when it came to quirks and how many people suffered because of it. Content to see her withdrawn, mysterious companion finally show a hint of a teenage boy under all the bluster and melodrama. Honestly, she wondered why he was being so antisocial, antagonistic even, in his behavior at school. If he showed this side of him more often, more people apart from herself would be more than willing to befriend him. What makes you say that? Rant momentarily stopped. He raised an eyebrow in her direction, seemingly amused by the sentence, like there was some sort of inside joke she wasn't privy to going on right now. She smiled widely, mostly just to see him avert his eyes at the action with a mild flush on his cheeks and explain. You act like a complete douchebag, but you were the first one to jump into danger. In the brief time that I've known you, you've always been the one that jumped head first into danger, consequences ignored. He snorted, raising a hand and tilting it in her direction, revealing the fresh scar tissue that made her heart clench every single time she saw it. knowing that it was partly because of her that his already scarred skin gained another mark. I can handle the damage. That's why I fight. Because I know that I can get back up. Again and again and again. Have you ever thought that you didn't have to? They stopped, somewhere in the conversations they had been having. They had arrived at what she believed was where his house was located. Oddly enough, the only buildings in view were houses, not multi-story apartments like the one she lived in, and thought with no small amount of envy that someone who lived in an area like this was privilege, which made her wonder how Shikun had turned out the way he had. As if sensing the abrupt change in mood, the cloudy skies finally began to open up and send a light drizzle down on them. She glanced up, worried that she wouldn't be able to make it home in time before it truly started pouring. Her friend looked at her, the smile on his face frozen, a parody of what it had been just a few minutes ago. I've lived this life long enough to know that it's the only path I can take. There's no turning back now. Isn't that lonely? He offered her a smirk that was just pitiable. Instinctively, she reached out, grabbing the hand he had shown to her as a mark of what he had chosen his life to be. Holding it between her own. Well, now you have me. And no matter what you do, I'm not going anywhere. A younger version of her would probably have squealed at the outlandish words she had just spoken. This older, wiser version of her just wanted her friend to stop looking so alone all the time. Despite being surrounded by individuals who would gladly help him if given the opportunity, he looked away, using his free hand to scrub at his eyes with a muttered thanks. Looking up at the sky, he allowed the raindrops to fall on his face for a few moments as she let go of his hand, which had been abnormally soft despite the fact that it was so scarred. He seemed to go through some internal debate as the rain grew heavier and finally gestured in the general direction of the houses. Can't just leave you out in the rain, so I guess you're coming inside with me. Uraraka raised an eyebrow and, against her better judgment, decided to crack a joke at Shikun's expense. That's awfully forward of you, considering we just met. His eyes rolled so far into the back of his head that she worried they were going to be stuck like that. Chuckling and dodging the slow swat he sent her way, she followed him to the gate, feeling like she had activated her quirk on herself. His house was surprisingly big, considering the fact that he was the only one living in it. It was much bigger than the tiny shoebox she was currently living in, and she guessed that the rent must be staggering, which led back to the previous question of why Shikun even owned such a house in the first place. The clothes were his, he had stated, but some that he hadn't worn in a while because he was too big for them. After a long shower, in which she found out with no small amount of glee that the soap he used was scented, she donned the hoodie and pants, which were surprisingly comfortable but slightly baggy. What she was both pleased and displeased about was the fact that she could smell him in the clothes, which made her feel like she was constantly in a hug with her friend. Leaving the shower, refreshed and relaxed, she found Shikun cooking a meal that made her remember the one she had been served before. Not even turning around, he turned some knobs and, with proper equipment this time, grabbed the pot and poured its contents into 2 bowls while snatching some utensils. Before telling her to get seated at the table, toting the food, he placed the first bowl and utensils before placing his own. The duo were seated at opposite sides of the table, close enough for her to see the utter bliss on his face as he practically inhaled the noodles. Upon hearing the sound, he looked at her before choking, hammering himself in the chest and stopping her from moving over to lend a hand. Finished with his mouthful, he gestured for her to eat, apparently pretending that nothing had happened. She quickly ran through possible reasons for his dismissive behavior and refusal to make eye contact, before remembering that she was wearing his clothes. Flushing red, she nodded and quickly attacked her meal, embarrassment forgotten soon after due to how good it was. The rest of the meal was spent in comfortable silence. When she finished shortly after he had, Uraraka got up to wash her used bowl and utensils before they were unceremoniously snatched from her. Shikun watched her while washing everything, almost daring her to protest. She huffed, deciding not to argue about it. After a few hours of lazing around, Shikun having taught her how to use the television, and then how to play a video game that he said originated before Quirk's, the duo sat on the sofa, first apart, and slowly getting closer as he pointed out how to use the controller he had lent her. They played co-opus, and she quickly realized why he was hesitant to give her the controller in the first place when the game proved rage-inducing. She had made hers float for the 3rd time before he had tossed her a pair of gloves that covered her last 2 fingers. When she asked why he had them, he muttered some excuses, mind still on the game, before explaining that he designed support equipment and had that pair of gloves in storage for her. I'll explain the rest of their functions some other day. You can keep them. You don't have to pay me and just focus on the game before one of those stupid drones knock you down again. Why did I think experience difficulty was a good idea? After about another 2 others of yelling at each other while playing the game, they had ended up next to each other, Uraraka sitting with her legs draped over the ample space the couch provided, back against his shoulder as he leaned back into the soft cushioning of the piece of furniture. Deciding that they had had enough frustration for a day, she waited till they were at the next save point to ask Shikun to turn off the game. He agreed almost immediately, a vein that had been pulsing in his temple slowing down significantly after he did. Stretching her limbs, she yawned as he did the same, cracking all the knuckles on one hand, then the next. He gestured wordlessly to a room, opening the door to the one next to it. Stopping in the doorway, he gave her a tired, soft smile. "Good night, Uraraka." "Night, Shikun." She walked into the room he had indicated, finding a plain bedroom with a bed that was more suited for 2 people than 1. Shrugging, she buried herself under the covers, enjoying their warmth. It didn't take long for her to drift off, peaceful and content. She woke up in the middle of the night, a strangled scream escaping her as the remnants of a nightmare and the smell of burnt flesh chased her into the waking world. Trembling as she tried to scrub the terrible images of another way the battle trial could have gone, Uraraka scrambled out of bed and knocked on Shikun's door. When he opened it after the second knock, a dim light emanating from the room behind him, she knew from the rings under his eyes and the frayed smile that he hadn't had much luck sleeping. Hugging him and burying her face in his chest, she tried to memorize how he felt, reassuring herself that he was still alive, not buried under a building in an impromptu grave. When arms carefully circled around her and he began whispering words of comfort and reassurance, she sniffled at how tender he was being. Uraraka clung on like a human koala as he maneuvered back into the room, turning off the table lamp and a holographic screen with lines of text filling the screen. He detangled himself from her, lying down on the bed, back pressed against the wall. Self-restraint and common sense ditched for the sheer comfort his touch brought. She quickly joined him on the bed, more than enough space for both to sleep with a small wall between them, but she quickly burrowed back into him. There they laid, 2 teenagers listening to each other breathe, arms around each other. Soon enough, the acrid stench of burning human flesh disappeared and Uraraka fell asleep with a single murmur of gratitude. A few minutes after, Shiikari closed his eyes as well, enjoying the warmth of the person with unwavering faith in him, despite the persona he had built for himself. No nightmares would visit them, although they did panic the next day. First when they woke up entwined with each other, next when they realized they were going to be late for school. Uraraka got a high-speed piggyback ride as they rushed to school, she going so fast that his shoes left dents in the road. And if on their way there their hands were interlaced, that was just how it was. Uraraka struggled to get her shoes on, one hand grabbing the energy bar that Shikun had forced into it just minutes ago. She shot her counterpart a glare as he called out once again for her to hurry up, somehow already fully dressed and halfway out the door, with the cloak that was the only surviving portion of his hero costume donned and gunbelt in its usual place. He had dressed with a speed that was frightening, darting from place to place and scooping up various things like his gun, quickly becoming presentable and even had time to turn on the television and flick through channels before turning it off, seemingly satisfied with whatever he had seen. She wished that she had that same speed. It would have been very useful in tight situations, and definitely a factor that might save them from a lecture right now. Finally ready, she was barely able to get a word out before Shikun straight up snatched her by the arm and dragged her out the door. She smacked him across the head when she was able to recover her bearings, drawing a look of ire, wondering how they would manage to get to UA in under 10 minutes, considering the walk to his house yesterday had taken close to 20. While she was still contemplating whether or not the heart-to-heart talk they had with Aizawa-sensei would save them from his wrath, Shikun bent down, kneeling on one knee. Sensing her confusion, he gestured for her to get onto his back. "I can make it there if I run fast enough, but I highly doubt you can do the same. I'll give you a ride." She took a moment to absorb the idea before shrugging and getting onto his back, startled when he stood up and shouldered her almost effortlessly. Ignoring their close proximity, she made to take off one of the gloves as Shikun started jogging lightly. The gloves are designed to be support equipment, so there's no need to take them off if you decide to use your quirk. Somehow reading her thoughts, he grasped her hands and pretended not to hear her squeak. Just flex the covered finger 3 times within 2 seconds and the material should respond by receding and turning the glove into a fingerless one. Attempting what he had said to do, she was pleasantly surprised when the material used to make her new gloves pulsed and drew back to uncover the last finger on each hand. Amazed, she stared at them with no small amount of awe and wonder before a light cough brought her attention back to the situation. "This would be a good time to use your quirk on me. Don't use it on yourself because I don't want to shoot us into the sun like that ball you touched." He had already accelerated to a speed at which he outpaced cars on the road beside them, but she had a feeling they needed to go even faster if he was asking her to use her quirk. Not questioning whether they'd get in trouble with the law, she lightly tapped the hands gripping onto her own and buried her face into the back of his neck when he started moving even faster, the surroundings starting to blur out of view. "Shikun, are you sure this is safe?" She had to shout slightly to be heard over the whistling of the air as they moved at a speed that was probably reserved for those with speed quirks, eyes stinging slightly at the cold morning air. Her ride readjusted his grip on her hands to ensure that she wouldn't slip off before shooting her a deadpan look. She quickly turned his head back towards the front, just in time for him to swerve out of the way of a bemused old man. who shouted something that she could faintly hear. I told you to use your quirk because I needed to make sure I didn't break the ground with each step. The only danger right now is how much damage I do to the ground even while under the effects of zero gravity. And in the off chance that I manage to hit someone. In that case, I'll drop you off at UA and come back to confess to manslaughter and get arrested. But that's probably not going to happen. She snickered, and from her place tucked into the back of Shikun's neck, she could feel him twitch at the sound. Shortly after, he shot her a look of mock hurt before asking her a question. What, did you really think that I would do something like this if it would get you injured? She fought down the goofy smile that was threatening to emerge on her face, settling for a thoughtful look just to annoy the person currently carrying her like she weighed nothing while running faster than cars. Come, let me think about it. Don't answer that question. It was supposed to be rhetorical. She laughed again, and while she couldn't really see Shikun's face, she caught a glimpse of the curve of a smile from the little bit that she could see before it faded. He turned to give her a serious look. All traces of good humor gone, and she quickly sobered. In all seriousness, he began, managing to sidestep a couple walking hand in hand. I would never hurt you, Uraraka. I'd like you to know that. She couldn't resist the silly grin that crept onto her face at the blush that was present on Shikun's as he averted his eyes and returned his attention to the front, blatantly ignoring the laughter that was coming from his passenger. She attempted to stifle her laughter at his embarrassment, failing pretty miserably judging from the growl that was coming from him. Uraraka nudged him and in a show of boldness, interlaced their fingers and squeezed. There was a short pause before Shikun hesitantly squeezed back. She chuckled. You're a giant softy. He made a show of looking around and searching for the person that she was talking to before adopting a who, me expression. They exchanged amused glances before laughing, just laughing for the rest of the journey to UA Academy, comfortable with each other's presence. As they reached the gates of UA, only to see the sheer number of reporters hovering outside the gates, Shikun screeched to a halt. They stared blankly at the crowd before he gave her a look that promised mischief. I have an idea. The various reporters clamored outside the gates of UA, hoping to catch any unsuspecting students and interview them about All Might teaching at the school. Some of the teenagers had given answers like how they hadn't seen him or hadn't been taught by him just yet, but every once in a while, a student wouldn't react with excitement or anticipation, but with a look of contempt or disappointment at the question before brushing past them. One muttered something about an explosion, but quickly clammed up when they were pressed further. Soon enough, a man who looked like a hobo warned them to back off just before one of them attempted to get into the school, and was stopped by the UA security barrier. The various men and women were packing up and starting to leave when a blur of motion caught their attention. The lucky ones managed to bring up their cameras to record the incident in time. A teenager wearing a cloak and with things at either side of his waist that looked suspiciously like gun holsters was carrying a girl dressed in the UA school uniform. Before any of them could rush forward to press the unfortunate students that had turned up late for school, the boy gave them a grin that reeked of sadism and even made some of the more weak-willed reporters step back in apprehension. He released one of his hands from its position and gave a cheeky wave before moving. He pushed through the crowd, somehow fitting into even the smallest spaces between people and gently shoving others out of his path, stopping briefly to duck under a swung microphone that was heading straight for the girl's head and continued running. As he reached the UA gate, many of them expected him to stop because of the barrier and give them enough time to surround him. They were wrong. With a quick leap, he springboarded off a poor man's head before running up the wall and grabbing onto the ledge of the wall before pulling himself up with one arm in an impressive display of strength. A UA girl gave them a sarcastic salute, followed by a laugh as they disappeared over the edge, shouting something that only those closest to the wall heard. The reporters stared blankly as one at the wall, now absent of the duo that had scaled it, before some began to make calls while others left. The lucky few that had recorded the boy were the only ones that were truly satisfied with their endeavors. And as for the male who had been used as a springboard, he was less than pleased. Tsuyu rested her head against her cool desk. For once, she was grateful for how the cold made her sleepy and relaxed. It took away the migraine that she had developed over the course of the day, and the ache in the back of her neck, which was presumably where Gingi-sensei had struck her. Looking at the rest of her classmates, she noted with some vindication that the others were also in similar states of fatigue or pain, all except for Ada and Kirishima, who had been lucky enough to be stuck in the infirmary when they had been in the process of getting their pride and bodies absolutely destroyed by a man who was literally a cross between an insomniac and a technology addict. When the more curious members of the class asked him what he had done there, he turned pale. Ada lapsed into a muttering daze for the better half of a minute, saying something about crazy people and someone who managed to bounce back from death, after getting snapped out of it by a not-too-gentle jab from Jiru-chan, who was getting irritated by the sound. He recovered enough to tell them that Shiakari had apparently woken up and was perfectly fine. Tsuyu slammed her face back into the desk. wishing that she had earplugs to drown out the sudden commotion and rapid-fire questions directed at the poor teenager. Thankfully, Aizawa-sensei walked into class about 2 minutes after Ada was starting to get interrogated by his classmate. He carried that obnoxious yellow sleeping bag that seemed to be part of his identity, pausing only for a moment when he saw Ada being tied to his chair with Ciro's tape and mercilessly interrogated by the class, with Aoyama even providing the whole light source in one's face gimmick with a small lamp. Class 1 froze when the door opened, staring at their teacher. He stared right back before sighing and walking to the front of the classroom, draping himself over his desk. "Someone untie Ada. Get to your seats." Quickly, Ashido used a small amount of acid to melt the tape and release the robot-like boy, muttering an apology before dashing back to her seat while the rest of the class settled down. Ada looked like his brain was taking a moment to catch up with the sheer randomness of the situation that he had been thrown into before just slumping into his seat, a far cry from the energetic, rule-loving student he had been yesterday. Suyu's eyes lingered on 3 empty seats, wondering where their occupants were, by the questioning and worried looks thrown around the class. Her thoughts did not only belong to herself, sensing more than seeing the glances in his direction. Their sensei raised his head and answered the unspoken question. "Uraraka and she are late and I do not know where they are. As for Bakugo, he has been expelled for his behavior yesterday." Ignoring the uproar his statement triggered, Aizawa-sensei activated his quirk, hair floating and eyes turning red, silencing the commotion before it could really begin. Looking around, she noted that the one that looked most outraged by the news of Bakugo's expulsion was Kirishima. Aizawa let the silence hang in the air for a couple of seconds before deactivating his quirk and rubbing his eyes. "It has been the decision of the staff of UA, including the principal himself, to expel Bakugo Katsuki. His behavior plus further research into his background led us to some unpleasant information about his personality. In order to rehabilitate him and prevent him from attacking someone else who didn't have his ability to survive, we have sent him to a UA-approved mental hospital." Questions. Unsurprisingly, Kirishima was the first to raise his hand. "Isn't that too harsh a punishment?" Aizawa's eyes narrowed at the question. "If it was up to me, he would have been arrested instead of rehabilitated. Shiakari was essentially dead from those explosions. The only reason he was able to walk away from it was because of his quirk. If one of the rest of you were the one caught in those explosions, like how Uraraka and Ada almost were, we wouldn't be having this conversation now." Sufficiently cowed, Kirishima lowered his hand, frowning. Suyu raised her hand next. Aizawa-sensei gave her a wary glance before gesturing for her to ask her question. "If she and Uraraka are fine, Kiro, where are they?" Their sensei gave a half-hearted shrug, before his attention snapped to the sudden sounds from the ceiling of the classroom. No one made a noise as clanking noises grew closer to the vent in the ceiling, pausing briefly before the vent fell onto the floor with a clatter. Aizawa-sensei stood up, unslinging the scarf that was always around his neck. The students edged away from the fallen vent cover, staring at the hole of the ventilation shaft. A body fell to the floor, feet first, and someone shrieked at the sudden movement. Aizawa-sensei's scarf was already in midair when the individual hit the floor with a soft thump. The cloaked figure looked up with an expression that screamed of surprise and grabbed the scarf before it could encircle him. It was Shiakari. He looked around at the gobsmacked looks on everyone's faces and let go of the scarf. Sensei relaxed and muttered something along the lines of "I'm not paid to deal with this" before unzipping the sleeping bag and burrowing into it like a demented caterpillar. She stopped admiring the multitude of expressions on his classmates' faces and cupped his hands around his mouth after tugging off his hood. "Uraraka, we're in the right classroom this time." A second body shot out of the ventilation shaft, she holding out his hands just in time to catch their second missing classmate, who was far dustier than he was but with a look of amusement on her face as she landed in his hands bridal style. Thanking him, Uraraka got to her feet and slid into her seat. Their classmate, apparently able to return from the dead, took the empty seat beside her. Both wore identical smug looks, ignoring the shocked silence of the class. "Problem children, why were you in the vents?" "Well, we woke up late, so getting here in time was essential to ensure our continued survival. With everyone else in class, we decided to try and find Class 1A. Shikun showed me some shortcuts, we used them and ended up in Present Mike's class. He screamed, his class screamed, and then we ran away. Closest exit was the vents, so we decided that we'd just go around in there to prevent anyone else from suffering." Processing the sudden information dump, Aizawa-sensei rolled onto his side and let out the groan of a man who has suffered too much in too short a time period. "Why do I bother?" Uraraka and she exchanged a glance before they replied in unison. "We love you too, sensei." Aizawa-sensei mumbled incoherently at the reply, rolling over once again to lie face down on the floor, sleeping bag trembling as he began to chuckle. Now with that out of the way, onto today's agenda. Aizawa shouted, having recovered from the minor heart attack his two new problem children had given him, activated his quirk once again, preventing the class from immediately piling onto Uraraka and she, creating an air of seriousness. Externally, his face was blank, minus a frown, but internally, he smirked. You have to decide on a class president. Everyone face-faulted, either slamming their faces into their desks or just face-palming with a groan. The problem children exchanged another look as someone exclaimed that it was a totally normal school activity and people began clamoring for the position. She reached over to point at the weird gloves that Aizawa had noticed as a new addition to Uraraka's attire, gently tapping them in several places. While everyone else was focused on arguing, he was taking the time to apparently teach his partner in crime how to use her new equipment. Aizawa watched with half-lidded eyes, impressed by the craftsmanship and how the material seemed to shift from a solid state to a liquid one, changing design. He made a mental note to ask Problem Child 1 where he had gotten the gloves from as Ida stood up and loudly decided that they should use a voting system. The Problem Children duo jumped in their seats and quickly shifted away from each other, suddenly aware of how close they were to each other. Aizawa snickered quietly at the identical looks of embarrassment on their faces. Uraraka turning away to fiddle with his gloves while she made a pillow with his arms and started taking a nap. After nodding in agreement at whatever Ada had suggested, Aizawa took a leaf from his new kid's book and closed his eyes to take a quick power nap, knowing that he would be woken up when the results were in. A couple of minutes later, he was woken by a rubber bullet to the forehead. It bounced into his lap as he sat up straight to glare at the offender, then looked at the whiteboard and smothered the grin that threatened to stretch across his face. Problem Child 1 had somehow gotten the highest number of votes, second highest being Yaoyorozu Momo. Problem Child 2 was giggling while patting Shi on the head, in a poor attempt at comforting him as he dragged a hand down his face and stood up, standing at the front beside Yaoyorozu. The difference in enthusiasm was easy to see. While Yaoyorozu was standing ramrod straight, arms folded behind her back, she slouched with his hands in his pockets. Feeling mirth at the situation Problem Child 1 had managed to get himself into, he quietly snapped a picture. So your new class president is Shiakari, with the vice class president being Yaoyorozu Momo. I'll do my best. Thank you for voting for me. Why does this always happen to me? Yaoyorozu shot Shi a disapproving glare, but the boy just ignored her, walking back to his seat and slamming his face into the desk. Sympathetic now, instead of taking joy in his obvious pain, Uraraka patted him on the back. Aizawa winced as the bell rang, a shrill sound that cut through his head with the sharpness of a scalpel, waving a hand at his students to allow them to leave before crawling out of the classroom like the demented caterpillar that he looked like in his bright yellow sleeping bag. He crawled a short distance before unzipping the bag and standing up, folding it under one arm and walking briskly towards the teacher's lounge, hoping that he wouldn't see Mr. Number 1 hero there. Shikan, you need to stop sulking. It's already been 10 minutes since the end of class. Uraraka poked at Shiakari while Tsuyu and Ida watched. They had secured a seat in the canteen, in a relatively private corner, and the teenager still in part of his hero costume was sitting with his face buried in the table. She isn't here right now, he's in Hoodie Town. Is this how he's always like Uraraka-chan? Unable to resist the temptation, Tsuyu reached out to poke him in the head as well, earning a growl and the swatting of the hand she had used. Tsuyu laughed quietly, as did Uraraka as she continued her assault. She seemed to have gotten tired of fending her off. Yeah, but only when he's not trying to come off as a giant Aholesui. Uraraka-chan replied to her question while still prodding at the prone form of the teenager that she had befriended. Ada had originally attempted to stop her from tormenting Shi, but a harsh glare had cowed the glasses-wearing boy and he just ate his meal in uncomfortable silence. Call me Tsu, Kiro. So does he only act like a bad person because he secretly cares about everyone or something? Uraraka-chan opened her mouth to reply before a hand shot out and covered it. Her eyes widened comically before they narrowed and he pulled his hand away like it had been set on fire. Raising his head for the first time, he stared incredulously at her as she stuck her tongue out before laughing. I'm right here. Stop discussing me while I'm here listening to you do it. So does that mean that you do care more than you let on, Kiro? She whistled a tune, looking away almost innocently at the question. She shrugged at the blatant dismissal. It was rare to have someone be as blunt as her but more secretive than anyone she had ever met. It was actually pretty refreshing to know someone so unique. Ida, you're related to Ingenium, right? Ada perked up at the question, and the two girls exchanged a knowing glance at the change of subject. One of his arms waving, Ada replied excitedly. You are correct. Ingenium is my older brother. It was actually the main reason I came to Yui Academy in the first place. While he still carries the name Ingenium, I will need to take up the mantle one day. I decided that I would become a hero to make him proud. Tsuyu looked with some apprehension at the way his arm cut through the air, amazed at how it chopped down to punctuate each sentence. Deciding that it would only be fair to share her own opinion, Tsuyu spoke next. I decided to become a hero because I wanted to protect people, Kiro. How about you, Uraraka-chan? Uraraka's bright expression flickered for a moment, before her smile faded into a sheepish one. Placing the tips of her fingers against one another, she chuckled bitterly. Well, to be fair, I want to become a hero for the money. Seeing the shocked look on Ida's face and the blank one on Tsuyu's, she glanced at she and he rotated 2 fingers in a go-on gesture, oddly pensive. To be frank, I'm poor. My parents both work in construction, and they have to work every day in order to make sure we can get by. When I first got my quirk, I told them that I wanted to help them when I grew up, but my parents told me to follow my dreams. I knew that they want what's best for me, but I also want them to catch a break. So I thought, why not be a hero, the pay's good, and applied for UA. If Shikan hadn't saved me during the entrance examination, I wouldn't know what to do anymore. I just don't want to be a burden on my family. A beat of silence followed her explanation before she glomped her with an unreadable explanation. Ignoring the squeak, he reached out to ruffle her hair. Don't be an idiot, Uraraka. That's one of the most heroic reasons to become one that I've ever heard. Indeed, while she may have been a little over-enthusiastic, he is correct. Wanting to earn money to help your parents is an excellent motivation. I agree with the two of them. You have the makings of a hero, Uraraka-chan. Uraraka looked at the 3 of them, slowly tearing up and looking down bashfully. She untangled himself from her after one last hair ruffle, but didn't let go of the hand that he was rubbing circles into. Tsuyu took note of the admittedly adorable scene that had unfolded before her, which also triggered her to remember a stray bit of information from Uraraka's explanation of their lateness. What's your reason for becoming a hero? I became a hero to prove them wrong. To prove those who think the quirkless and those with weak or villainous quirks are beneath them. To show them that if someone like me can become a hero, so can everyone else, as long as they try. The other 3 UA students exchanged a concerned glance due to his motivation when he face-planted back into the table after that statement. After another few minutes of comfortable silence, in which the 4 of them returned to some semblance of normalcy, the ringing of an alarm broke the calm. Shouts of panic and something about a level 3 alarm filled the air, Ada quickly explaining that it meant someone had broken into UA. Tsuyu remained calm, but an unpleasant trickle of anxiety formed a cold pit in her stomach. They all got to their feet, she pulling out screens similar to those that hovered around Gingi-sensei and enlarged an image to show them reporters surging into UA. Surprisingly, there were less of them than she thought there would be. She bit back a curse and quickly closed the screens. Uraraka, I need you to use your quirk on me. Asui, use your tongue to launch me towards the entrance over there. Not questioning the instructions, Uraraka-chan quickly tapped him on the arm before Tsuyu fired him into the air like a projectile from a slingshot. When Uraraka-chan pushed through the crowd to follow him, the remaining 2 members of the quartet nodded at each other before following her as well. They made their way to the front of the crowd, finding a distinct line between the students of UA and the reporters that had somehow gotten in. The sole figure standing as a one-person wall between the adults and the teenagers was a familiar one. He pulled out one of his guns and fired 3 shots into the air, each one so loud that it briefly drowned out the alarm and the clamor of the people. The reporters stopped their mad rush for the students, intimidated by the cloaked teenager burning with rage. The students of UA watched curiously, panic forgotten. Some had even pulled out their phones to record the situation. Calm down, it's just the media. She roared as loud as his guns, shouting over the alarm. At his words, the students who were still panicking finally calmed down and the chaos started to settle. A female reporter with a clear lack of self-preservation walked forward to shove a microphone in his face, already starting to ask questions before she's hand blurred into motion. One moment the microphone was heading towards his nose, the next it had been wrenched out of the offending limb and tossed aside. The female reporter started to complain indignantly about a snot-nosed kid breaking equipment that cost more than what he would earn in a year before being silenced by the air of killing intent that surfaced around the silent boy. He stepped forward, gun still held loosely by his side, and the woman who was suddenly reconsidering her life choices backed away in a hurry. Nodding to no one in particular, she holstered the gun, walking over and reaching down to pick up the microphone that he had thrown away earlier. Brushing off some imaginary dust, he returned it to the woman in the form of a long-distance throw. The god-forsaken alarm finally shut off, but everyone remained silent, mesmerized by this individual who seemed to have threatened an adult maybe twice his age with a gun. He looked around, suddenly aware of the eyes on him, but remained calm and collected. The only thing betraying his anger was the way his knuckles had turned white. As a teacher finally hurried over, with security robots following suit, he gave one last comment. Here's a message from a student of UA to the reporters that decided barging into a private institution and harassing the people studying in it was a good idea. He paused for dramatic effect, making sure that everyone hung on to every last word he said. The final 2 words were less spoken and more snarled, causing those closest to him to flinch away. F off, his piece said. Shiakari turned his back on the adults he had just cursed out in front of a teacher and a multitude of teenagers that studied in the same school as he did. Ignoring the whispers and comments, he walked straight into the crowd, only for it to part around him, leaving him a clear path to wherever he was going. Uraraka followed, quickly catching up with him to give him a playful punch to the shoulder. Ada and Tsuyu managed to catch up to the duo who had begun quietly conversing even as eyes lingered on taking a leaf from their new friend's book. Tsuyu and Ada did what he did best and ignored the watching eyes. Looking at Uraraka-chan and Tsuyu tapped her chin in thought before asking the question that she was thinking of earlier. You two came to school together, both woke up late. Uraraka-chan, Shikun, do you live together as a couple or something? The twin blushes and spluttered denials did nothing to dissuade her from the idea that they were dating, and she watched, amused, as Ida began loudly lecturing them about not letting their private lives interfere with their studies. When she had first stepped into UA, Tsuyu had wondered if she would be able to make friends. Looking at the ragtag squad that she had joined, with Shiakari at the center of it all, she found herself smiling with quiet happiness. This was what she had been searching for. Never had walking back to class been so awkward. Uraraka did her best to maintain her composure, especially after Tsuyu had dropped that bomb onto them. Shikun was doing an impressive impression of a tomato, face more blank than a sheet of paper, but his admittedly pale complexion after the incident was slowly turning red as Ida continued lecturing them on the problems of letting their private lives intrude on their school life. While she wanted to poke fun at the stoic boy for losing the calm facade that he had attempted to throw up so easily, she wasn't doing much better than him in the composure department. Tsuyu was watching the chaos she had incited with the faint traces of a smile. For the girl who normally didn't have an expression, it was equivalent to a full-blown grin. She sighed, hand unconsciously seeking out that of her partner in suffering before she forcefully drew it back to her side. They weren't a couple, she reminded herself, and had only become friends for a few days, so there was no reason for her to be so clingy. Still, despite the reminder, she still had to resist the urge to grab Shikun's hand as a form of comfort. A mental image of the disgruntled boy as a plushie surfaced, and she held back a snicker. She leaned out of the way of Ida's hand chops as they got dangerously close to her head and watched Shikun's hand stray closer and closer to the gun on his right side and reached over to smack him in the back of the head as a warning. He gave her a withering glare that quickly dissolved into an embarrassed smile when she returned the warning with a cheeky grin. Uraraka-chan, you aren't exactly disproving the fact that you two aren't in a relationship. She blushed even harder and buried her face in her hands, trusting her fellow sufferer to steer her in the right direction if she veered off course due to the lack of vision. She squeezed his hand in thanks, not trusting her voice, and immediately felt Tsu's gaze zero in on their hands. Unsurprisingly, it was Shikun who replied to the comment. We're not dating. Asui, please stop saying that we are before the rest of the class get the wrong idea. Tsu tilted her head, poking at her cheek with a thoughtful look that was endearing, considering the only change to her face was a slight narrowing of the eyes. Ada had finally run out of steam. Although judging by the fact that his eyes were not so subtly trained on the butt of the gun sticking out from the holster closer to him and edging away slightly, it was more likely that he only shut up out of fear of the robot-destroying pistol that had been pointed at him just before the entrance examination. Uraraka felt a small wave of sympathy for the clearly terrified teenager. But you two act like a couple. You showed up to school together, mentioned how both of you woke up late, which wouldn't be a problem if you lived separately because you wouldn't have met up. Shikun practically draped himself over you earlier to comfort you and you just let him. And now, she glanced meaningfully at their interlaced hands. You seem to be pretty comfortable holding hands with him. She was met with two equally deadpan glares, ruined by the redness of their faces, and raised her hands in defense. I'm just saying that you two are really comfortable with each other considering you haven't been friends for more than a few days. Unless you're childhood friends. Even then, I've seen best friends act less affectionate with each other compared to you two. I don't really mind if you're a couple, Kiro. I'm just saying that you'd make a really cute couple. Tsu gave a shrug before falling silent, having made her point clear. The couple exchanged a look before shrugging. You're right about the whole haven't been friends for more than a few days thing. But Shikun saved me from the zero-pointer when everyone else ran away. Then he saved me again from Bakugo expelled Katsuki. If we weren't comfortable with each other, that would be pretty weird. Shikun nodded in agreement, gently pulling her along as they finally reached the giant door of Class 1A. Before they could go in, Ida blocked it. He hesitated, before bowing to the two of them, much to their surprise. Uraraka-san, she-san, I must apologize for my behavior towards two of you. Uraraka-san, I was in the same testing area as you during the entrance examination. Instead of doing the heroic thing, I ran off, thinking that the heroes would take care of it. I am ashamed of my behavior. She-san, I misjudged you, thought you were a delinquent. You were the only one who chose to put themselves in harm's way in order to save a fellow student. And you even protected me during the lesson yesterday. I hope that you can forgive me. Ada was doing a fantastic impression of a robot with how his bow was essentially at a 90-degree angle. Uraraka spluttered and waved her hands, trying to figure out the right words to say. Shikun, on the other hand, had no such concerns. He stepped forward and lifted Ida's head with one hand. The two boys stared at each other for a few moments before Shikun sighed and grabbed the taller boy's shoulders and lifted him back into a standing position. His eyes were blank, and out of the corner of her eye, she could see Tsu step backwards, edging away with a noticeable lack of mirth compared to earlier. Apologizing won't do anything. I won't forgive you because there's nothing to apologize for. But know this, Ida Tenya. The boy in question tensed up in anticipation of whatever the person manhandling him like he was a pet was going to say. Heroes aren't the ones that win. They're the ones who save people, even at the cost of their own lives. And never run away, because if you do, no one will be left to stay and fight. Patting him on the shoulder, the cloaked boy stepped around him to open the door, standing to one side afterwards and gesturing for the rest of them to go in. Uraraka did the same, moving around the boy who looked like he was having an epiphany or an existential crisis, and entered the classroom as well. It was empty except for the duo and their homeroom teacher lying on his desk, still in that obnoxious sleeping bag. He unzipped the bag to give them a glare. Problem child, what did you do this time? Shikun adopted a look of innocence, one so fake that you could see the musical notes floating into the air while he pretended to whistle. Aizawa-sensei fully emerged from his cocoon, evolving from a hobo caterpillar to a hobo man, crossing his arms over his chest. He gave his innocent student a glare, which quickly turned into a staring contest. Shikun almost looked bored, but Aizawa-sensei refused to back down. After perhaps 2 minutes of silence, in which Ida had walked in, taken one look at the staring contest, and collapsed into his seat, slamming his face into the table, Tsuyu had elected to take her seat as well, watching with no small amount of interest as Aizawa-sensei's glare intensified as he activated his quirk to look more intimidating, hair beginning to defy gravity. In response, Shikun drew his pistol, ejected the magazine, and began flicking the bullets one by one into his hand. After 5, he replaced the clip and began juggling the bullets. Uraraka watched, mesmerized by the sheer lack of FS her friend seemed to give. After maybe another 3 minutes, in which Jiru had walked in, taken one look at the situation, and immediately pulled out her phone to start recording. That was the final straw that broke the caterpillar man's back. Deactivating his quirk and rubbing his eyes with a long, drawn-out sigh full of misery and suffering, he gestured for his student to stop his antics, smirking victoriously. He caught the bullets and quickly fitted them back into place. For the record, sensei, I didn't do anything stupid. I'm pretty sure everyone on campus and in a meter's radius of UA heard the gunshots and the subsequent scream of, pardon my language, F off. He gave Shikun an unimpressed look, elicting a small chuckle. Aizawa-sensei ignored him and shot Jiru a glare as well, making her quickly put her phone away. At this point, the rest of Class 1 began walking in, some making a beeline for the gunslinger before shrinking back at the glare worthy of their teacher that he leveled on them. He slumped into his seat, used his arms to create a makeshift pillow, and promptly started taking a nap. Aizawa-sensei looked at him, a series of expressions flickering across his face, settling on something between God, I wish I could do that, and why does he get to do that but not me? Now, as you already know, the media managed to break into UA. I hope that none of you were injured in the scuffle. Ada returned to normal, raised his hand straight into the air like he was answering a question. With a look of tired resignation on his face, Aizawa-sensei gestured for him to speak. Sensei, rest assured, we are all completely fine. Our fine class president managed to stop the chaos before it could begin, albeit with an unconventional method. His words drew some laughs and clapping from the class. Their class president continued to sleep, unaware of all the eyes on him. The class pres was amazing. He just walked out of nowhere, fired his gun into the air, and walked away after insulting the reporters. A blonde boy with a lightning bolt in his hair chimed in, which immediately caused Aizawa-sensei to intensify his glare on the back of Shikun's head. Their teacher muttered something under his breath that faintly sounded like I effing knew it. And judging from the way Jiru was attempting to keep a straight face while Shoji was doing the equivalent of smiling with his eyes, it was probably something along those lines. While it was the most effective way of getting rid of the media vultures, I would prefer it if no one tries to replicate what he did. The media will obliterate his image for how he insulted them, but since they were in the wrong and there were countless eyewitnesses, there's a good chance that she here will survive. Anyway, I'm here to tell you about what we're doing tomorrow. After All Might's failure at training you students in battle, we decided that it would be better to make it more all-rounded, as little as you learnt from his battle training, with rescue training. He raised a small card with the word rescue printed on it in bold letters. Report on time tomorrow. We will be teaching you how to properly respond in the event of an emergency. Perhaps the training will help you survive longer than 2 days, like Shiakari here did. Make sure to bring your hero costumes along. I'll see you tomorrow. While some students laughed or chuckled nervously at Aizawa-sensei's jab at the sleeping member of the class, Uraraka flinched, the memory of Shikun's charred body and permanent grin resurfacing in her mind. The stench of burnt flesh began enveloping her as their teacher and classmates began leaving the classroom, chatting with each other as she sank further down into her seat. She whimpered softly and covered her eyes. Something leaned against her back, and the smell of burned human intensified. A voice that sounded like the vocal cords that produced it had been rubbed with powdered glass whispered into her ear. "If you weren't there, this wouldn't have happened to me." Uraraka tried not to cry when it was Shikun's heavily distorted voice that permeated her brain. After that one eerie sentence, her nightmare-given form was content to breathe heavily into her ears, wheezing and coughing from time to time. Before she could fully break down, the pressure on her abruptly disappeared. Carefully opening her eyes, she found the blackened corpse-like figure standing in front of her, mouth bared in a smile, cheeks burned away so she could see all of his teeth. The unblinking gaze of two melted eyeballs drilled deep into her soul. Uraraka hurriedly slapped a hand over her mouth to stifle the cry of terror, averting her eyes from the horrific sight. The real Shikun was still sleeping beside her, and she fought the urge to wake him up, knowing instinctively that her brain would just conjure up another nightmare-inducing sight using the real version this time. Extending a hand forward, she swatted at the figure and grimaced when her hand just passed straight through it with no resistance encounter. It gave a throaty, mocking laugh. "You can't get rid of me that easily, Uraraka-chan. After all, I'm just a figment of your imagination." She clamped her hands over her ears and wished that it would stop talking. A hand gently nudged her in the shoulder and she recoiled before she could stop herself. Shikun stared at her suspiciously, fingers still extended even despite the fact that he had accomplished his task. He glanced from her face to where the figure stood, before frowning and swatting the air, just as she had. To her surprise, the jab took the thing head clean off its shoulders, promptly crumbling to dust afterward. Uraraka stared blankly at where it had been before turning her gaze onto Shikun. He offered her a tired, sympathetic smile and gently ruffled her hair. She leaned into the touch before catching herself and pulling away. Muttering her thanks, she stood up, eager to get the day over with. Somehow, in her terror-filled daze, the class had emptied itself out. Wondering why no one had stopped to check if the duo were going to leave the classroom, Shikun answered her question before she could even voice it. "I noticed that you were staring off into blank space. So did Tsuyu and Ada. But I told them that they should leave and I could handle it." Hallucination, perhaps linked to the Sitchjiao that was our battle trial. He shouldered her bag before she could and clutched her hand, guiding her out of the classroom. She kept her gaze on the floor, unsure if her composure would hold if she looked at him any longer. Nodding her head, she heard a grunt of affirmation before he squeezed her hand. "Can't blame you for that. It must have been pretty terrifying. I'm sorry for worrying you." Her eyes snapped up at that statement and she began to shake her head frantically. "It wasn't your fault. You were just trying to protect me and Ida. If anything, it should be my fault for being so weak." Before she could continue the train of self-loathing, Shikun clocked her softly on the head with a hand chop. She immediately glared at him and retaliated with her free hand. He grinned. "None of us could have predicted that Bakugo's temper would lead him to attempt to kill me. So quit beating yourself up about it. You did good, Uraraka." She scowled when he turned the blame onto himself again. "Only if you agree to stop trying to put the blame on yourself." He sighed exasperately, but the warm smile that stretched across his face demonstrated his true feelings. He nodded half-heartedly and resumed his duty of leading her out of the school campus. Lost in thought, they lapsed into a comfortable silence. While she was trying not to panic at how they were holding hands yet again, she could only wonder what went on in his brain. Shikun was still an enigma to her, more so to their classmates. He always managed to say the right things at the right time, but never spared a thought for himself. Despite having to regenerate from yesterday's incident, he never complained nor brought it up. Shikun had even accepted the fact that she was traumatized about it and had taken it upon himself to comfort her when she needed it the most. Yet, for all he had done for her, what did she really know about Shiakari? He was smart, had a dark sense of humor and was willing to die for others. But what were his motivations? Why was he living on his own? There were many questions when it came to her first friend in UA, and with each one she somehow managed to answer. More always seemed to crawl out of the depths like a monster that regrew 2 limbs for every one she cut off. Her mood darkened at the thought. Putting on a determined face, she made a silent promise to get to know her friend, her savior, better, before he managed to do something incredibly stupid again. Perhaps it was a coincidence, Shikun spoke up, not meeting her eyes. "You had problems sleeping yesterday, so I was wondering if you'd like to stay over again. Not that you have to, of course. I thought it might be better if you didn't have to go back to your apartment alone. Plus, what if something like what happened last night or earlier occurred again and you don't get someone to ground you?" He started rambling, only stopping when she placed a finger on his lips to cut him off. She gave him a genuine smile and he seemed to relax. "Just admit that you're worried about me." "I'm not worried. I just think that ... fine. You win. So, are we going to go to your house first or?" "Yep. I need a change of uniform. This one needs to be washed as well." "Not a change of clothes." "No, yours are more comfy." He flushed red and Uraraka quickly realized what she had just said. Instead of steaming with embarrassment, she laughed and patted him on the head, only making him blush even more. I could get used to this. The rest of the day passed by quickly, similar to the previous one. Shikan had pointed out the closet in which he kept his old clothes, and she quickly selected her new attire for the day, another hoodie and short pants. As usual, Shikan had the emotional capacity of a fried potato and refused to meet her eyes for a solid hour. Then, she managed to coax him into teaching her how to cook, although she already knew how to, and got a ton of tips and tricks to make her life easier. It also helped that he was a god at multitasking, and managed to catch any mistake she made before it could evolve into anything serious. After another peaceful dinner and another rage-inducing session of gaming, they decided that it was probably time to go to bed. Standing outside the doors to their respective rooms, an awkward silence ensued. Uraraka debated the pros and cons of asking Shikan if she could sleep with him when he finally dragged a hand down his face and mumbled that he was probably going to regret this, before dragging her into his room. It was a lot nicer when she wasn't viewing it at 1 a.m. in the morning, half delirious and flinching at every sudden noise and movement. A small bookshelf was in the corner, with a pile of books haphazardly stacked on top of it, rather than slotted neatly into the empty spaces. The laptop he had been using last night was resting on a table, with several pens and pencils lying strewn across the desk. Glancing at the bed, she noticed something that she hadn't seen the previous night and picked it up. Turning to her friend with a smug smile, she watched him squirm as she patted the admittedly fluffy and adorable dog plushie. I didn't take you for the type to sleep with stuffed animals. He grunted and looked to the side, shuffling his feet and refusing to meet her eyes. Helps to anchor me to reality when I disconnect. Good for night terrors too. Uraraka stopped her ministrations and gently placed the plushie back where she found it, suddenly ashamed of how she had immediately teased him about it. He sensed the shift in mood, a sly smile that probably matched her own just a few moments ago creeping across his face as he abruptly lifted her, bridal carry style, and deposited her on the bed before flopping onto her. She coughed at the sudden weight on her, struggling for a few minutes before she dramatically collapsed, resigned to her fate. He grinned cheekily at her before shifting so she had enough space to herself. Slapping him on the arm for his actions, she moved so that her back was pressed into his chest, which caused Shikan to tense up before hesitantly inching closer and wrapping an arm around her. Having gotten into a comfortable position, Uraraka yawned, the stress of the day finally catching up with her. Night Shikan. Good night Uraraka. Once again, she woke up, crying out as she left her nightmare behind. Shivering and attempting to banish the images from her head despite the fact that they seemed to be burned into her retinas, she gasped when Shikan gently rolled her over to give her a hug, whispering to her softly. Uraraka felt tears well up in her eyes and she cried silently, for herself, for the boy who had gone through hell for her and still smiled like she had hung the moon and stars for him, embracing him tightly. As her sobs subsided, Shikan still ran a hand through her hair, whispering words of comfort. She gave a laugh that was more like a sob, closing her eyes and enjoying the warmth of a person who understood her and stayed strong for her. As she slowly fell back asleep, with a fragile smile on her face, the last thing she could hear was her friend humming a song softly, one that was both sad and enchanting at the same time. She felt something brush her forehead gently. Go to sleep, my sunshine. I'll watch over you. Idatenya was tapping his foot impatiently, glancing at his homeroom teacher. As with the previous day, Shiakari and Uraraka Achako were the final two members of the class who had yet to show up. The SDLL had about 15 minutes before Aizawa-sensei was forced to leave them behind and take the rest of Class 1 into their class for the day, so that was at least better than yesterday. He sincerely hoped that they were not letting their private lives interfere with their studies, as he had already warned them about yesterday. While Ada might not understand why they would choose to be in a relationship with each other despite the fact that they had just met, but he would choose to reserve his judgment. It was not his place to judge others for the thing that they chose to do, but the duo would get another lecture on the importance of keeping their personal lives separate from their public lives. Just as he was about to suggest that the class should get onto the bus so that they would be able to leave as soon as the final two members got there, he heard the distant sound of screaming. Head snapping to the direction of the noise, Ada was rewarded with a blur of motion that gradually got clearer as it drew near. Unsurprisingly, it was their missing two classmates. Uraraka was holding on to she as he ran, footsteps silent despite the fact that it looked like he was kicking off against the ground constantly instead of running like a normal person. They also seemed to be arguing with each other. Every other sentence was punctuated with Uraraka hitting she in the back of the head. He skidded to a halt just before he smashed into Kaminari, allowing his passenger to hop off before they started arguing again. Aizawa-sensei sighed, drawing their attention. Silently, he gestured for the class to get onto the bus, she and Uraraka exchanging another glare before climbing onto the vehicle. Ada ushered the rest of his classmates in. Sensei gave him a nod of thanks before they got onto the bus as well. Aizawa-sensei froze in the doorway, causing Ida to bump into his back before he awkwardly maneuvered around his teacher. Their homeroom teacher took one look at the spectacles-wearing individual, teasing she with an expression of glee on his face, shook his head and began to step out of the bus, much to the confusion of the class. "No, I haven't had enough coffee for this. I'm out. Gingi, you can take over the class." The other adult stopped in his teasing of the duo that were getting increasingly red, springing out of his seat to literally jump at their sensei. Ignoring the cries of surprise, the man clung onto Aizawa-sensei, who frantically tried to shove the man hanging on like a limpet to him. "Don't be like that, Shouta. This is still your class after all. I'm just along for the ride because my student managed to become a giant trouble magnet, so I'm here to keep an eye on him. Pretend I don't exist." Gingi-sen finally stepped away from their homeroom teacher, who was gritting his teeth and looking like he was trying to drill a hole into the ground. Relenting, Aizawa-sensei stepped back onto the bus and slumped into the empty seat at the front of the bus. By some cruel twist of fate, Gingi here will be tagging along to supervise the lesson later. "Don't wake me up until we get there." Burying his face into the bandages-like scarf that was permanently on him, their teacher began snoring almost immediately. Ida was shocked, but not really surprised. Honestly, seeing what has happened the past few days, he reflected as he took his seat as well. "I do not think that anything will ever surprise me after witnessing a classmate come back from the dead." He settled for watching the other adult in the bus continue to mercilessly tease she and Uraraka about how they had shown up, feeling satisfied that his classmates were getting the talking to about their inability to balance their personal and public lives. He briefly wondered how his life at UA had dissolved into chaos so quickly, before resolving to ask Tensei about it after the day was done. After all, they were training to be heroes. A little chaos was most likely going to be part of their lives from now on. "Shikan, I always speak my mind." Tsuyu began to speak, amused at how Gingi-sensei had relentlessly decimated them for the past 10 minutes. Some of their classmates had even begun to watch the verbal exchange with the same looks of awe that one would most likely find on people watching a master practice their craft. Uraraka-chan had given up on denying any jabs to their supposed relationship, face red and hidden behind her hands. Shikan wasn't faring much better, his master turning most of the fire onto him and clearly relishing the embarrassed air radiating off the teenager. At the sound of her voice, the Nut couple both shot her equal looks of betrayal. She paused for a moment, enjoying the barely concealed terror on their faces before deciding to let them off the hook. While they might still be in denial about their relationship, in a bus heading for who knows where was not the right place to interrogate them about it. "Your quirk is pretty unique, from what I know. So why do you resort to your guns?" Shikan mulled over the question, momentary relief from not being further teased vanishing quickly as a serious look crept onto his face. The other members of their class nodded in agreement, Kaminari mentioning how it was weird for someone with such a powerful quirk to not use it. "For the better part of my life, I was as good as quirkless. As Aizawa-sensei already revealed, my quirk gives me the ability to repair my body to a previous state of being. That means I was essentially a regular human being, minus the fact that I could take injuries better than most. Before I figured out that I got stronger with each time I got damaged, I was just human. So instead of listening to the aholes that told me I wasn't going to go anywhere in life, I decided that if my body couldn't do anything but take damage, I might as well learn how to dish out as much harm as I can take." He unholstered a pistol, twirling it before giving it to Uraraka-chan. She shrugged, taking the gun and shoving it into a pocket. A brief moment of awkward silence passed before Kirishima broke it, the expression on his face flickering between impressed and repulsed. "That's pretty manly of you, but isn't using firearms unheroic? People won't like it if you just shoot everyone you fight." Despite the way that Kirishima had phrased it, Tsuyu didn't have the heart to object. It was true after all. The main reason the class was still wary around their enigmatic, crazy member was because he had no qualms about shooting Bakugo, and from the rumors she had heard and a shaky recording found on the internet, he had used the ever-present guns on his waist to breeze through the entrance examination, laughing as he did so. While Shikan only played the role of a jackass, she couldn't deny the fact that he seemed to derive plenty of pleasure from brutal acts of violence. Shikan leaned back in his seat, the blank expression that could rival her own back on his face. It was Gingi-sensei who spoke next, not looking up from the screens that hovered around him as his fingers danced across a keyboard made from light. "You know, Kirishima, if you just don't like Akari-kun, you could just say it out loud. That little jab at him being villainous because he uses guns. Are you calling Snipe a villain now?" Kirishima spluttered at the way his words had been used against him, and the sudden amount of judging eyes on his person, quickly attempting to defend himself. "I'm not calling him a villain. I'm just saying that." He was cut off by a remarkably calm voice, all things considered, but Tsuyu could feel the undercurrent of anger hiding behind the mask of a blank face. "What? I'm crazy, psychotic, not fit to be a hero. I'm sorry bursting your bubble, Kirishima, but heroes and villains rarely differ apart from the fact that they're on opposite sides of the law. Bakugo may have gotten one of the highest scores on the entrance examination, but he was also the person who tried to kill me. He jabbed a finger twice into his own chest and ignored the various members of the class that flinched. So why do you still put him on a pedestal? Did he act like a hero? Is he really the type of hero that you aspire to be? Because if he is, then I hate to say it, but you're pathetic. Kirishima jerked back like he was shot, but wisely chose not to reply. Shikun cast a scathing glare on the rest of the class, sparing only the one sitting next to him, Ada and Tsuyu herself. Gingi-sensei had already returned his attention to the screens that he manipulated 24/7, but his lips curled into a subtle smile. I just want to say here that it's because of prejudices like that our society is as messed up as it is. It's also why I wanted to become a hero, to prove people that their views on this world are wrong. Maybe some of you think like Kirishima over here. Maybe some of you think I am a dangerous individual. I say this now, and I will not say this ever again. I don't care what you think. If you have something to say it to my face. And even if you do, know that I will continue like I always have, because we should never be defined by the people who don't care about us. Murmurs followed his bold declaration, and she could faintly hear Takoyami say the words, "What a mad banquet of darkness," before Shikun slipped on a plain surgical mask in replacement of the eerie one that he had worn in the battle trial and tugged his hood down to cover his eyes. Slowly, the atmosphere in the bus returned to normal, her classmates ignoring the little exchange that had occurred in favor of gossiping about what they were going to do. Yet, Tsuyu couldn't help but notice the way Uraraka-chan's hand curled around the gun that had been gifted to her, or how Shikun's posture was defeated, almost like he had said those words 1,000,000 times before, to no avail. She tried to ignore the pang of pity in her chest, deciding that she would confront her classmate about it when she got the chance. After all, Tsuyu thought with determination, heroes are supposed to save those who can't save themselves. Uraraka tried her best not to fangirl over the fact that Space Hero 13 was the one in charge of their lesson today, her favorite hero. They were in a large, sprawling complex that looked like Universal Studios Japan, kitted out in their hero costumes. Uraraka had made sure to add the gloves that her friend had given her instead of leaving her hands bare. She glanced around while 13 explained what the unforeseen simulation joint was for, fully drinking in the effort that must have gone into creating the landscapes and the sheer variety of the hero costumes her classmates wore. Shikun's costume had been reduced to his cloak, the U8 gym uniform underneath it, and a surgical mask on his face. Her hand lightly touched the gun that he had just given her, and she repressed a smile. It was one thing to have her friend give her a gun to use in a battle simulation, and it was another to have the same gun returned to her. It was as close to a sign of affection that she would probably be able to get from the stoic teen until she managed to break down the walls he had carefully placed around his heart. As 13 started to talk about their quirk, she listened intently, noting the fact that some members of Class 1 had not so subtly glanced at Shikun when he got to the part about how their quirk could be used to harm others. She fought down the urge to reach out and grab his hand, knowing that he would want anything but pity from someone that he had allowed to see the softer side of him. And she wouldn't give him any pity, because he was strong, and one day the rest of the class would understand why he acted the way he did. Before 13 could go on to explain what they would be doing for the day, a loud curse from Gingi-sensei. Everyone turned to him as the holographic screens floating in the air began to fizzle out, one by one. He stepped forward, moving from his position at the back of the student body to the front of it, the relaxed aura around him sharpening as the air seemed to crackle. Looking to Shikun, she found him in a battle-ready stance, one of his guns drawn, eyes darting from place to place seemingly searching for something. She drew the twin to his pistol, and he quickly gave her 5 clips of ammunition as the air near the center of the USJ warped and a dark cloud began to expand. Men and women stepped out of what appeared to be a portal, holding threatening weapons and looking threatening in general. The portal closed as the 2 final members of the group stepped out, a thin-looking man with severed hands clasped onto various body parts and a hulking monstrosity with an exposed brain. The mist condensed into a vaguely humanoid form, 2 glowing yellow eyes piercing into Class 1 as she raised a shaky hand to aim the gun at the villains. She heard Kirishima ask, confused and with the slightest hint of panic in his voice, if the exercise had already started before her teacher donned yellow goggles. Gingi-sensei pulled a pack of cards out of his pocket, looked at it and cursed. He reached out a hand behind him, and a broadsword that was almost the size of his own body was handed to him by his student. She looked at Shikun in bewilderment, wondering where he had hidden such a gigantic weapon before remembering the way he had fought in the entrance examination. Even if Uraraka had asked a question, she doubted that he would have heard her, for his eyes were trained only on the group of maybe 50 individuals, the mask hiding his expression, but his eyes seemed to catch fire, glowing the same sickly green that had both made her terrified and relieved during the battle trial. This isn't an exercise, those are villains. 13, protect the students. I'll take care of them. Gingi, you stay out of this unless absolutely needed. You know what happened the last time you got into a fight. Aizawa-sensei had been replaced by the pro-hero Eraserhead. and he was about to leap into battle before Gingi-sensei caught him, lips curled back into a snarl. Shouta, listen to me. We don't know what they're here for, but it most likely has to do with the attack on UA yesterday. Let me fight. You can't handle so many people at once. Eraserhead grimaced, eyes darting from the group of villains to the pleading edge to Gingi-sensei's eyes before he cursed under his breath and pushed down the hand restraining him, turning to address the students as well. His eyes were hidden behind the goggles he wore, but she could still feel his gaze and the weight to it. Fine, students, do not engage the villains unless absolutely necessary. 13 will protect you. Gingi, you are authorized to use lethal force if you need it. Otherwise, stick to knocking people out. Shiakari, the boy in question, snapped out of his daze, eyes blank but somehow focused, and a brief peek of Aizawa-sensei returned. I leave you in charge in case 13 is incapacitated. What is my mission? It was a simple question, posed by the boy who had already begun to ooze killing intent, eyes flickering with an insane light. For a brief moment, Uraraka felt the fear that her classmates most likely felt every time they looked into his eyes and saw the nothingness that was hidden behind them. He spoke not like a student to a teacher, but a soldier to a commanding officer. Protect. Just as the word left Eraserhead's lips, the blue-haired leader of the villains finally decided to speak up. Kurogiri, why isn't All Might here? He was supposed to be here. The mass of rolling black mist turned its gaze onto the man, voice low but ringing out with eerie clarity in the silence. He must just be late. Shigaraki. The timetable stated that he would be here. The man dubbed Shigaraki scratched the back of his neck furiously, shaking his head like there was an insect buzzing around him. His movements were jerky, erratic, and she knew without a doubt that if the word crazy was given form, this would be the form it would have taken. No, this is a timed event. Maybe to trigger the final boss, we need to get rid of the mobs first. Kurogiri, you know what to do. We are here to kill All Might, and I will have his head. She ignored the chill that ran down her spine at the declaration that they were here to kill the symbol of peace. Stepping backwards to gain some distance between her and the villains, Eraserhead and Gingi-sensei finally moved, diving into the crowd even as Kurogiri warped into being barely a meter away from the students. 13 stood between him and them, calm and collected despite the situation. Below them, in the central plaza, the sound of fighting began to ring out as the other two adults fought their way through the horde of villains, Eraserhead choosing to disable them one by one while Gingi-sensei used the flat side of his broadsword to knock aside villains, his form looking as if it was changing as time went by. Greetings, we are the League of Villains. Our mission is to kill All Might. Apologies, but you will be scattered, tortured, and slain. Class 1 was paralyzed, most of them with fear, and 13 stepped forward to open one of the caps of his gloves to activate his quirk. I will not allow you to harm these students, foul villain. Black Hole began to do its work, sucking in the mist that made up Kurogiri's body. Yet, he remained impassive as his body began to disappear. Soon enough, Uraraka understood why his two portals opened up, one in front of the opening to 13's suit and one behind him. She cried out as she realized what the villain was aiming to do, even as Shikun sprang into motion. He shoulder-checked the pro-hero, pushing him out of the way of his own quirk, but the damage was done. A portion of 13's suit was ripped to shreds and she winced at the empty void that laid exposed to the air. When they didn't get up, she knew that the theories about 13 literally being a giant black hole was true. They must be trying to stop their quirk from tearing us apart. Unfazed by the damage their teacher had taken, Shikun pointed the gun at the floating entity, pulling the trigger and causing several pops to echo through the air. Unlike the rubber bullets that she knew for certain were in her gun or the devastating armor-piercing rounds that he had used during the entrance examination, what came out were pellets that struck the metal plating on Kurogiri and erupted into thick white foam. The mist man cried out, falling to the floor even as Shiakari stepped forward and rolled the apparently physical body of the villain over and pointed the gun at it. With a voice as cold as ice, he began to talk even as the foam hardened and the villain wheezed and gasped for breath. For something like this to happen, you must have a plan to kill the symbol of peace. Tell me, or I'll let you suffocate. Kurogiri continued gasping for breath, regardless of the gun aimed towards him. Shiakari waited for a few more seconds before sighing and firing off a shot, one that created a miniature explosion that knocked some of the hardened foam off his body before stepping down on the metal chest plate that seemed to house the body of the mist man. The rest of Class 1 still remained frozen, so Uraraka decided to take matters into her own hands. While Shiakari and Kurogiri were locked in a silent standoff, she searched for Yaoyorozu and shook her to break her from her daze, gesturing to 13. Yaoyorozu's eyes lit up in understanding before the glow of creation began to build. With the help of Su, who also recovered relatively quickly, they taped up the pro-hero's suit as he muttered his thanks. Behind them, there was a startled cry and she snapped her head back to see what was going on. Somehow, Kurogiri had opened a warp gate underneath his feet, and he was holding on to the ground as half his body vanished into it. She wasn't sure where the other one was, but the villain had already risen to his previous height, unruffled despite the remnants of foam sticking to his chest plate. The yellow lights in the mist that were most likely his eyes narrowed warily at the child he had just dropped into a portal, who had already raised the gun to fire more shots. Unfortunately, a smaller portal opened up to swallow the pellets and they were redirected to splatter against the ground harmlessly. As much as I hate having body parts stuck in my warp gates, you are dangerous. Forgive me, but this has to be done. A brief look of "say what now" was present on Shi's face before it changed to absolute agony as the portal he was stuck in closed. A second, smaller one opened up briefly to swallow his hand and the gun before closing and severing that as well. She was unsure where the rest of his body had gone, but now Shiakari had been reduced to half his size and one of his hands was now a stump that was spurting blood. Choking as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, Uraraka felt her mind disassociate as the members of Class 1 and 13, who had just managed to stagger to their feet, all cried out in horror. Behind her, she heard the sounds of Yaoyorozu retching. In front of her was a sight that reminded her of the battle trial. His hand was gone, cleanly cut off at the wrist. Everything below the waist had also vanished. Lengths of entrails spilled out from the opening, and she could see bone gleaming white throughout it all. The only reaction Shiakari had was the look of agony on his face that had appeared when the dismemberment had occurred. Unflinching, unfazed, his remaining hand drew another gun from nowhere and he pulled the trigger before that hand could vanish as well. This time, the gun shot something that exploded violently against Kurogiri's body, sending him hurtling back through the air, down but not out. Uraraka ran to her friend's fallen body, shouting for Yaoyorozu to help her create something to stop the pool of blood and gore that was spreading out under him. The girl with the creation quirk remained frozen in terror, and like the rest of her classmates she was mesmerized with horror by the blood. Shiakari pushed her hands away from where they were reaching to apply pressure to a wound too big to cover with her two hands alone. The machine was gone, replaced again by the human, the pain-filled human, in a shockingly strong voice. He called out for Ida. When the boy with engines for legs raced to his side, Shikun calmly told him to run away, only to be met with violent opposition. "No, I will not run. If heroes run, who will stay to fight?" Shikun's mouth curled into a smile before it was ruined by the fresh spurt of blood as coughs racked his body. Smacking Ada across the head, he spoke with clarity, tinged with fatigue. "Communications are down. We need to make sure that word of this villain attack reaches the teachers. Take this." He pushed something that looked suspiciously like a breaching charge into Ada's hands, "and go. We need your speed." Seeing Ada's indecision, he gave a big smile even as more of his life essence spilled out onto the floor and stained her hands red. "All heroes have to run one day, Ada Tenya. You run to save more lives than just your own. Now go. When heroes run, people like me will stay and fight." Ada let out a choked sob, shaking his head even as he stood up and dashed for the door. Soon enough, there was a hole in it wide enough for him to run through. Several other members of Class 1 finally managed to take their eyes off Shikun's broken body to run after him, escaping the prison. The boy bleeding to death cupped her cheek with a hand soaked in blood. "Uraraka, I need you to make sure everyone gets out of here." "What about you?" That got her a pained laugh. "I'll heal eventually. I just need the villains to think I died. Now go." She nodded, even though 13 had already begun to usher her classmates out the hole that Ada had mad not that they needed any encouragement. There were only a few of them left when Kurogiri warped back, scorched and dented but still relatively unharmed. The black mist that was his body rushed over the remaining students and 13 before they could even utter a word. Her last sight of Shikun was the wide snarl on his face as he glared challengingly at the seething villain. Even as he bled out, Asuitsuyu reappeared on a sinking ship, with Uraraka-chan at her side. They were surrounded by jeering villains. But that wasn't really what mattered to them at that point of time. What mattered so much more was the severed head of one Shiakari lying on its side about a meter away from the two of them. Still smiling, Uraraka screamed. Aizawa Shouta always knew that Gingi Yuki was a unique man. It was a wonder that he had flown under the radar for so long, posing as a mere crime psychologist, always watching but never actually acting. People enjoyed telling him just that. No matter how many criminals he put away with his profiles, he would never be able to take credit for that because he wasn't the one doing all the work. And all Gingi would respond with was a smile, one that never ceased to irritate the very people that attempted to mock him. A smile that screamed, "I know something you don't." Aizawa decided to keep an eye on him ever since the first day they had met, and he had sawed through the capture weapon that he wielded with a device that he had been tinkering on even before the meeting had begun. He was an interesting individual, at the very least. And then there came that day. 20 kids kidnapped, the biggest group in a long line of child kidnappings that could all be traced back to one source. When they had been discovered, they retreated to their base of operation. It then dissolved into a typical hostage ransom scenario. After realizing that the police wouldn't do anything and the heroes were drawing in, They decided the best way to make sure their demands were met was to show they were serious. By killing a child, boy, age 8, torn apart by a man with a strength augmentation quirk. While the whole world was watching, threatening to kill more, they demanded that the heroes back off. A particularly arrogant psychic had caused the death of child number 2 by deciding that he was too good to listen to no good villains. He broke into the warehouse through a window. The man was later tossed back out after he was turned into a human pretzel alongside another child. Girl, age 11, died of blood loss, missing her eyes and her heart. Aizawa had been called onto the scene because he was one of the few stealth-based heroes nearby. The rest were just a bunch of flashy heroes that didn't have the quirks or the abilities to safely rescue the remaining hostages. When he had shown up, alongside several other underground heroes, they had already been planning on how to save the children. Their plan took too long to be ironed out. A third child was dead, boy, age 7. The mass of flesh that was casually discarded out the front door couldn't even be considered human anymore. This time, the media was crying out for blood. The villains' blood for being monsters and the heroes' blood for being useless. Even Nezu had been called down to assist in taking into account the numerous variables that had been responsible for how child number 3 had died without being saved. In the end, their best strategy was midnight sleeping gas, a couple of flashbangs, and the equivalent of a hero break-and-enter team to be deployed. It was still a terrible plan, because the number of hostages was still something to be disputed, and if even a single villain managed to survive the initial assault, they would have even more blood on their hands. So, even as Nezu argued with the more bloodthirsty heroes, Gingi slipped away, silent as a wraith. The hero responsible for keeping an eye out reported how he had simply knocked a hole into the wall of the warehouse before disappearing. The plan had fallen apart, and thus every hero that had been on standby just charged in at once. He was just one man, and he had barely been in the warehouse for close to 10 minutes. And yet, the bloodbath they walked into was something that would haunt everyone who entered, something that was kept from the media. Bodies scattered, ripped apart like the first child had been, missing entire sections of their bodies like the second and turned into blood and gore like the third. It was almost poetic. There had been 10 children in there at the start. 3 were dead when the crime psychologist had stepped into the villain's lair. 1 more died as he executed his vengeance for the blood spilled. The monster hiding in the skin suit of a human had finally been revealed. He had originally been classified as quirkless, and yet he showed a quirk that was beautiful in how terrifyingly powerful it was. A passive quirk that could be activated at will, slowly upgrading the user's body and making it harder, better, faster, strong, and it turned the man who never stopped smiling into an eldritch horror. Gingi wasn't a person. He made that very clear when the heroes tried to defeat the villain. He was a weapon with thoughts and emotions, shackled only by his own morality. In order to not lose such a useful tool, the hero committee had offered him a deal. Either he could become their lapdog, or he could die, be captured while fighting every last hero they would send at him. He chose to submit, not because he wasn't willing to go out fighting. Gingi had confided in him later on with a tired smile, but because he didn't want anyone else to die. He had often forgotten the horrors that lurked beneath the man's skin. And yet, as they began to tear through the villains, he could very clearly tell that the weapon was holding back. His skin sparked with electricity. His movements had gradually begun to speed up, but none of the typical features that were indicators of when his quirk truly began to kick in had surfaced. If anything else, he looked bored. No villains were killed or even severely injured. Aizawa stopped to disable a man with blades for fingers, and in the time he needed to knock out the one man was the time he had used to knock 3 into submission. The supposed leader of these ragtag bunch of villains was busy tearing a hole into the back of his neck, scratching and counting to himself. The abomination with an exposed brain that just stood obediently beside him was even more unsettling. As the last of the villains who had stepped out of the portal were beaten into unconsciousness, the man with a severed hand on his face lunged for his elbow just as he blinked to relieve his tired eyes. A second of sharp pain followed as his sleeve turned to dust, his elbow beginning to disintegrate just as Gingi swung the broadsword down and forced the villain to retreat, narrowly preventing his arm from being separated from his body. He stood in front of Aizawa, allowing him time to get his bearings and serving as cover for when he needed to activate his quirk, if it was necessary. The villain chuckled, not even fazed as Gingi pulled the broadsword out of the ground and cursed at the way it was rusting away. Breaking off the parts of it that were disintegrating, he continued wielding the rest. You NPCs may be good, but we're higher leveled than you. Namu. As the final word dropped from his lips, the monster blurred into motion, reappearing to swing a fist at the glasses-wearing adult. Aizawa's eyes widened as he activated his quirk, ignoring the sudden stab of pain as his already dry eyes took another beating. But every instinct in him still screamed for him to move, and he rolled out of the way as Gingi took the punch with the remnants of his sword. It shattered, spraying the air with metal shards even as the villain threw another punch at the same speed as the first. Eraserhead allowed part of himself to feel surprised at the fact that his quirk wasn't working on the monster even as he used his capture weapon to yank his partner out of the way of the second blow, which smashed into the ground with a resounding sound as the ground trembled from the force. Unflinching, expressionless, the villain continued to advance as Gingi cursed, dodging frantically as punch after punch was thrown, pausing only to leap over the Namu and dig his hands into its exposed brain. With a violent wrench, he ripped out bits of brain matter and the monster let out a pained screech, swerving around at a speed that should have been impossible for its size to clothesline the still airborne perpetrator with a massive arm. Silent despite the fact that the force of the blow had thrown him into the ground so hard that he was able to bounce back to his feet, Gingi smiled, teeth already starting to sharpen, and the small bit of drool that trickled from the side of his mouth was on its way to becoming black. He removed the bits of brain from the gloves that had fused with his hands as his quirk began to work its magic, claws glistening with blood and gray matter. He bared his teeth in a feral smile, leaping forward to attack the Namu even as the man with the disintegration quirk began to shriek about how it was impossible that they could beat the Namu. Aizawa's eyes flicked back to the entrance where their students had been left behind with only 13 and Shiakari as a barrier between them and any villains that may have decided that they were easier picking. Listening to the sounds of gunfire as a misty figure flew through the air and landed behind the man-child, who had taken his eyes off the deadly dance between the two monsters to snap at the other villain. Kurogiri, what's going on up there? The newly named Kurogiri was largely made of mist, with a metal chest plate that was probably more for decoration than for anything else appeared to be midly irritated. The yellow, glowing lights that seemed to be its eyes focused on the duel with some interest, before landing on Aizawa himself and quickly returning to the man-child. He appeared to bow. Apologies, Shigaraki, but one of the students proved to be much stronger than what I anticipated. After I neutralized 13, he almost killed me with a gun. I was forced to take drastic measures. Aizawa felt his blood run cold, and even Gingi spared a glance, the smile on his face taking on a frantic edge as he quickly attacked the Namu's brain again, only drawing another roar of pain, but not doing much else. Drastic measures. From the comment about the gun, it was clearly she at work, but what did the teleporter mean by drastic measures? The man scratched the back of his neck again, mood darkening abruptly as he reached out his free hand in Kurogiri's direction before catching himself. Kurogiri, you idiot. If you weren't our exit strategy, I would kill you right now. Did you kill the NPC that did this to you? In response, a small portal appeared, swirling black mist that promptly spat out the lower half of a teenager in a hand, still clutching the gun in its grasp even after it had been removed from its host's body. Aizawa swallowed hard and stomped on the head of a villain that was beginning to stir to control himself. Judging from the gun and the remnants of a cloak, she had been the unfortunate victim of an impromptu operation. He prayed that the boy's regenerative ability was strong enough to regrow half of himself, and just as the teleporter warped away again, the teacher jumped at Shigaraki, quirk active and capture weapon extended. Shigaraki growled, and in an impressive show of speed, caught the edges of the scarf-like weapon. Yet, without his quirk, it was like watching a toddler attempt to pull a car. In one fluid motion, he yanked his capture weapon back, meeting Shigaraki with a fist to the face. He was about to follow up with a kick when Gingi screamed a warning, voice distorting and reminding him of static as he quickly withdrew the foot. But not fast enough, because the Namu had already grabbed it and used Aizawa as a makeshift hammer, slamming him against the ground 3 times before stopping, still holding onto his leg. He groaned, body protesting at the blunt force trauma even as he attempted to break free from the iron grip on his leg. From his position on the ground, he could see Gingi furiously attacking the Namu with several devastating punches that seemed to do nothing, even though the force of each punch created momentary bursts of wind. Shigaraki was trembling. The hand on his face had been dislodged by the punch and he was scrambling to grab it, apologizing to a father as he slipped the hand back onto his face. Aizawa felt his stomach lurch briefly at the implications behind that action. Eraserhead, you may be really cool, but you touched Father Namu, as he called the monster. It stiffened up and the grip on his leg tightened to the point where he could feel his bones beginning to give way. Before Shigaraki could give another order, Gingi roared and swiped one clawed arm in a diagonal arc, severing the arm holding onto his leg at the wrist and carving 5 deep furrows into the skin of the Namu. With a quick motion, he pried the severed hand off and lifted Aizawa to his feet, both backing away to what he hoped was a safe distance even as Shigaraki screeched, order forgotten, as he took in the injuries to the Namu. Before his eyes, the hand began to regrow itself as the gouges in the Namu's flesh sealed up in several seconds. Simultaneously, the two men swore, super speed, strength, and now regeneration. He blinked, his eyes conjuring up a picture of Shiakari, overlapping with the body of the monster. Banishing the thought, he prepared to continue fighting as Shigaraki had what appeared to be a panic-induced breakdown and Gingi continued to look more and more monstrous. Hunching over as four black, tentacle-like appendages erupted from his back, dripping corrosive acid. The sounds of flesh tearing apart seemed to ground the mentally unhinged villain as he straightened up, pointing an accusing finger at the soon-to-be an eldritch horror. "What are you?" The class schedule said that Eraserhead, 13 and All Might were supposed to be here. "Our objective isn't even here and there's a secret boss." "No matter. Namu is built to kill All Might." "Namu, kill the NPCs." Even as the abomination lurched forward to attack, Gingi was already moving, clawed hands raised to block as the appendages on his back lashed out and cut off both arms of his opponent. Aizawa watched in shock and awe, suddenly reminded that the man who was as bad as Hisashi at understanding social cues was also the man who had been nicknamed the living weapon by those who had witnessed the end of his bloody crusade as he fought in tandem with the additional limb that only showed up when he was truly taking the fight seriously. He now understood why the man never seemed to be fazed by the sheer regenerative ability and the potential for villainy his student had, always stating that she would be a hero. Here was a monster which was basically the upgraded version of one Shiakari, getting absolutely decimated by a person who never stopped smiling as he fought on. Flecks of acid dripping from his body and eating away at the Namu as it continued to lose its arms as fast as it was growing them. It looked almost pathetically easy for Gingi Yuki to fight something that was supposed to be the anti-All Might, something that would have most likely killed him if he had decided to force Gingi off the bus instead of just letting him tag along. Shigaraki was equally petrified by the high-speed dance of death, not even reacting when a stray drop of acid landed on him and began eating into his skin. Aizawa chose to seize this chance, once again unleashing both his weapon and his quirk as his fellow fighter separated the Namu into 3 sections. Without a monster to stop him, the punch to the neck was uninterrupted, and the move that followed, in which he used his capture weapon as leverage to smash the villain face first into the ground before stomping on the back of his head twice to make sure he was unconscious, was successful. He looked up from his subdued target in time for him to watch Gingi callously tear each of the 3 parts of the Namu into 2 with his remaining appendage, only stopping when the ground was covered with tiny bits of monster. Breathing heavily, like he had just gone through an intense workout, Gingi slowly relaxed, returning to his original form and sitting down on the head of the Namu like it was a chair, ensuring that Shigaraki was truly out of commission and not just faking unconsciousness. He hobbled over to check on his friend. Aizawa was greeted with a lazy grin, which would have been a lot more convincing if there wasn't blood dripping from a corner of it. Following his gaze, Gingi touched the small stream of blood gently, before wiping it and turning his cheek red. "That took a lot out of me. Haven't had to put my quirk into overdrive for a long while. Should have begun charging it up at the start of the day. I knew something wasn't right." Aizawa laughed almost hysterically at the casual tone he had taken, almost as if they were 2 men discussing something over a cup of tea instead of sitting amongst groaning villains. "You beat something that was supposed to take down All Might. I'd call that a win." Gingi gave him a smile for that statement, before glancing back to the entrance, where a familiar black mist was lurking. "Go check on your students, Aizawa. I'll stay here and guard the villains." He extended a hand, face up, and winced when claws began to gradually grow from it. "My quirk should give me some form of protection if they wake up." Not even waiting for the last word to hit the ground, Aizawa broke into a sprint, hoping that his students were fine. He arrived in time to see Todoroki freeze Kurogiri, expressionless even in the face of danger. Kirishima, not even hesitating, threw a punch with his quirk activated, denting the chest plate of the villain even further before 13 activated his quirk, beginning to suck in the large cloud of mist that was the villain, stopping when the villain began to take on an almost human form, just in time for Todoroki to slam an iceberg down on Kurogiri. Wincing, but impressed at the coordination they had shown, he began to search for the rest of his students. Seeing his gaze, Todoroki spoke up. He had made a hole in the gate and most of the class escaped alongside him. The only ones left were 13, Kirishima, Yaoyorozu, Jiru, Uraraka, Tsuyu and me. The villain reappeared after she had shot him in the chest with something that exploded, teleporting everyone but the 3 of us. We managed to stop him, but not before. The boy trailed off, a series of expressions flickering across his face as he pointed. Kirishima retched and 13 bowed their head almost shamefully, not sticking around to hear the apologies. Aizawa rushed to the still body in a pool of blood just a few meters away. Shiakari's lower half was gone, and so was his right hand. But most important of all, his head was missing. There was no coming back from this one. He forced himself to look at the grisly sight, taking in every detail of his student, the one that he had failed twice in just as many days. Aizawa swallowed down his guilt and bowed to the corpse, the words he had been meaning to say dying on his lips, before turning away from the body, heart heavy. He felt a sudden sensation of being watched and slowly turned back to the main plaza, meeting Gingi's eyes. After a few seconds, the man's smile finally crumpled and he broke the line of sight. "I'm sorry," he thought, just as his instincts flared up and he was enveloped by a black mist, reappearing beside a surprised Gingi Yuki, who had been unsuccessful in hiding the grief on his face even as he leapt to his feet. Before a question could come out his mouth, a pale hand clamped around his neck and Gingi screamed, whirling around to drive an arm through Shigaraki even as he ripped the hand off his neck. Aizawa watched as he staggered and fell, clutching at his throat as blood began to drip through his fingers. Rushing over to help him, he desperately pressed his hands to the wound as well, praying that he wouldn't have both the student and the master die on the same day. Shigaraki disappeared, coughing blood as he fell backwards into another portal, and Kurogiri appeared in front of the duo, looking more human than ever but with an unhealthy amount of bloodthirst radiating from him. The Mist Man said nothing, instead opening an even larger portal this time, to reveal two more Nomas, one with no eyes at all and the other with far too many eyes. Three things happened as the Nomas drove the duo into the ground at the same time. The reptile one taking Aizawa while the other smashed Gingi into what had once been its counterpart. 1. The doors of the USJ were knocked to the ground, one of them narrowly missing part of Shiakari's body by a furious All Might, the only thought on his mind being that he had been too late again. He was proven right when he laid eyes on the corpse that had once been a student. 2. A grief-stricken, vengeful Uraraka Ochako began to pour the bleach she had managed to find on the sinking ship into the water with glee, watching the aquatic villains begin to choke with a grin as Tsuyu glanced at her nervously. 3. Yaoyorozu Momo and Jiru Kyoika started to falter as the villains started to overwhelm them. A lucky blow knocked the shield from Yaoyorozu's arm and they surged forward, capitalizing on the opening and pinning the two girls to the ground. Shiakari died, unable to regenerate from the grievous injuries he sustained. Gingi Yuki died, his throat turned to ash. Aizawa Shouta died, his head reduced to pulp. Yaoyorozu Momo and Jiru Kyoika died screaming and in pain. All Might died fighting, as the two Nomas overwhelmed him. The teachers of UA showed up too late, just in time to watch the symbol of peace die, the villains responsible escaping, and pick up the pieces of what remained. Ada Tenya would return to realize that he was too late, spending the rest of his life harboring the guilt of not saving the person who had saved him. He would perish at the hero killer's hands. Uraraka Ochako would withdraw from the hero course and return home to her parents. She would find an envelope in the mail a week later, addressed to her by her fallen friend. He had left everything he had to her. She and her parents would live comfortably for the rest of their lives. A new age of villains, with All for One at the reins, would be born starting from that day. No, Midoriya Izuku breathed as his hand curled around a scarlet pawn, placing it down gently on a damaged chessboard as his voice broke with barely restrained fury. Not today. Unnoticed to all, the world trembled as a young boy grabbed the chains that had once bound him and pulled. All Might arrived a minute earlier, just in time to save Aizawa and Gingi as the new Nomas entered the field. The duo would spend the next few minutes applying pressure to the neck wound until it was repaired by the man's quirk. He would also take several agonizing moments to move around the USJ, saving the duo in the mountain zone and extricating the duo in the shipwreck zone, before engaging the Nomas in combat while 13. Todoroki and Kirishima took care of Kurogiri, ensuring that he stayed down this time. As All Might began to falter, a lucky swipe to his ribs makes him stagger long enough for the Nomas to rain down punches on him. The students and teachers watch in horror, powerless as he desperately fends off blows, focused completely on defense. After several minutes of high-speed fighting, in which All Might goes above and beyond his limits, steam beginning to escape slowly from his body, he crumples to the ground as the cavalry appear. Snipe stuns the Nomas with his bullets, but not long enough. The symbol of peace is sent flying into the air by a vicious uppercut and doesn't land on his feet. The heroes begin to fight desperately to protect the number one hero as Eraserhead and a severely weakened Gingi Yuki leap back into the fray. The bioengineered monsters shrug off blows that would cripple any of the unconscious villains littering the area, matching the heroes in every single way. If there had only been one, it would have been overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the assault. But there are two Nomas, and they were both meant to take down All Might, so one by one, the heroes start to waver. 13 attempts to take down the Nomas with their quirk, but the presence of the other villains and heroes in the area means that they cannot open a large enough black hole. The heroes draw back, with the number one hero in tow, and the students retreat alongside their teachers as the Nomas relentlessly pursue their goal. They may be damaged and weakened, but their regenerative ability is still more than enough to keep them going. Ectoplasm's clones only provide momentary distractions. The walls that Cementos pulls up are quickly demolished and Swipes and Snipes' bullets are far too weak to do any real damage. Nezu and Power Loader are largely useless for a brawl such as this one, so they busy themselves with evacuating the students left behind. All Might picks himself back up and feels the last embers of one for all he can muster flare up as he continues to fight, ignoring the way his body aches and his injuries scream for his attention. Even so, the Nomas continue to push forward, like zombies or demented machines. Soon, All Might tires, steam billowing and concealing how he is slowly reverting to his original form. Everyone, students and teachers alike, pray for their symbol of peace to win, for some miracle to help him save the day. With a final resounding roar, he sends the monsters across the USJ as he collapses, Cementos quickly shielding him from the view of the student. Slowly, they begin to relax before a screech pierces the air and the reptilian Namu staggers back into view, with the many-eyed one trailing behind. They are missing limbs and regeneration no longer seems to work, but they are alive. The teachers ready themselves for another fight, hoping against hope that All Might had done enough damage for them to take the Nomas down. Midoriya Izuku frowns at the scarlet pawn, tapping it almost frantically before raising it and smashing it into the chessboard, green lightning racing along his skin as he screams. Two blurs race past the weary heroes, stopping simultaneously, each one perfectly poised in front of a Namu. The monsters pause as they both draw glowing swords, Eraserhead freezing in place because he's seen them before. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, the new individuals turn to him, revealing identical leather masks, with equally toothy grins and eye patches. The white-haired one leaves his left eye uncovered while the black-haired one leaves his right eye uncovered. Roaring, they charge at the Nomas. Spectre has joined the game. Spectre has joined the game. If the fight that Genji Yuki and the original Namu had was considered a one-sided beatdown, then the two Spectres engaging their respective foes was a massacre. The stark difference between the fighting styles of the opposing parties were clear enough, as seen from how Shigaraki had to give the original Namu commands. The creatures lacked any sort of natural intelligence, minus the basic abilities to fight and move around on their own. They did not work as a team, but instead as two individuals on the same side. Spectre and Spectre, on the other hand, functioned like they were two halves of the same whole. While the Nomas had the upper hand in sheer regenerative ability and strength, their lack of teamwork was heavily used by the two vigilantes as a method of defense against them. More than once, a Namu would be redirected into its counterpart, and the monsters would crash into each other, temporarily halting their advances and giving their enemies the precious few seconds they needed to create several new wounds on the Nomas. Of course, their innate regenerative ability caused the wounds to seal up within seconds. But even the lack of progress did not deter the cloaked individuals, who just continued their assault. Swords glowing, pulsing like they were alive, the twin blades feasted on the blood of their opponents. And with each injury they dealt, the Spectres only grew faster. For a killer who claimed to be quirkless and his equally enigmatic counterpart who had defeated All Might in one-on-one combat without a visible quirk as well, they had already broken the limits of the quirkless. Harder, while they were lithe assassins, their speed and lack of lethality in the beginning demonstrated how much they fit into the glass cannon category. Of course, as the ground cracked under their feet every time they jumped and lunged, it was almost impossible not to compare the duo to copies of All Might if the behemoth had decided to pursue the path of a swordsman instead of a brute. Better, the last time they had seen the Spectre, it had been his double that had greeted them. The original had the reputation of killing his prey in one blow before dismantling the body. His twin counterpart had fought the number one hero not with the desperation of a villain backed into a corner, but with the savage fury of a beast which had discovered another animal in its territory. They worked in tandem, pulling each other out of the way of large lumbering limbs and taking the same opportunity to allow their blades to taste blood once more. They fought beings which had overpowered All Might with their sheer strength alone without pause. Faster. In the beginning, they dealt blows at a slow pace that was one hit per 4 seconds on their enemies. Barely a few minutes later, the swords they wielded bit into their opponents so often that it appeared as if they were swordsmen carrying 2 blades each instead of in total. The phrase death by 1,000 cuts would have been the most accurate way to describe how the Nomas were being beaten. Stronger. Originally, the cuts could only be considered minor flesh wounds, even for regular humans. A couple of scratches here and there that were mostly quick slashes snuck in as they ducked and weaved. Those measly injuries had been replaced by cuts and gouges that cleaved through black flesh like it was made of butter, leaving wounds that would kill a grown man through sheer blood loss alone. The one member of UA who had defeated a Namu in a fight had pushed his quirk to its limits in order to do so, and had paid the price with a throat wound that took up so much of his neck that a single strong breeze could have knocked his head off his shoulders. And according to Recovery Girl, who had fussed over the man bleeding profusely from his throat, sending HS Quirk into overdrive just to make up for the lack of time it had to build up and modify his body, had permanently turned his hands into the gloved claws because of the strain multiple transformations had put on his heart. Whether or not the two vigilantes fell the same way was a possibility that seemed more and more likely, for they continued to rise above, now on the offensive instead of the cautious defense they had put up in the beginning. No one could maintain such a taxing performance for so long without some form of repercussion. And yet, the specters continued to fight, never faltering even as chunks of flesh and limbs flopped to the ground around them, their weapons pulsing so fast that it could have induced a seizure and turning into solid arcs of light instead of the curved katana-like forms that they actually possessed. The battle was awe-inspiring, a testament to the true spirit of Plus Ultra and an example of what happened when an unstoppable force met a less than immovable object. And yet, it was also terrifying. Only a few heroes in the USJ had seen what it was like when the Spectres dived into combat, and they had understood that the vigilantes never played all their cards at once. Yagi Toshinori, hidden by concrete walls to the students, but not to the teachers or the fight, bore witness to the demon he had once compared to his greatest enemy as it fought against a monster that was meant to beat the unbeatable. Aizawa Shouta, who had been the first person to truly encounter Spectre, watched the fight as a cold pit began to form in his stomach. The twin killers had not just disappeared, hung up their masks like many had hoped. They had been doing something, hidden in the shadows, and whatever they had been doing made them so much stronger than before. At this point, it was like the Nomus weren't the monsters in this fight. It was the black and white duo, who were dwarfed by the sheer size of their opponents, who brought the feeling of the Reaper itself to the playing field. It was a fight, a beatdown that lasted less than a quarter of an hour, yet it stretched on for an eternity. With a flourish, Spectre decapitated his opponent before his blade vanished. The severed head landed in his hands, and he proceeded to squeeze until it was reduced to paste before brushing the remnants of the so-called All-Might Killer off himself. At the same time, Spectre removed the legs of the other Namu, sword disappearing as well as he leapt onto the Namu's shoulders, grabbed its head and twisted it so hard that it was ripped from its place. There were sounds of shock and retching, mostly coming from the students who had not yet been evacuated, and those who had disobeyed orders to come back and watch the fight. The tired heroes prepared to fight against the vigilantes as they dusted themselves off and walked towards the crowd, mirror images of each other. It was almost disconcerting how in sync the duo was. They stopped about 2 meters away from the wary adults and the teenagers that they were hiding from view. A few moments of silence passed before one of them spoke up, in a voice that was soft but with an edge of restrained steel. Principal Nezu. The animal person in question perked up as he was addressed by the black-haired vigilante. Does your offer still stand? The principal pondered the question, beady eyes flashing with barely suppressed curiosity before he replied. It most certainly does. While some here will argue that the two of you are murderers, I think that it would be better for us to have the Spectres on our side. After all, if we can make an exception for Gingi here, the pale man, still holding a clawed hand to his throat, offered a small wave, we can turn a blind eye to your misdeeds. The original Spectre gave a derisive snort at that, and his weapon reappeared in his hand. More than one member of UA jerked back in response, ready to activate their quirks before it vanished just as quickly as it arrived. Guess I'm still right about this world. Light makes right, doesn't it, Principal Nezu? Makes me wonder how many former villains and vigilantes, how many people with blood on their hands are chained to the Public Safety Committee. If we decide that it would be better to end this day with a bloodbath, what would you do? Stiffening at the barely veiled threat, Vlad King was about to spit out an insult before Spectre chopped his counterpart on the head. They exchanged a glance before Spectre sighed, running a hand through his hair and leaving a streak of red in the white locks. We would rather not have done this, but things have been beyond our control. The villains are making their move. We had hoped that hiding in the shadows would work for another year or so, but it seems that we've reached the end of living undetected. A few conditions before we agree to help. 1. The two of us answer to no one. We fight on the side of the heroes, but that doesn't mean we agree with it. We will not stand for any people who think that we are to be ordered around like attacked dogs. Spectre stopped speaking shortly before his counterpart picked up the conversation, barely leaving any time for the heroes to absorb the statements. 2. We get to come and go as we please. We don't take kindly to getting locked up. No tracking devices either. We'll show up when we're needed and give a method to contact us, but no one gets to clip our wings. That's all for now. Nezu seemed to mull over their conditions, but everyone listening to the conversation knew that they were at a disadvantage. The two vigilantes had just taken down 2 All-Might killers and looked like they had just been through a light jog. If the principal or anyone else tried to shackle them, it would result in unnecessary violence. Yet, the teachers couldn't help but bristle at how the Spectres were essentially exchanging their services for protection from the law. Your terms are agreeable. However, I must add some of my own. 1. No murder is justified, unless absolutely necessary. You are not to kill anyone. 2. You will gain places in UA as teachers. It would be good for the future generations of heroes to know what they are truly up against. Spectre gave a short bark of laughter, and Aizawa noticed that his eye had receded to the identical mix of gray and green that his counterpart had, reaching up to lift the mask off his face. He revealed the face of a teenager. A scar ran the length of his face, tracing a curved line from the edge of his mouth and stopping just below the eye that had been covered. Ignoring the ripples of surprise at how young the Spectre was, he gestured to his face before talking once more. I don't think that I'm old enough to teach just yet. Let me introduce myself. My name is Izuku. I'm 16 this year, and as for my partner, he smiled, a grin that glinted with amusement. The eyes of those still in the USJ were drawn to Spectre, who had also started to take off his mask. He hesitated slightly at all the stares drilling into him, before taking a deep breath and pulling off his mask fully. The teachers gaped, shocked at the individual that stood before them. For once, even Nezu was lost for words. Hello, to Akuro, I am simply Teras, but you all may know me by another name. The second unmasked teenager offered a polite smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. And that name is Shiakari. A few beats of silence passed, everyone attempting to process that the gunslinging boy who was supposed to be dead on the ground behind them was also the one who had beaten All Might in combat. And if one did the math, Present Mike passed out on the spot, foaming at the mouth in shock. Aizawa sighed and began the process of lifting his friend into his arms, wishing that he had done the same. He paused when Nimari regained her wits quickly enough to help him adjust his ashi into a fireman's carry. As the remaining members of Class 1 began to shriek about how their classmate had beaten a monster after getting the lower half of him, a hand and his head chopped off. He froze, almost dropping his unconscious friend when a bang jolted him from his task. Looking up, his eyes flickered towards the source of the sound, snickering to himself when he realized it had been Uraraka Ochako. She had just fired the gun Mr. I beat All Might and then decided to go to the school he was teaching had gifted her before Sid hit the fan. She stalked forward and gently pressed the gun under his chin, eyes burning with fury. Izuku had begun to edge away from the pair after patting his counterpart on the back as what was probably a form of sympathy before slinking away. I thought you died. Your head got warped alongside Sue and me. Did you not think, for 1 second, that I would be eternally grateful if you had told me that you can somehow regrow your head? So that I didn't think my friend had just died protecting me, a day after he had almost died to protect me. Shiakari raised his hands in surrender, eyes darting from Uraraka to the gun that was resting against his chin, a hint of panic entering them even as he replied. Time was of the essence. I didn't think that Kurogiri would cut off my head. Needed to protect the rest. When the frown on her face just deepened, he winced. I'm sorry about making it look like I died. This wasn't supposed to play out like it did. Uraraka pinned him in place for a few more seconds with a glare, before letting out a groan of suffering and holstering her gun. Removing her helmet, she used it to gently knock the teenager on his head. Don't do that again. Please, I don't want to watch you die again. 2 times is 2 times too many. You got that? Despite the strength of her words, her voice broke on the last 3, revealing to anyone with a keen ear that Uraraka was more traumatized about it than she let on. Aizawa made a mental note to ensure the duo went for therapy. Actually, his whole class probably needed therapy. At the rate at which things were going, she was going to end up with grievous injuries every other day until they figured out how to stop him from being a trouble magnet. The teenage boy removed the helmet from her grasp, tucking it under one arm as he brought her into a hug. Uraraka stiffened at the contact, before letting out a laugh that seemed more like a sob and returning the embrace. Aizawa wondered if he should look away, feeling as though he was intruding on some private, intimate moment. Nimari clearly had no such reservations, because her phone was already out and she was snapping pictures at a frantic rate, muttering about how a murderer shouldn't be so adorable and soft. He had to agree, as much as he hated it. Uraraka and she had a unique relationship, unlike anyone else's in the class. He knew that being involved in 2 incidents of such a great magnitude would definitely cause their lives to be entangled, like how heroes bonded over their shared trauma. But Aizawa knew that it was unhealthy for the duo to be so heavily reliant on each other. Uraraka originally seemed to treat she like her hero, but now it was something akin to overprotectiveness, and she had initially rebuffed her advances but let her into his life immediately after the fiasco that was the battle trial. He looked around to see where Izuku had gone and found him in a chat with Todoroki of all people. Well, it was mainly Raizu chattering about something while Todoroki replied from time to time. But the small smile on the boy with the ice and fire quirk showed that he was at least enjoying the conversation and not being threatened by Spectre. His attention was drawn back to his 2 problem children when Nimari squealed softly. He glanced up, then looked away immediately, beginning to carry Hazashi to Recovery Girl. He was a teacher, not as the problem children's father. He had no business with how Uraraka had disengaged from the hug to tug her partner into a kiss that didn't seem to be breaking anytime soon. And yet, he still made a mental note to give them the talk. After all, relationships were hard to keep in a school as competitive as Yui Academy. It was just him fulfilling his role as a teacher, nothing else. It definitely wasn't because he wanted the 2 to stay happy with each other. Naturally, after the fiasco that was the USJ incident, Yui Academy was scrambling to do damage control. The students were being checked over by paramedics. Then the police had to take their statements before they could leave. Thankfully, most of the students of Class 1 were fine, shaken up and possibly traumatized, but they were physically fine. Some would definitely need some therapy after this, but Aizawa would ensure that every single member of his class went to see Hound Dog. Of course, she himself would be on that list, but he was unsure of whether the boy would consent to it. Shiakari, Terra's, whatever his name was, lived in the in-between. Parents that didn't care about him, but the resources to live comfortably on his own and engineer weapons that were to his liking. He had never actually used his quirk during the one time he had clashed with All Might as Spectre, or at least he didn't show any signs of it, and thus the vigilante laws didn't apply to him. Funny how you were breaking the law when you used your quirk without express permission, even if it was the single tiny edge you might need to stay alive. Many former pro-heroes, especially those from the older generations before All Might's time, had obtained their licenses in order to use their quirks without fear of repercussion. It showed a lot about the way the Hero Public Safety Commission ran the country alongside the government. Aizawa himself chose to remain an underground hero in order to get away from the limelight and the dangers that came with it because of the way the media feasted on any morsel they could find, tearing apart the lives of more than one budding hero who had been careless or overconfident. No thank you, he'd rather have his paycheck and students over getting recognized in public. Hazashi had recovered from his little fainting spell and had gone over to speak with Raizu after Todoroki was called away to be looked over. Judging from the way the beaming smile on his face when talking to the ice and fire user had shifted into something more tired and genuine when Hazashi began to speak with him, the cheerful person he had portrayed himself as was just an act to make his fellow teenager more comfortable. When the two began to gesture widely and expressively at each other, Aizawa decided that he had been watching the show for too long, keeping his problem children in the corner of his eye. He walked up to Gingi. Unsurprisingly, the human weapon was looking at the duo as well, a small smile on his face that didn't quite match the sadness in his eyes while rubbing his neck. He slapped away the hand that was tugging at the red-tinted bandage, and Gingi gave him a wry grin, eyes lighting up at his arrival. Aizawa shook his head, more at himself than at anyone else. How did he manage to pick up such weird strays? The former criminal psychologist patted the space beside him. And despite the fact that the duo were taking up space in the back of an ambulance, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 took the offer and groaned as his bones creaked. It appeared that he hadn't gotten off as lightly as he had thought. Wincing at the throbbing of his left leg, he determined the severity of the injury before asking the question that had been plaguing his mind ever since Shiakari had unmasked himself as the counterpart to the cannibal Raizu Akiro. "Did you know?" Gingi Yuki's grin flickered, and the tired edge crept back into his eyes. He pulled out a pack of cards from his shirt pocket, beginning to slowly shuffle them, not even flinching as his new and improved hands created sparks when a claw was drawn along the card. "Did I know that Akari was part of the duo you lot were chasing? The identity of the original Spectre? Perhaps the fact that they had threatened to tear the building blocks of this cruel world down and replace them?" The speed of his shuffling increased, and the cards began to change colors, never staying in one particular shade for too long. Almost mesmerized, Aizawa watched the small show of dexterity and marveled at the nonchalant nature of someone who practically had the Public Safety Commission breathing down his neck, a gun pressed to the back of his head. Gingi stopped abruptly, removing 3 cards from the deck and turning them over to reveal a bloodstained crown, a face that was half skeleton and half human, and most disconcerting of all, a figure dragging what appeared to be chains made from corpses behind them. He tapped the first one and began to speak. "Raizu Akiro is a special individual. While Akari and I prefer to stay in the shadows and fight for those living in the light, he was born there. I don't know where he came from, or why he embarked on the path that he is currently on. All I know is that he is truly quirkless. His strength, for some reason, comes from human flesh. He's never really talked about it, and we've never tried to pry. Some secrets are best kept secret. He's a lot older, mentally, than he lets on. Perhaps biologically as well. See the rings he wears on the 4th finger on both hands? He never takes those off, and gets really angry when someone tries to touch them. So far, only Akari and I have managed to get permission from him." Aizawa followed the extended finger, eyes narrowing and focusing on the glint of metal from sunlight reflecting off the thin band on his right hand as he flapped his hand in response to something Hazashi said. Puzzlement. That was what he was feeling right now. "You're telling me a 16-year-old kid got married, and that his partner died, so he wears both rings to remember them?" Gingi tilted his head at the questions, but shrugged and nodded at the same time, sliding the bloodstained crown back into his miraculous deck of cards. "I don't know the complete story. Don't think I ever will. But he was so lonely when we first met him. You could tell that he was still reeling from the loss of someone. Perhaps multiple someones. Funny thing actually. He looks exactly like an older version of Midoriya Izuku if the boy hadn't died all those years ago. Isn't it weird that a couple years after Midoriya died, body never found, Raizu surfaced as a killer of those who would harm others? Of course, that's probably just a coincidence. The salt and pepper-haired man snickered at the warring emotions Aizawa's face was probably showing and patted his shoulder in what was supposed to be a comforting gesture, but was more mocking than anything else. I'm just pulling your leg. Midoriya Izuku was a boy who died alone because this world beat him into the ground. His name pulls no weight here. Hell, I don't think you even know him. The only reason I do is because of the little check I ran on Bakugo Katsuki. He paused to tap the second card. Moving on, let's talk about Akari. Your little Spectre Black. The one who fought All Might and won with nothing but a scratch to show for it. He showed up instead of Akiro because he was having one of his episodes. We didn't want to do it, but something had to be done about Nezu's efforts in meddling with our business. I was there to watch, of course. Even helped out a little, but that was mainly due to Akiro's strength anyway. Aizawa groaned, running a hand down his face and processing these new developments. And to think that he had been proud of the problem child putting so much effort into making his quirk useful. Turns out, all that practice was because they were running a shadow war against the villains of Japan. Please tell me that the problem child isn't strong enough to beat All Might in A. Never mind the question. Your expression tells me everything. Gingi's face was a mix between you poor innocent soul and I don't want to say this. Excellent. Fantastic. If he put his mind to it, Shiakari would probably take over UA and have joint ownership with Principal Nezu. He shuddered at the thought. With his tools and literal ability to not die because of sheer willpower, I'd say that the only way to put him down would be to cancel his quirk and dice him up. I mean, you saw what Kurogiri did to him. Akari's regenerative ability is something to be feared. The man's eyes briefly darkened with fury, but it's also sobering when you realize how much damage he must have inflicted on his own body. From what I know, Akari is basically dead to pain at this point. His emotions are also out of whack because of his city parents. Thankfully, the one thing that they could never take from him was his anger. He's free now, and while I sometimes wish that I can drop a bomb, preferably several bombs, on their house, Akari still cares for them for some inane reason. Says that they're good people despite what they've done to him. At least he has Uraraka now. She's managed to be that irritating influence and cracked the final bits of his shell open. He gazed fondly, and maybe a little enviously if Aizawa was feeling bold. At the sight of the problem children duo latched onto each other, refusing to let go even as a paramedic tried to check over she. The two adults snorted in unison when both teenagers pulled out their pistols. Identical expressions of barely restrained contempt, and the unfortunate woman backed away after tossing a few medical supplies at them. Aizawa looked around to confirm that the majority of his students had finished their police statements and were slowly filtering out of the USJ. Notable exceptions included Raizu, Yaoyorozu, and Jiru, and finally Kirishima. He made a mental note to ask the police officer in charge about the situation. Dalgi Toshinori was being discreetly shipped off by the remaining teachers, leaving Hazashi, Nimuri, and the two of them as the four remaining members of the UA faculty. A small cough redirected his attention to Gingi. We're still going to have to fix that mindset he has about himself, but I have a funny feeling that Uraraka will do it for us. They're going to be a great pair, maybe even a hero duo, if Akari doesn't manage to blow himself into the next century jumping on some explosives someday. He snickered at the way Aizawa blanched as the image formed in his mind, shivering at the realization that his problem child would do such a thing. Gingi slotted the card back and rested a hand gently on the final one, the tired edge to his eyes becoming more pronounced as he gazed at it. The final member of the unholy trinity is me. As you already know, my quirk's name is adaptable. It changes me. I've forgotten how my face looked. It manifested when I was 6 or 7, I think, so I'm a late bloomer like my student. Before I learned how to turn it off, it had permanently frozen me at this age. He gestured to himself and smiled grimly and broke something inside of me. The main reason I'm this childish is because I've never really moved on from being a teenager. It's like the plot of a bad movie, honestly. Teenager gets trapped in an adult's body for the rest of his life. I even have the chronically tired friend and the overly excited one that came with him as a package deal. All I need now is a love interest. He shook his fist at the sky, muttering something about how Akari was going to get laid before him. Aizawa made sure to smack him a little harder for that statement. So yeah, that's me. Adopted big brother to the two rascals because I still feel too young to be a father. Killed a bunch of villains until the Public Safety Commission tried to make me their beach. Nice of them to provide me with all the information I need to stay on the streets without having to look out for someone attempting to kill me because my quirk is too dangerous. The tired adult took this moment to interject, pointing out something glaringly wrong in the sentences just spoken. I thought they had you on a leash in exchange for not throwing you in jail or killing you for acting against the law. Gingi gave an unsettling grin, eyes gleaming with a light that was almost manic. That's what they want people to think. In reality, if they tried to order me around, it would lead to mutually assured destruction, and maybe the collapse of Japan's government. They don't want that. Aizawa wondered why his life had turned into this giant mess, briefly wondering if it was too late for him to resign, curl up into a ball in his sleeping bag and cry. Their conversation was interrupted by the plain-looking detective. The man looked as tired as he felt, though Tsukachi's mouth still attempted to quirk into a smile. Apologies for the interruption, gentlemen, but we're beginning to wrap up. I was wondering if you could get the remaining students to leave. While it would be better for us to question the Spectres, Principal Nezu has already stated that they were under his jurisdiction. So, to put it politely, please get them out of here before someone gets too trigger-happy and attempts to fight them. I do not want any more paperwork than I already have right now. Gingi let out what was almost a girlish giggle, an unnaturally high-pitched sound that made the other two men inch away from his slightly. He cupped his hands around his mouth and called out to the teenagers. Oi, lover-boy, it's time to get your girlfriend out of here. Go home or something, the adults need to talk. The rest of you, go get some rest. It's been a long day for all of us. Raizu turned his head away, but his shoulders were moving due to the restrained laughter as she tried his best to turn into a tomato, and Uraraka attempted to disappear by pressing her face into his chest. Ieyasu gave a nod of affirmation while Jiru gave a lazy salute. Kirishima, who had been talking to Raizu, raised a hand in farewell as he began to make his way out of the USJ. Shooting one last dirty look, she exited the facility, tugging along his partner behind him. Aizawa tried his best not to smile at the obvious embarrassment radiating from the boy. Raizu had already vanished, slipping out before anyone could stop him. Detective Tsukachi inclined his head as a way to say thanks. Before presenting a stack of paper to the two men, Gingi took it with both hands, flipping through as the police officer began to explain. This is a compiled report of the statements of Class 1 and some of the teachers. From what we can gather, the only reason we didn't suffer any casualties today was because the Spectres showed up to save the day. Ironic, considering how long we've been trying to catch them. The glasses-wearing man breezed through the pages, eyes darting to and fro as he flipped page after page after page. Soon enough, he was done. There was a dark look on his face, and Aizawa could almost see the gears turning in his head. Unconsciously, the underground hero shivered. Gingi Yuki was not a man to be messed with. They most likely got our schedule from yesterday. But how did they know where to look? Tell me, shouted ... Who do you think would know where the class schedules of UA are located? Some random students, or a member of the school itself. The hero finished his sentence with a heavy heart. Correct, Uraraka hummed to herself, barely able to keep the goofy grin off her face and feeling her cheeks flush every time she looked at her new boyfriend. She was still holding his hand, taking comfort in its warmth and the way that it fit almost perfectly into hers. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see the red hue of Shikun's ears, and fought down the urge to tease him about being so easily flustered. After getting kicked out of the USJ, they were already on their way back to Shikun's house after having changed out of their hero costumes. Well, Uraraka had. Shikun's had once again been destroyed, so he was practically in casual attire at the end of the awe-inspiring battle he had been in. The pistol was still tucked into the belt she had taken along with her from her hero costume, and its counterpart was slotted nearly into the holsters that never left her partner's side. She wondered what had possessed her to kiss him. Was it relief because he had somehow managed, against all odds, to defy death a second time? Whatever the reason was, it just felt right to her, like two puzzle pieces clicking into place. In the beginning, she had already begun to pull away when her brain had caught up with her actions, but Shikun had startled at that, moving forward so that he could continue kissing her. Of course, they had stopped when both of them had realized that Midnight was busy taking pictures of them. Afterwards, they had talked about many things, and her new partner had answered every question she had posed about his other identity. Turns out, Shikun used to be part of a vigilante duo. When she had asked why she never heard of them, he had given a tight smile and admitted that his counterpart was a murderer. And while he had never stained his hands with the blood of someone else during his brief stint as Spectre, he was still part of the team. It was because of how elusive they had been that the police and heroes had kept the situation on the down low. Uraraka could understand the logic behind that. Why would you admit to the public that there was a killer on the loose? At first, she didn't know what to feel. On one hand, Raizu Akira was a killer and apparently a cannibal. But on the other, they had only murdered those that were going to hurt others. In that case, were they truly in the wrong? If their choices could prevent innocent people from perishing at the hands of villains, how bad could they be? Seemingly sensing her indecision, Shikun had embraced her again, telling her that it didn't matter anymore because those days were long gone. And that was the truth. Uraraka chose to push away the dark thoughts, deciding that he was right. No matter the things he had done, she would still see him as Shikun, the lonely, lovable teenager with a cold exterior, but a warm heart. When she had told him as much, he had given her a small but genuine smile that made her feel like she had been given the world. Sitting down, she had nestled herself against him, enjoying the contact as they continued talking, and Shikun revealed more about himself. It was funny how she had her wish to know him better fulfilled, just not under the circumstances she had expected. She was jolted out of her brief reminiscence by Shikun squeezing her hand. Uraraka gave him a curious look. What were you thinking about? She felt a grin spread across her face. Nothing, Shikun. Just how lucky I am to have someone like you as a partner. The teener spluttered, flushing red before recomposing himself and giving her a dirty look. She continued to grin, only for the expression to falter when he leaned in to whisper right next to her ear. Uraraka tried her best not to think about how his breath was tickling it, or the way it sent pulses of pleasure down her spine. Keep saying things like that and I won't be able to hold myself back. He withdrew, a triumphant smirk on his face even as he flicked her forehead, eliciting a squeak. She pouted slightly, enjoying the way her partner immediately looked away, not able to look her in the eyes anymore. Say, Shikun, do you want me to call you Teres? He hesitated at the question, the mirth twinkling in his eyes dying almost immediately. She felt a pang of guilt at the way her question had somehow made him sad. He reached over to ruffle her hair before explaining. Teres was a name that belonged to a kid with too much anger in his heart. It means monster in Greek. A way to remind myself that no matter what, I would always be an outcast. In the end, I still chose a derogatory name. I am death and rage. It is my curse and my cross to bear. Maybe someday I'll manage to forge you myself. Until then, Shikun is still fine. She mulled over his words, hand unconsciously tightening its grip on his. She felt a sudden surge of bitterness. Who had hurt him? For Shikun to think himself a monster was a reflection of his past. Was that why he lived alone? She mentally resolved to get more answers out of him one day and float his parents into the sun if they were what she thought they were. Coming to a stop, she let go of his hand to fling her arms around his neck. Uraraka never knew that she was a sucker for hugs. But every time they did so, she could feel her stress melting away. It was a way to convey the understanding between them, a reminder that they weren't alone. No words were needed. Uraraka began to speak, slowly and hesitantly, but gaining confidence with each word. I don't think it's fair to yourself, Shikun. You can't just call yourself a monster. That's not good for you. Remember what I said. You're not alone anymore. You have me, and I'm not going anywhere. She hugged him tightly, hoping that he truly understood what she meant. A few seconds of comfortable silence followed before he leaned back, a hand gently gripping her chin between two fingers as Shikun gazed at her with something that looked a lot like adoration. You're just too good for me, Ochako. And before she could process the fact that he had just called her by her name instead of her surname, Shikun had already pulled her into their second kiss. She chose to file that information away for later, enjoying the moment as it was. And naturally, that was the moment her phone began to ring. Cursing at the mood killer, she fished it out of her pocket. Uraraka quickly shoved away her irritation when she noticed the caller ID, immediately picking up the call. Hi Mom, nice to hear from you again. Shikun blanched at her words, but then gained a curious gleam in his eyes and leaned in to eavesdrop on the conversation. Laughing softly, she pushed his head away as her mom began to start talking her ear off about how they were worried about her after hearing about the USJ incident, and she seemed to be constantly getting into trouble, especially since she had almost died yesterday. Smiling despite the fact that her mother was lecturing her, Uraraka relished the sound of her voice, missing her parents even more. And because we had to make sure you were safe, we decided that we're going to visit you tomorrow. She blinked, processing the sentence before blinking again. Sorry, Mom, did you just say that you and Dad are coming over tomorrow? You and your classmates are going to get a few days of vacation to recover from that villain attack, so we thought that it would be the perfect time to check on you. We'll see you next morning, sweetheart. Sensing her mother reaching for the button to end the call, she nearly shrieked, letting out a string of unintelligible words. Shikun was watching her like he was watching a particularly interesting movie. Mom, is it okay if I bring someone over to meet the two of you? Her partner's eyes lit up with understanding and panic, and he frantically shook his head at her idea. Naturally, Uraraka ignored him. Oh, is it one of your friends? She glanced over to the other teenager, who looked like he was an inch away from stealing the phone from her. She subtly shifted so that her body was blocking his access to the device. Taking a deep breath, and knowing that there was no going back, she replied, I want you and Dad to meet my boyfriend. Shikun fell to his knees, muttering something along the lines of they're going to kill me. She bent down to floof his now black hair, marveling at its softness even as she waited for her mother to react. When Uraraka heard a deep intake of breath, she immediately extended the distance between her ear and the phone. You have a boyfriend. In the background, she could faintly hear her father shouting something about defending his daughter's honor. She sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose. She was already beginning to come up with ways that this could go wrong. Shikun had recovered enough to stagger back to his feet. The look in his eyes was that of a man resigned to his fate. She felt a brief hint of sympathy for him. Yes, Mom, I have a boyfriend. He'll introduce himself to you two tomorrow. Goodbye, love you. She ended the call before her parents could begin to panic. looking to her side. She felt an amused smile form on her face at the minor mental breakdown her partner seemed to be having. Grasping his hand and entwining her fingers with his, she brought his hand up to her lips and brushed them against his digits, immediately snapping him out of his stupor. Regaining his composure at a supernatural speed for someone who was on the verge of tearing his own hair out, Shikun reached out to tug at one of her cheeks. She whined slightly, pushing the appendage away. "You just love putting me on the spot, don't you?" Uraraka gave an innocent look, meeting the unimpressed gaze of her boyfriend. "Shikun, relax. Don't love you. Now come on." He sighed and they continued to walk again, swinging their arms in sich. Shikun rolled his eyes and gave her a look of absolute seriousness. "You must know, I'm doing this all because I love you." Uraraka flushed red, desperately trying to cover her face with one hand as he started laughing. She finally allowed the silly grin to stretch across her face at the confident way he had delivered such a cheesy line. "By the way, do your parents also use flip phones?" "Yeah, we just use them as a way to keep in touch." "What? I'm buying you all new phones. And probably laptops. And data plans to use alongside them." Shikun no. Shikun yes. There was something cute about the way Shikun was panicking about meeting her parents while pretending not to. After telling her, in no uncertain terms, that he was going to spend a couple $100 in order to make sure she and her parents had proper phones. Of all things, she had half-jokingly suggested that his actions would make her parents think he was her sugar daddy. Rather than taking the joke as a joke, he began to undergo a self-imposed existential crisis. Starting with the fact that he was going to appear to be that, continuing with the realization that the reason they were so close in the first place was because he kept not dying, and following up with the conclusion that her parents would believe he had managed to brainwash his way into getting a girlfriend. It made for a very interesting look into Shikun's character and how his thoughts ran faster than Ingenium on trigger, but it didn't seem to be healthy. Wishing that she could somehow record the conversation as teasing material for some other day, Ochako had snapped him out of it with a light poke to the cheek. He gave her a blank, unimpressed stare until she started talking. "Don't worry so much, just be yourself." He snorted almost derisively, a brief flicker of pain on his face as he did so. "What part of me won't send people running for the hills? The part that's willing to kill in order to protect. The part that has become so dead to pain that I can fight a villain without the lower half of myself. Or maybe the part that was willingly participating in the murder of criminals alongside a vigilante." Her smile dimmed at the self-depreciating comments, and resisted the urge to clock him over the head, her instincts telling her that the blow would hurt her hand more than it would hurt the blockhead. Ignoring the fact that they were still on the way to his house, and on a sidewalk, she turned him so they were face to face, cupping his face between both her hands, and secretly relishing the feeling of skin on skin without her quirk activating from the contact. She offered him a soft smile that Ochako hoped conveyed her adoration of the kind-hearted, damaged boy. "How about you show them the part that made you create gloves so that I could do something like this without sending you into the stratosphere? The part that willingly stepped in front of an explosion just so that Ida and I wouldn't be vaporized? Or perhaps the part that never stops smiling and getting back up, because you're willing to play the bad guy in order to make sure everyone is safe?" Stretching up to only stand on her toes, she tilted his head downwards so that their foreheads were pressed against one another. Ochako felt him trembling, but he began to still as she continued speaking, his hands clenching and unclenching at his sides like Shikun didn't know what to do with them. "We just had this talk, but I'll repeat it 1,000,000 times until you understand me, Shikun. It's obvious to anyone who knows you long enough that you care. It may not show, but there's a heart underneath all those protective layers. You fought in the USJ, making sure that everyone got out at the expense of your own life. I still don't know how you survived. You care about everyone but yourself. I may not understand why you choose to throw yourself under the bus every time something dangerous happens, but I can respect your choices, your willingness to fight against the odds even when you don't have to. So, I guess what I'm trying to say." Ochako released his face so that they were seeing eye to eye again. "If you can't fight for yourself, then let me fight for you." The taller teenager gave her a wan smile, one that trembled and seemed to take a huge amount of effort to keep in place, a far cry from the easy, feral grin that surfaced every time he slipped into the state of mind that caused him to slip on a smile like it was one of his many weapons and throw himself into danger. He tentatively wrapped her in a hug, and she relaxed at the warmth that came with it. Faintly, she smelt a combination of cinnamon and coffee on him. It was a peculiar combination, but one that was fragrant and oddly, she felt as if it represented him. He chuckled into her ear, a soft and hesitant sound, but something that carried the same warmth as his embrace. She grinned, hugging him as well. They stayed like that for a couple more minutes, heedless of the passers-by forced to walk around them while giving them various looks of irritation. No words came from Shikun's mouth, but Ochako knew what he was trying to say despite that, and the fact that he was trying to let her into his life made her even more determined to protect this child. This person who was made of fire and broken smiles. He had already saved her 3 times. It was about time she returned the favor. This was the second time Shikan had been to her house, and the first ever since they had started their relationship. Her mind briefly went back to how she had attempted to brain him with his own cane, and then his hasty exit after cooking her the first warm meal she had eaten in a while. That had been the start of their tentative friendship, two individuals brought together by the zero-pointer. And then their friendship had been reinforced in fire and rage and fear, supported by the nightmares that had been the single lasting scar from the fiasco that was the battle trial, and finally cemented by the attack on USJ. For one terrifying moment, she had believed that Shikan had finally paid the ultimate price for trying to help, and in her fury, she had one thought going through her mind: make them pay. Pay for trying to attack Class 1A. Pay for killing her partner. The cold clarity that came with that hatred, that burning desire to make someone hurt for hurting her, according to Tsu, had stretched her smile into the same terrifying snarl that her new boyfriend bared as a visual representation of his demons. Taking the clothes he had brought over, she stepped into the bathroom to finally clean off the dust and blood still sticking on her, an unpleasant reminder of the incident from just a few hours ago. Ochako shivered as the images came flooding back into her mind, kneeling underneath the spray of her shower before her legs could buckle underneath the stress. Clapping a hand over her mouth so that Shikan wouldn't hear her cry for him, Ochako got back to her feet with the help of the wall and finished up her shower. Slipping on the new hoodie from Shikan, she breathed in the smell she had just established as his, enjoying the way it was big enough for her to tug the sleeves over her hands as well. Opening the door, she looked around to figure out where he was, and found her boyfriend humming to himself as he adjusted the flame underneath the frying pan he had somehow found, and turned to her despite the fact that she hadn't made a sound. Simple dinner this time, just to make sure I get back the calories I spent regenerating. Should give you back the energy you'll need once the adrenaline wears off. Pushing around the contents of the pan with a spatula, Shikan nodded to himself before turning off the stove and scooping the fried rice into 2 plates. Gesturing to them, he grabbed the shirt and shorts he had left wedged into a drawer and brushed past her to get to the washroom, but stopping when she extended her hand to grab his own. How long was I in there? He gave her a once-over, a brief flicker of concern in his eyes as Shikan guided her into a chair. Only then did she notice the fact that her legs were still trembling despite her not using them. Gently sliding a plate in front of her, followed by some cutlery, he sat on the other side of the table and indicated that she should start eating before answering her question. Maybe 20 to 30 minutes. As I thought, the shock is finally setting in. Now eat. I'll take a shower after, making sure that you're not going to collapse while I'm in there. She gave him a nod of thanks before digging into the meal, wondering if he was always this perceptive and caring, or he was just like this because it was her. A stray grain of rice bounced off her forehead, and she glared, weighing the pros and cons of being childish and starting a small food fight. Her irritation was quelled at the look of concern and slight terror on his face. It went back to a blank mask as soon as he noticed that she noticed. Relax, Ochako. I'm only mothering you because your parents are coming next morning. He paused. I almost forgot about that. Oh dear. Anyway, eat up. You'll crash soon if you don't have something to do. Flushing slightly at the casual way he was using her name, she looked down back at her meal and continued to eat, making another mental note to ask Shikan to teach her someday. For now, she would just enjoy the taste and the company, the atmosphere of quiet contentment in her house, completely different from the cold, lonely one before her now boyfriend crashed into her life with the force of one of his guns. Please, if there's a god out there. She glanced up at the other person in the room, eating like his life depended on it, and smiled again. Don't ever take this away from me. Shikan was someone who took long showers. Long, almost boiling hot showers, judging from the steam that practically exploded out of the bathroom when he opened the door, hair falling into his eyes. With a practiced motion, he swept it to one side in order to be able to see after slinging his clothes over one shoulder. She had received another call while he was inside, this time from her father, asking her if she was being bullied. Amused at how her parents were panicking as much as Shikan, Ochako spent several minutes patiently explaining that no, he didn't need to bring a weapon to her house, and yes, she did know what she was getting into when she had decided to start calling him her boyfriend. After a few more minutes of trying to dissuade her father from giving him the shovel talk tomorrow, she decided that it would be more entertaining for him to do so and find out that it didn't work on someone like Shikan, and Ochako finally conceded the point to him. After that, it was light-hearted chatter about how her day had been, and she had brought up Tsu, and when her father finally hung up, promising to see her soon, Ochako carefully placed the phone on the table before sighing. She had acted so confident around her boyfriend about how her parents would love him as much as she did. But now she was having doubts. It was in the middle of her thoughts starting to spiral that he had exited the restroom. He tapped her on the shoulder from behind, and when Ochako turned around, she was met with a forehead flick. Rubbing the stinging part with one hand, she was just about to chew Shikan out before he lifted her out of the chair like she weighed nothing. Spluttering and trying to regain her bearings even as he navigated the room, she was taken to her room and deposited on the bed. He muttered a good night before turning to leave. Finally recovering enough to string together a sentence, she reached out to stop him from leaving. Suddenly, she was tongue-tied. It was confusing, really, considering they had already spent 2 nights sleeping together. It shouldn't be this hard to ask him to stay for a third, especially when she had a sinking feeling that the nightmares would come back in full force. While she was trying to find the best way to phrase her question, Shikun let out a huff of air that was tinged with amusement. He grabbed her around the waist and pulled her onto the bed before adjusting his position in order to tuck his chin into the crook of her neck. She wasn't surprised by how straightforward he was being, but he could have at least given her a warning. Thumping his arm gently to convey that message, she was answered with an "I'm not sorry" as Shikun yawned softly. Like her body was responding to the indicator of his fatigue, she began to feel sleepy as well. Although it was probably a combination of the day's events, the warm meal, shock finally running its course, and how comfortable she was. Although now that her heart was finally stopping in its attempts to leap out of her chest, it finally gave her some time to sort out her thoughts. Most importantly of all, what was Shikun to her? They were in a relationship. One that he was clearly comfortable with. She trusted him with her life, and for good reason considering how he had fought furiously to protect her and anyone that stood behind him. He was, in a sense, her confidant, the only one who knew of the nightmares that plagued her mind. Her sword and shield, the unbreakable wall that managed to stand up against villains and an all-might killer, somehow managing to regenerate more than half of his body despite the fact that he was missing a head. If Ochako really thought about it, he was her all-might, except she wouldn't use her teacher's name, especially after her eyes had been opened to how the symbol of peace wasn't exactly all he was cracked up to be. And yet, there was still so much she still didn't know about him. If the limits of his quirk were based on how many times he regenerated those parts before, what did he go through that allowed him to regenerate from a point-blank explosion plus partial annihilation? Frankly, she was terrified of what the answer could be. His parents weren't living with him, but somehow Shikun SDLL managed to craft ingenious weapons alongside his armor. He was literally the counterpart of a serial killer, who was apparently so dangerous that the media were never allowed to catch a single mention of him. Like a coin, he was separated into 2 clear sides. Her mind helpfully summoned up an image for the situation. The green-haired, comforting version that she had slowly gotten to know. The black-haired version of him, feral grin concealed by a mask that was pure nightmare fuel, calmly facing down a Namu even as the ground cracked and splintered around them, wielding a sword that looked hungry. Now, she was cuddling with the in-between. The one who had revealed all his demons and laid his heart bare before her, still hiding secrets, but not the encyclopedia that she had an inkling of when she had first laid eyes on him in Class 1A, cold not like ice, but like the kiss of a dagger pressed to one's neck. A conundrum. And yet, somehow, she thought it made him all the more beautiful. Beautiful like a battlefield after a war. Nature trying its best to patch over the scars from the humans that had scorched the ground. She loved him. It was a term that didn't truly convey the true magnitude of what she felt. They had been acquaintances, and then friends, and now lovers within the span of a few days. She had never latched onto someone so quickly, but now she felt like she knew Shikun all her life. The sun shined in the sky. Birds sang. Uraraka, Ochako, and Shiakari were 2 parts of the same whole. She blushed at the thought. It was sappy and sounded like it came from a rom-com, but she couldn't find it in her heart to deny the thought. Snuggling further into his chest, she couldn't help the pleased grin that spread on her face when he tightened his grasp on her in his sleep. Someday, she might find out that Shikun held secrets that would forever change her view of him. Until then, she would put her faith in the boy she loved, and continue to try and fight his demons for him. She woke up for the 3rd time in 3 nights, but this time it was so much worse. Ochako struggled to get out of the grasp of the person who was holding on to her because she couldn't breathe. There was blood, so much blood she was useless. He's dead. She almost fell face first into the floor, if not for someone tugging her back onto the bed. Eyes wide and unseeing, she reeled back for a punch before she was broken from the panic attack with a kiss. Shocked, but successfully snapped out of her daze, she felt Shikun cup her face, and her mind couldn't help but backstab her one last time by giving him a face that turned black and burned, then disappeared entirely. Her body was sticky, and for a brief moment, she mistook the cold sweat for the blood, the same blood that had practically drenched her. Shikun's life essence dripping out of him and painting the concrete red because she was pathetic, and why did she even want to be a hero if she couldn't save him? A momentary jolt of pain, and suddenly her mind was more focused on the fingers inches away from her face than the machinations of her own brain. Wrapping her partner in a tight embrace, she whispered frantically, trying to ensure he wouldn't break like in her nightmares. "Don't leave me, please don't leave me. They killed you. I couldn't do anything. Please, please, please. I don't want you to hurt. Why do you always look so sad?" She was cut off with another chaste kiss. A small light flickered on, and Shikun's face was illuminated by the torchlight he had somehow obtained. He gave a genuine smile and rested his hand on her head. "I'm not going to die anytime soon, Ochako. You promise?" "Cross my heart." It took a few more minutes of Shikun fussing over her, but the screams in her head finally subsided and then disappeared entirely. Relieved, she flopped back down onto the bed, curling up and into him again. There was a brief pause before his arm came back around, encircling her waist. Soon enough, the haze of sleep came back, and she welcomed it. "You know something, Shikun," she mumbled into his chest, half asleep but still coherent. "You're basically my guardian angel." She tilted her head up to give him a goofy grin before falling asleep. "So I'm going to call you Tenchi." In hindsight, it should have been obvious that Achako's parents had the key to her apartment, and with their track record of waking up late, they should have thought of setting an alarm so that they were prepared for it. In another possible timeline, they would have been up and ready for the Meet the Parents session. In this one, Achako's parents were less than pleased to see their baby girl practically fuse together with a boy they didn't know. And she had to make sure her father didn't kill the still mostly asleep Shiakari when he just buried his face into Achako's hair and mumbled something about 5 more minutes when she desperately tried to wake him up. There are many timelines, many universes, infinite possibilities. Each one contains a single main character. Sometimes this person is a villain and sometimes they're a hero. Perhaps both, in some rare occurrences, and sitting on top of their thrones, playing a good old game of chess, were fate and destiny. A simple rule was established throughout every single universe. Free will was an illusion. Anyone and everyone could believe the fact that they had free will, the right to choose how they lived and died. But every single living, breathing organism out there bowed to the will of those who were in control. They played with so many lives that they might as well be considered gods. And yet, the fallen king, his throne long gone and his empire reduced to ash, was able to tear apart the strings that had once held him down. And so, like throwing a grenade into a crowd, Kaneki Ken was tossed into the world that Midoriya Izuku would liberate in another timeline. A symbol of peace that burned even brighter than his predecessor, replaced by darkness so great it would consume the light. But that darkness needed to be cultivated. A single source can be easily illuminated. In order to ensure that the world bowed to him, just as it had bowed to the 2 false gods, he would need to bid his time. That was a story for another time. However, in this timeline, Shiakari has replaced Midoriya Izuku at Yui Academy. And with him he brings fire and ice and rage that burns so brightly that his body struggles to keep up. He earns the trust and respect of his classmate, finds love with Uraraka Achako, the first person to see the void behind his eyes and smile after looking at them. Let's go back a couple years, shall we? 4, 5, maybe even 6. Who knows? The point here is that we're going to watch the beginning. The start of Kaneki Ken's journey to rewrite history. He is born from the blood of an innocent. He thinks, he plans, somewhere in the back of his mind. Reality itself shifts nervously under the weight of his gaze. The beginnings of a plan start to sketch itself in his mind, something that will come to fruition after years of dedication and madness. But for now, let's start off simple. Like all stories, we begin when he makes his first step. The first of the gears click into place as Kaneki Ken tugs at the remnants of the chains that had once held him back, just as Midoriya Izuku would do years later in order to prevent the USJ tragedy. It starts with a single action. Kaneki Ken knocks on a window, halfway up his ascent to the top of a hospital. When no one responds, he knocks once again, a little more forcefully this time. Above him, the window opens. Todoroki Rei looks around, confused by the sound. It is only when she looks down at the child clinging onto her windowsill that the confusion in her eyes is banished. He smiles and asks almost cheekily, "Mind helping me up?" After giving Todoroki Rei a minor heart attack, and waiting patiently for her to regain her bearings and hopefully not knock him off the edge, Kaneki was pleasantly surprised when she did attempt to haul him through the open window, assisting her by pulling himself up with his free hand. He gracefully leapt through the opening, closing the window behind him. Kaneki gave a short bow to the woman who probably thought she was having a fever dream. The pieces of another puzzle were already beginning to whir and shift into place. While he did not enjoy manipulating other people, this was a necessary part of the plan. Plus, this was a very minor role that he needed to play. Eventually, he would need to play other parts, switch the masks that he wore. In the case of one Todoroki Rei, all she needed right now was a friend. One day he would have more terrible parts to play. Murderer, tormentor, and worst of all, he grinned, a smile that to all others would look like the expression only a child could make. But to a woman who had a lifetime of experience smiling past the pain and suffering that she had endured until it had made her mind snap like a flimsy twig, it was like looking into a mirror. A mirror in the form of a child with eyes that were far too old for him and a smile that was brittle like how volcanic glass was brittle, easily broken, but guaranteed to cut you as you did so. She knelt down in order to reach the same eye level as him, then reached out a trembling hand towards Kanki's face, expecting the boy to flinch back like Shadow would have because heck knew Hesseverthing thinking, and yet he allowed the hand to ghost over his cheek, leaving a thin coating of frost in its wake. She cupped his cheek, wondering how long it would take her son to return to her. Kaneki could see it in her eyes. The unspoken questions that plagued her thoughts every waking moment entrapped her as much as this hospital acted as a prison. He stepped forward to wrap the woman in a hug, trying to convey all the things he couldn't say to her through his actions, hoping that it would be enough. She froze, ironic considering her quirk. The small warm body of her new visitor comforting and grounding despite the fact that Todoroki Rei had never met Kaneki Ken before in her life. She shuddered, tears slowly dripping down her face as she remembered the terror in her son's eyes as she raised the kettle that would forever scar him. Kaneki just continued holding the woman even as her legs trembled and almost buckled under the pressure. And if a single tear traced its way down his cheek at the sheer amount of suffering radiating off this woman. A familiar feeling as he was reminded of a black-haired teenager tied to a chair in a room with buckets filled with his own fingers and toes. That was too bad. Kaneki Ken could afford to cry. It was just that no one could ever see that he was crying. He gently broke the embrace after a few minutes, guiding the frail woman back to her hospital bed and making a mental note to visit as often as he could. Drawing up a chair so that he could sit next to her, they exchanged a silent look, one of recognition. Not the type of recognition that came with knowing someone for countless years, but the strange, almost surreal feeling that came when you laid eyes on someone who was like you. That single moment, where everything was clear and the only thought in your mind was, "Oh, I know you. You're like me." Todoroki Rei attempted a smile. One that wobbled and threatened to fall because it had been so long since she could smile without having to be strong for her children. Kaneki smiled back, reaching out to clasp her hand between both of his. "Hello, Rei-san. My name is Kaneki Ken. It's a pleasure to meet you." He made sure to learn as much about her as possible. She didn't have a favorite flower, but particularly enjoyed the spider lilies that he gifted her from time to time after he had explained their significance to him, even when you considered the fact that they symbolized him more and more. He knew that the nurses disapproved of the bouquets of flowers that showed up and even attempted to remove them. They quickly found out that the only time Rei-san snapped and became angry was when they tried to get rid of the gifts. They made sure to stay far away from the flowers after that, especially when a few of them began seeing a small figure following them late at night when no one else was around, leaving a trail of spider lilies where they stepped, always vanishing before the unfortunate nurse could get a good glimpse. Kaneki resisted the urge to cackle like a witch. Here he was, most likely the most powerful being to ever set foot on this planet, and he was using that power to play practical jokes on people. Well, it could be considered psychological warfare, but he would gladly do it for Rei-san, the woman with a heart bigger than her body, that never stopped smiling even when it hurt, something he had tried to do once upon a time, something he had failed to do once upon a time. It was almost ironic to see someone in a situation so different from him, and yet they had somehow managed to live the same beginnings. Rei-san enjoyed talking about her children. Her face would light up and her eyes would begin to shine with that wonderful light that made everything, for a moment, seem all right. Perhaps he would have compared it to All Might's smile, if the threads hadn't already whispered to him, showing him a million different glimpses of a million different timelines where the number one hero tells Midoriya Izuku the same lie that he had rejected throughout his lifetime. The one lie that caused a child with a smile like sunshine to throw himself off a building in this one. No, he would not desecrate Rei-san's warmth by comparing it to that false pillar. He was one of the reasons why this society was as broken as it was when he had first pulled himself out of the puddle of blood Midoriya had died in. Kaneki knew that his best move would be not to get attached, not to feel anything as he pushed around people in the subtle machinations that would eventually show themselves. But here he was, hating a man for thinking he was realistic while ignoring the false king of darkness who thought himself clever for his trickery and borrowed power, making sure a woman never lost the smile she had struggled to keep for all those years, even as he watched Midoriya and co waste away after her son's death. Because what good was regret? Regret came from the absence of action. And while some people regretted things they were never in control of, Midoriya and Co.'s one regret was that she was not the mother that her son needed to pull through. She could have done better. It was odd how people were so quick to assign labels and tag people. It seemed that even after centuries of progress, humanity still remained the same. Sometimes Kaneki would walk into a bar and drink himself into oblivion, the strings a single tug away from bringing down the world around him because humanity did not deserve to live. And still, in the billions of people living here, there are individuals like Rei-san, like Izuku, the countless children and women and men who were beaten down by society, by their spouses and their parents and their relatives. These people who could not save themselves because what does it feel like to be safe if you have been in danger your whole life? Kanki's main agenda was this, a single part of his mind, because he could never comprehend the worlds the same way the false gods had, because in essence, he was human and would forever be human. Humans were weak and shattered easily. He had merely been upgraded. So even as a portion of his mind crumbled day after day after day, he wrenched and twisted the strings, looking through everything so that no one would suffer like that if he could help it. These people, the ones who lived in the darkness, were those that he fought for when all else seemed bleak and hopeless. And once in a while, he would be reminded of the things he had done, teaching Izuku how to tug at his own chains, because one day Kaneki would not be able to do everything on his own, and dozing off after the lesson had ended, waking up with his cloak tucked around the small child who had decided his chest was a comfortable place to sleep, telling Rei-sen stories of beauty, of how the outside world shined and nature flourished despite humanity attempting to stamp out every single inch of that beauty from the world because they feared the power it could inspire, and making sure to always remind her that she would one day be reunited with her Shadow. Feeling her hands shaking every single time she was reminded of what she had done, yet so impossibly still when they grasped his as the timelines raced behind his eyelids and threatened to rip him from existence. When he walked on the streets and people in the crowd would pat him on the arm and reach out to touch him for even just a split second. In a sense, he had become a cryptid of the underground community. Unfortunate, considering the fact that good things couldn't last forever. She reminded him of someone he couldn't quite place. That was the crux of the issue right now. Things were beginning to lose their meaning to him. Almost like his brain was a data drive and it was being corrupted by the sheer amount of information it was being forced to absorb. One day he would wonder why he had 2 silver rings on a string around his neck. Before remembering Tauka-chan and what she had meant to him, how he had drawn strength from her and now she was gone, It was almost terrifying how much of his past he was beginning to forget. So even while he smiled and brought Rei-san flowers and gave her the tips she needed whenever she needed them, he was working to make sure the strings continued to serve their purpose. It had taken him years to get control of them, years that had turned into decades since the first time Kaneki had accidentally tugged on the wrong ones and managed to freeze the world in time and space. He had nearly been torn apart and scattered across the multiverse. Sometimes he still wondered if he had left some pieces behind without knowing about it. He would not have all his hard work undone just because his mind was too weak to be able to handle the strain of manipulating thousands of lives every day in order to save them from the things that would leave them broken beyond belief. So even if his heart broke whenever he realized that he had started forgetting those that had shaped his life, he would continue fighting, because that was all he had left now. The battlefield was his home. Izuku had given him a second chance at life, and he would use this life to save as many as he could, till his heart gave out. The day he stopped caring about human life was the day he ceased to be Kaneki Ken. And the day he stopped being Kaneki Ken was the day he truly died, because Izuku would be the only one who remembered him. Then again, the child didn't even know the true version of Kaneki Ken. He had met Mr. Kaneki, the king who had lost his throne, who had lost everything, the one who no longer feared the darkness and anything that lurked in it because he had become the Boogaman, the thing that feasted on the things that thought themselves clever by hiding amongst the shadows, not the one who had earned Tauka-chan's grudging respect, not the one who had made sure to avenge Hanami's mother, not the one who had mentored those with nowhere else to go, weaponized humans who tried to pretend they didn't have souls. If he died, all of them would die with him. Who would die with him? Preparations were being made. Izuku was already learning how to tug the threads, or as he liked to call it, break the chains. Kaneki could only hope that the instructions he left behind would be enough to stop the slow degradation of his kid's mind as well. He would only need to move things around just enough so that the timeline stayed on track. It was a sacrifice of the lives that would be snuffed out between the moment Kaneki finally had to put the plan into action and the moment he was returned to society. Before then, he would need to continue doing as much as he could before he couldn't anymore. And today, while a portion of his mind was fixated on the 5 different children, he was quietly tugging away from the gang that would try and kidnap them for the black market. A switch of a traffic light here, a hero in the right place there, and he was making sure that 5 more people had futures even as he knocked gently on Rei-san's door. The nurses had already gotten used to him, and while he wasn't supposed to know it, they were secretly taking bets on his relationship with the older woman, which would be problematic if Endeavor managed to somehow hear any of them. But Kaneki would make sure he would never hurt his wife or his children ever again. The number 2 hero was still necessary in the grand scheme of things right now, but that didn't mean that a few strands of the web could be dedicated to ensuring Shadow didn't suffer as much as he already did, and the flaming pile of garbage wouldn't harm his other children. Lost in the static of his thoughts even as he opened the door, a fresh bouquet of flowers in hand, he never noticed the fact that Rei-san hadn't called out like she usually did. When Endeavor turned to face him, a hand still crumpled in his wife's clothes and several charred spider lilies on the floor, something in him snapped, and he pulled. One branch had him decapitating the man's head with a hand and gazing into the eyes of the piece of garbage as the life in them began to die. In another, he put himself into danger by taking a full blast of hellfire, causing Rei-san to impale her husband with ice spikes that ruptured his organs and caused him to choke to death on blood. The third involved him taping the trash to a wall and raining punches down on an unprotected face even as it quickly turned into a lump of unrecognizable meat. He ripped at the strings, all subtlety gone as he screamed across alternate realities, killing Endeavor over and over and over Ndovera again, when he had died close to 1,000,000 times, aware of it all because Kaneki had made sure the single thread involved in the removal of memories with each manipulation remained still even as the ones around it rippled like they were being blasted by strong wind. The number 2 hero collapsed to the floor and threw up. His normally intimidating visage had been snuffed out, replaced by a pathetic man who just couldn't bear failure. Kaneki laughed at his own joke. Endeavor had never been replaced. Gingi was all this insect was at its core, picking the man up by his collar. The teenage boy stared into his glazed eyes and carefully released a small amount of the madness inside him. By the way the older man had woken up, it had worked. The white-haired child patted Endeavor's cheek almost mockingly before tossing him through the door. He extended a hand to grab a hold of the parts of the web which would erase Todoroki from existence if he decided to come back. When hurried footsteps faded into the distance, he grinned and plucked a single string, unscratched, but not unscathed. Todoroki and Gingi slowed to a walk, memories of being ripped apart and feasted upon removed and replaced by a menial day at work. He almost threw up as well. Too many strings abused in the past few minutes. Shielding his Kakugan from the light even as it began to bleed, Kaneki presented the flowers to Rei-san with a strained smile. The woman seemed to be in shock, her hospital gown still slightly charred. Even so, she took the bouquet and inhaled the scent of the flowers to calm down. He had made sure that the only thing she could recall was how her husband had walked in with the intent to harm and walked out as soon as he had stepped into the room. Rei-san gave him a grateful smile, reaching out to tousle his hair gently even as he sat on the edge of her bed. He pretended not to see Natsuo and Fayumi, who had both been there to witness their father tremble at the hands of a child. It was a particularly pleasant evening for the Todoroki family, with Shoto's siblings finally getting introduced to the boy their mother spoke so fondly of that they had been concerned he was trying to seduce her, and Rei starting to understand that her new friend would indeed keep his promises. Shoto himself was enjoying a bowl of cold soba, watching the television just in time to see Endeavor blasted with a fire hose. He snorted at the sight, his mood significantly lightened. Natsuo and Fayumi had gone home with a new contact in their phones and the reassurance that their mother had gained a good companion. They would tell Shoto about how a kid his age had thrown around the number 2 hero like he was a paper doll. Fayumi disapproved, but even she had to laugh at the ridiculous reenactment of the scene. When their father had come home and gone straight to bed, the 3 siblings exchanged a look of confusion before unanimously deciding not to speak of it. They would spend the remnants of the night staying up to watch movies until they fell asleep, and if Kaneki slipped into their house when they were asleep in order to return them to their bedrooms, well, that was his secret to keep. Ken whistled at a job well done, even though he had gotten chewed out by Izuku as soon as he had gone to visit his kid. While the green-haired child was not at all opposed to Endeavor getting his just desserts, he still abhorred violence. Kaneki sighed to himself, twirling one of his knives in his hand as he wondered how long it would take for that mindset to vanish like his own had been removed from him. As he continued walking, sounds of a scuffle from the alleyway along the path he was using made him adjust his course to see what was going on. A single kid was fighting 4 grown adults, and with an animalistic fervor that spoke of desperation and anger. He used nothing but his fists, and occasionally a brick, not stopping until the last one was unconscious and bleeding from the head. Chest heaving, the boy popped his dislocated shoulder back into place before turning, shifting back into a fighting stance as he met Kanki's gaze. A pair of green and white eyes, containing the smallest hints of curiosity, met a pair of coal black eyes. Not a single trace of emotion in them despite the fact that Kaneki could hear the kid's heartbeat picking back up like the thunder of a war drum. He extended his hand to the black-haired monster. Kaneki-ken. The eyes seemed to thaw as the new guy extended his own hand to complete the handshake. Shiakari. Millions of universes and timelines existed and Kaneki held the reins to all of them. If they wanted to, they could probably drag alternate versions of themselves across dimensions and stage a battle royale if they were bored. He pondered the stray thought, plucking out a piece of his plan and replacing it with summoning versions of oneself. That was an idea for another day, but one that would help make up for some of the holes in his strategies. Kaneki returned his attention to the strange new kid that he had found. Shiakari, angry dead, a fitting description of the way he had fought the adults in that alleyway. No weapons, no tricks, just raw fury and determination, throwing blows and weaving between attacks until he was the last one standing. And to think that this kid was only 10. Another reason to add to the list of why society is messed up. Perhaps she may be a special case, but even so, this world had a knack for creating child soldiers. Whether intentionally like the Public Safety and Hero Commission or unintentionally like the parents of children with so-called villainous quirks. He snorted to himself, a bitter smile beginning to form. To think that something like a quirk, a literal superpower, could be classified into heroic and villainous. What a load of crap. Kanki's mind helpfully conjured an image of Kaken with a heroic quirk and using it to create some of the burns Izuku still refused to let him heal, and then compared it with the kid following him silently. If he had to pick which of the two children was more likely to become a hero, Shiakari would be his choice 10 times out of 10. A part of his mind wondered what would have happened if he had decided to integrate himself back into society masquerading as Midoriya Izuku with his ghoul nature as a quirk, perhaps alienation and discrimination because he needed human flesh as sustenance. Thankfully, the fact that he could literally bend reality to his will meant that he could finally eat proper food again and he had no need to kill people. Although, there were so many rotten individuals like the 4 men his new companion had beaten up, would society really miss 1 or 2 of them? Shaking the admittedly dark thought from his head, Kaneki returned his processing power to analyzing Shiakari. No quirk, as far as he could tell, just like Izuku. And Kaneki was 100% sure about that, because the strings told him so. Or at least, they whispered that he didn't have a quirk right now. This kid's future was in limbo. Flicking through the various timelines only showed him static. And that was something new. The only ones to show him nothing so far were himself and Izuku. But that was probably because the 2 of them were able to pull apart the world if they chose to do so. That meant one of 2 things. 1, his future was absent because there was no future for the child with so much anger in his eyes that Kaneki felt like he was looking at a past version of himself. 2, Shiakari's future was not set in stone because he was important enough that he would be able to change it himself. Interesting. Also very concerning, because that meant that he had a hidden quirk that was strong enough to reshape reality, or he was going to be a part of Kanki's plan. There was something wrong with his head. His mind, to be specific. It could feel the cracks in it, the duality of his nature. And then there was his body language. If Kaneki wasn't keeping a part of his mind constantly locked on the boy, he would have slipped from his attention already. Silent footsteps, those that came from experience rather than talent, plus how tense he was. His body was wound up tightly like a spring. And even in this relaxed state he was still as tense as someone ready for a hit. A multitude of scars, carefully hidden by tilting his arms so that they were always blocked by his body. A trick that could easily fool anyone that wasn't looking. Then again, Kaneki wasn't anyone. How interesting. A kid with better ability at hiding than he should at such a young age. Want to tell me where we're going, Kaneki? His voice was awfully dead for someone whose eyes were so emotive. He had picked up the pace to walk alongside Kaneki instead of behind him. Probably because she was finally done trying to burn a hole into the back of his head via his gaze alone, seeking the answers to whatever questions were in his head. He could probably pluck them right out with the right twitch of a string, but that was rude and invasive. All things considered, it was odd for someone so young to be so casual about another person who looked his age, leading him to who knows where. So Kaneki had to give some credit to she for having a sense of self-preservation, or at least some form of awareness about what was dangerous. You're a kid, age 10, and you just beat up 4 grown men without a single weapon, unless you call a brick a weapon. By the way, nice touch with the strikes to where it's really going to hurt when they finally wake up. Any reasonable child your age shouldn't be able to do that, and even if they could, they wouldn't be able to do it without getting harmed. So I'm going to take you someplace safe and make sure that you're not slowly dying of internal bleeding. Now, what did they do to you? She snorted almost derisively, but answered almost immediately. I'm no stranger to pain. I can tell when I'm hurt and when I'm not. The most I got from that fight earlier was a couple of scratches and bruised knuckles, and those were due to my own carelessness anyway. I appreciate your concern, but it isn't exactly necessary. So, what quirk do you have? Immortality. A parasitic one that keeps you young as long as you feed off enough of whatever you feed on. Kaneki almost chuckled at the edge of steel to his voice, but what little humor that he found in the situation died when he considered the casual, almost dismissive way he had analyzed his own condition. You're no stranger to pain, you say. Pardon me for being a decent human being and showing some form of concern for another person, but don't you think that it isn't normal for a kid to be so experienced in fighting? She gave him a weak smile, one that looked as practiced as the one he saw in the mirror every single day. Judging from the way it flickered and died, Kaneki wasn't exactly hiding the fact that he noticed the pathetic excuse for a mask he was wearing. My parents are abusive. Kaneki sucked in a breath, images of a previous time where things were simpler flitting through his head. But not exactly. They've never really done much, but whenever they got angry ... well, the less said about that the better. I got used to them quickly enough. If I pride myself on anything, it's adaptability. So I got clever. If I couldn't fight back, I could learn how to take hits. And when you learn how to take hits, you learn how to dish out what you receive. He glanced over at Kaneki before giving him a smile that was slightly more genuine. Don't worry about it. I've given up a long time ago at trying to make things better. They won't change. And I most certainly will not change because they want to break me. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Much stronger. Besides, I give it another year or two before they get bored of trying to make me cry and beg for mercy." Kaneki stopped, feeling a sudden burst of anger in his chest at how casual she was while confessing that his parents were treating him like trash. A tug of some strings allowed him to peer into the boy's past, and he did not like what he saw. That doesn't make it any better, does it? Has no one else tried to do anything? Stop them maybe. Those questions barely got him a shrug of the shoulders and a "what can you do?" manner. Kaneki shivered at the implications, but nevertheless continued with his line of questioning. "If you can face down 4 grown men with a smile, then surely you can fight your parents, right? So why don't you do it? Why do you put up with everything?" His lips curled into a snarl, but rather than looking intimidating, he just looked sad and defeated. "I'm a quirkless kid in a world where superpowers are the norm. Do you think anyone truly cares about me?" He lapsed into silence. Before raising a single finger, one person cared. They were the sole reason I kept going. And his eyes gained a sheen of nostalgia that was bittersweet. "They're gone now, but that's a story for another day. You've not been around long enough to unlock my full tragic backstory. You're a very interesting person, Kaneki Ken. Your eyes ... so very old considering the fact that you look 10 like me. What are your secrets?" "No, bad question." Kaneki was more than slightly impressed at the way he was flipping between moods like a coin flipping through the air. Of course, he still carefully extended a mental hand towards a string in preparation. "It wasn't every day you found a child able to project bloodlust on command. Quirkless he may be, but you had to remember that the world in which Midoriya Izuku had lived and died in was much different from Kanki's home world. Also, it would be bad if he were to use a smidge of Ghoul strength and turn Shiakari into a smear on the wall. It had been too long since he had last used the powers he had gotten due to a doctor with more than a few screws loose in his head." The child turned to face him, fists clenched slightly at his sides and a crooked smile on his face that was more of a grimace. "What are you?" Kaneki sighed and scratched his head. This was going to take a gentle touch. He hummed a tune that would sound like gibberish to anyone else, but was perfectly melodious to himself. The other people on the street gave him a wide berth, quickening their pace as soon as they saw him. It was probably cause he was acting weird or some of the madness was leaking through his barriers. A muffled groan alerted him to the fact that she was regaining consciousness, but a simple chop to the back of the neck fixed that. Oh yeah, it was probably because he was a kid dragging around another kid without a care in the world. Kaneki could already hear Izuku ranting in the back of his head. In all honesty, knocking the kid unconscious with a single blow and carrying him around like he was cargo was probably the worst possible thing he could have done. He shrugged to himself, mindful of the body slumped over one shoulder. Too late to regret his decisions now. Deciding that the whole walking routine was beginning to get tedious, Kaneki reached for a particular bundle of strings in his mind and twisted them. Reality flickered and screeched before succumbing to his will, causing a brief glitch in the universe that he used to transport them back to his base of operations in this world. Most powerful person on Earth, using his abilities to lug around a quirkless kid. If that quirk-stealing arrogant bastard could see this, he would laugh his head off. Dumping she on the couch, he brewed 2 cups of coffee. Offhandedly, he wondered if the boy had some sort of resistance quirk, especially since he was already stirring by the time the drinks were finished, placing one on the table in front of the sofa and dragging a chair over to sit facing the semi-conscious kid. He sipped at his own brew and relished the taste of Aunt Deku's coffee. She sat up, not at all concerned by his new surroundings. Rubbing his eyes as he swallowed the drink in 4 gulps, the 10-year-old shuddered before his eyes focused on Kanki's face. "Are you going to tell me what's going on, or are you going to dump my body here to rot?" Kaneki weighed the pros and cons of his actions, flicking through more timelines to ensure that he wasn't making the wrong choice. Sighing and following Shi's example by draining the cup of its contents in one long sip, he leaned forward. "What do you think about this society?" Shiakari scoffed, a frown on his face as he leaned back into the couch and waved a hand almost lazily. "Terrible. A breeding ground for child soldiers that fight the villains their actions made. So much discrimination that this makes the 21st century look like a time where everyone lived in harmony." "Why?" Kaneki laughed slightly at the odd, but fitting, analogy, and a part of him snarled at the rehearsed manner of his answer, delivered with no hint of bitterness or cynicism despite the bleak picture he had just painted of society. His words were confident, and a quick glance at his eyes confirmed that she thought this to be true. "Good. This made things easier. What if I told you?" He raised his hand and prepared to snap his fingers. "That I came here to change that." She stared almost bemusedly before his lips curved into a smile that held just a hint of glee. "I'd say sign me up for your crusade." Kaneki matched the grin stretching across his face as another piece of the puzzle was positioned and fixed into place. He snapped his fingers. Kaneki Ken stared into the eyes of the boy sitting in front of him as before his very eyes. His hair began to change and produce a few streaks of white and green. His eyes were closed, most likely still absorbing the absolutely tremendous amount of information that was being forcefully downloaded into his brain. Kaneki crossed his fingers and hoped that he was doing the right thing. After all, he grinned with the excitement of a boy watching a particularly interesting spectacle. We fight fire with fire, and we'll burn the world to ashes while doing it. Shiakari finished his thought, eyes open and the fire in them ignited with new knowledge and a new purpose. His right eye remained black, with hints of emerald in it to give the sense of a bottomless pit. His left was completely black, like he had injected ink into the eyeball. Before Kanki's very eyes, red veins branched out from his pupil and formed a network of cracks that stretched beyond the eye socket. The duo stood up in unison. In a parody of their first meeting, she was the one to extend his hand this time. Kaneki gripped it tightly, smiling as he did so. "Let's turn this world upside down, Kaneki," Todoroki Rei sang to herself softly while rearranging the latest batch of flowers Ken had given her. A quick use of her quirk to create a thin layer of frost that made them look more vibrant made her smile. It had been years since she had dared to use it, reminded of the way Angie had taken her hand in marriage just because of this gift of hers, to create a weapon that would surpass all might. Her shadow, a child that had boiling water poured on his face because his father had finally succeeded in breaking his mother. She lightly swatted the air in front of her, banishing the dark thoughts from her mind. Ken had managed to fix that in the span of a year, visiting almost every day just to talk to her about how different the outside world was and how her boy was doing. In the beginning, the only reason she had responded to his gentle questions was because she knew, deep in her heart, that this child was special, a person that was older than they looked and not fine despite the permanent smile he tried to carry around. The only thought on her mind when they had first met was, "This child is like me." But he had proven to be a wonderful person, always knowing the right things to say and do, giving the best hugs as well. Slowly, she had begun to let her guard down. Because Ken was just so wonderful despite the darkness she could see coiled around him and the shadows that seemed to reach out for him as he walked near them. He was another broken person in a broken world that had turned its back on her. And over time, they had bonded over suffering and bad jokes, the weirdest friendship that she had ever had. She knew the nurses tended to whisper behind her back about the strange child that brought flowers and talked to her like they were equals, how they had tried to remove the gifts from him because they were concerned for her well-being. Ray almost snorted at the thought. If any of them had truly cared about her, they would have walked out this place and never came back as soon as they figured out what she was doing in here. A few small threats were always enough to quell the resistance of those who kept their silence after glimpsing the world's cruelty. And, while he refused to admit it, it was rather obvious that Ken had played more than a few practical jokes on them. A knock on the door directed her attention to the man leaning against it, accompanied by a kid with black hair and the dull eyes she had seen in the mirror day after day after day until she had picked up the pieces of her life. She carefully reached for the panic button on the side of the vase while prepping her quirk before the man chuckled, a low sound that was oddly familiar. "Forgot my face already, Ray-san?" She blinked, trying to process the fact that Ken was here, with another child for some reason. She offered a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes and he returned it with a familiar grin, wiggling his fingers in greeting. Adult Ken walked into the room, followed by the child who gently closed the door behind them and leaned against it, watching everything and nothing at the same time. She did her best not to look over Ken's admittedly impressive physique and noted that he seemed to be wearing the same attire he so enjoyed, just enlarged so that he fit it. "Why are you a full-grown man today?" Ken chuckled at that, scratching the back of his neck almost sheepishly as he took his usual seat beside her bed and ushered the boy into the one next to him. The child was fidgeting a little uncomfortably, but that was to be expected. "Truth be told, I've not been completely honest with you. This is actually how I look like. Well, when I was in my 30s, I think. Time is so hard to keep track of when you lose sight of what's important. Anyway, I'd like you to meet Shiakari. Consider him my protege. He's been through a lot. I thought that it would be fitting for him to meet my new best friend." Ray carefully avoided the implications of pretty much everything he was saying, choosing to focus instead on Shiakari. An odd name for a child. She muttered a greeting, raising his head to look her in the eyes. Once again, just with Ken when they had first met, she had the impression that she was looking into a mirror of her past self. He examined her wordlessly, and the feeling of being scanned washed over her as he did so. Seemingly unsatisfied with what he saw, his lips twitched downwards before he turned to Ken. "Who do I need to hurt?" Ken gently cuffed him on the head at that comment before offering a steaming cup of coffee to her. Ray took it gratefully. She had never been one for caffeine, but he had apparently designed a special brew that she had quickly gotten addicted to. "Small blessings. That's not the main point here. I just wanted to show you why you should take better care of yourself. Would you shrug and say guess that's that if Ray-san was the one in your position?" She ducked his head, almost shrinking into himself as he shook his head. Ken placed a hand on his head and ruffled his hair in a manner that was almost paternal. Her heart ached at the sight, and once again she thought of Shadow. "Stand up for yourself, kid. There's enough misery in the world as it is." She stood up, nodding slowly before turning and striding for the door. The air around him was that of someone who had just gotten the meaning of life explained to them and didn't like what they had just heard. When the door opened and closed behind him, Rei returned her attention to Ken. The child with white hair had barely changed in appearance despite his age, although the eyes were a little more fitting and his face a little more defined. She wondered if she should stop thinking so much about how he had grown up nicely. That train of thought ended when he adopted a look of seriousness on his face. "I need your help, Rei-san. There are things I plan to do. Plans that will take years. I didn't want to drag you into this, but I'd rather not keep you in the dark. Do you trust me?" She smiled, patting his hand and noticing how it was trembling. "You've helped me so much. I might as well return the favor." Kaneki closed the door behind him after saying goodbye, immediately spotting she leaning against the wall beside the door frame. A silent conversation passed between the two of them before they began making their way out of the facility. The silence was broken when she asked a question. "Is this really necessary?" Kaneki shrugged. For once, he was at a loss for the right words to say. "She'll miss you. So will I, are you certain?" He steeled his shoulders, giving a single harsh nod. "This plan will fix society. It's for the best." She laughed bitterly, hand reaching for his sleeve. "Kaneki-ken, the man who pulls the strings." He patted Kanki's shoulder twice. "Don't worry about her. I'll make sure to keep an eye on her until you return." He felt a weight he didn't know he was carrying release itself from his shoulders. He nodded once more, not trusting his voice to convey the right words. She laughed, cracking a single knuckle in the same way Kaneki did. "Be seeing ya, I guess. Catch you next time." He sauntered off, hands in his pockets and with nothing but the clothes on his back. Kaneki wondered where she would go. Would he go back to his house, live on the streets? He said a silent prayer for the kid, turning slightly to walk down a different road. The few pieces of the puzzle that remained whirred and spun, waiting to be plucked and placed into their rightful positions. He reached for one, turning it over to reveal the image of a grinning skull before slotting it into one of the remaining gaps. There were still people to save, strings to pluck at, pieces to choose. The king was not yet ready. There were still things missing. But that would be spoiling the surprise if I told you, wouldn't it? Kaneki sometimes wondered if he had become the very things he had sought to destroy. Even when his only concerns were protecting those he cared about, he had slowly started forsaking the things he had thought defined him. First was his humanity, sacrificed for survival when he first consumed human flesh to sate his hunger. Next was his philosophy, crushed at the hands of a maniac who took delight in breaking his spirit and a centipede that ate away at his mind. Anteku was razed to the ground. He fought the Reaper and lost his identity, only to regain it with the title of the One-Eyed King. And then, he banished the thoughts from his mind. A series of images suppressed in order to stop the resurfacing of memories he had tried his best to forget. The things he had done, the blood on his hands, and most of all, the people he had lost to a cruel and unfeeling world. A world he had reduced to ash in order to avenge the souls that had been stamped out. He had thought that his work was done, that he could close his eyes for once without having to worry about the whistle of firebombs as they located his position or see the people that had slipped from his grasp like he was trying to hold sand in his hand. Then there were the beings that called themselves gods, the ones who pulled the strings, and he would have gladly bowed his head to them if they had not tried to get him to take Izuku's place. In an ironic twist of fate, the duo had gotten their wishes. Of course, it had come at the expense of their power, their ability to push and pull the strings that everyone across the various universes had connected to them. For once, and Kaneki didn't know how long it had been since the two beings had held the reins. Humanity and the various different versions of intelligent life were allowed to truly run free, to improve and succeed and be happy, without having a pair of unfeeling gods controlling who lived and who died. They would probably never know what he had done. Maybe in a universe in the far corners of the world, there was a person who could perceive the ripples he had sent through space and time. Perhaps one day someone would stumble upon Midoriya Izuku and Kaneki-ken, having a cup of coffee as they dedicated the rest of eternity to ensuring the multiverse remained stable. Could they really fault him for wanting to rest, to be able to stop existing, just for a few hours, so that whatever governing force that had decided the overthrowing of the rulers of everything was acceptable would overlook him? He contemplated the idea of lying down in a forest clearing and allowing nature to bury him, and subsequently dismissed the thought in favor of snipping two strings that allowed a single soul the precious seconds to outrun the men chasing after her long enough to hide herself. As much as he wanted to rest, there was work to be done. His part in this puzzle was not yet done. Just a few more things on his to-do list before he could let go of the reins. Even then, with his role as overseer pushed to the back burner, his influence would still be necessary. Izuku didn't have the luxury of freezing time for a decade in order to learn what Kaneki wielded like his Kage. The backlash alone would be enough to shatter any control he would have gotten over the chains of fate, and then the multiverse would protest. Funny thing really, while stopping time in a single location was pretty much a piece of cake, accidentally stopping the multiverse from running its course creates all sorts of problems. like the ones he had to constantly solve, cracks in the fabric of reality that he used the equivalent of magical duct tape to fix up, or the various time manipulators who had felt their control be wrenched from their hands and were driven mad because of it. He paused in his brainstorming, still dedicating that single overworked portion of his brain to keeping an eye on the strings while he thought of time itself. Was time a concept, or was it actually something that existed? One thing that humans always sought was power, or immortality. For the latter to exist, one would have the slightest fraction of control over time. So was time something people created just so that the days would have meaning? That people would have explanations and excuses and solutions to problems that truly weren't there? To compensate for the biological clocks their bodies followed or the slow degradation of their minds as time marched forward? With a single thought and about 5 strings, he had been able to transform himself into the form he had left behind when Kaneki had tossed himself into this world. So what was stopping him from just ripping apart the life strings that made sure monsters like the nigh-immortal bastard and the Plague Doctor wannabe still existed on this earth? On countless earths. A question that haunted him, and one that Izuku had provided the answer to, wise beyond his years. Of course, anyone would grow up after hurling themselves off a building and surviving but not really living, peering into the inner works of everything just to ensure they could save people from taking the same path. In the end, as much power as they wielded, gods they were not. They didn't have infinite space for infinite timelines, and only a fool would attempt to control all strings. Because as much as he saw them as separate strands, he knew that the strings of all inhabitants of a world were bound together in the form of a web. The more you tugged on one, the more likely another would respond. Saving a single girl from the clutches of a madman would then cause said madman to get smarter. And a smarter enemy is a harder person to defeat. This was ground zero of this particular set of universes, because it was the one that fate and destiny had attempted to salvage by using him like a replacement part for an engine. Midoriya Izuku was supposed to exist in this universe, become a shining beacon of hope for everyone to see and continue upholding the peace that All Might, fake symbol that he was, had established and maintained with a smile. One gear had already been removed with his presence here. Certain events still had to take place, like fixed points in time. Of course, that didn't mean that he couldn't ease the death count. Unfortunately, that was years away. His subtle attempts to build a foundation for the future may work. They may have almost 100% chance of success. But there was still the small fraction of a chance that he would take things too far and destabilize everything. Kaneki had given Rei-san back her bravery in the face of adversity. If she decided to break Endeavor when he dared to show his face, the bastard, it was more likely that the society would shudder from the removal of the number 2 hero, and those tremors would upset so much more. It was part of the reason he had decided to stop lying to her about his own goals. Plus, there was another more important reason for that. I felt bad, he spoke to himself, the words muffled by the sound of traffic and chatter around him, for being manipulative. Guess there's still some hint of humanity left in this heart of mine. He rapped softly on his chest, chuckling as a quick tug on a string that was more of a strand of silk to obscure his face. A neat trick. When he wasn't reshaping the life of people around him or the timeline itself, he could reshape his face, just enough so that no one would recognize him as he took another right into a dark alleyway, carefully avoiding the gangs that roamed, searching for the unwary. He once again suppressed the urge to rip them to shreds. A few more turns and a quick climb onto a roof to confirm his bearings later, he stood at the front of a door. It wasn't much to look at. The paint was chipped, and there was nothing that made this house stand out against the numerous copies of it littering the region where heroes would not tread. More often than not, his free time was spent in areas like this one. And that brief flashback reminded him that he had maybe 30 minutes to slot this gear into a better position in the machine before he had to leave. He raised a hand to knock, tapped twice on the door. The sound of screaming immediately subsided. The door opened just a crack, and the rustling of a chain indicated that the person inside was going to keep it latched. A pair of bleary eyes stared at him. This odd man with clothes too clean for this neighborhood who had knocked on a stranger's door. Before the individual who answered the door could open his mouth to spit out what was probably an insult, he lashed out with a fist. Doors could withstand a decent amount of force, so could a simple chain lock. Unfortunately for the people inside the house, neither could hold up to the sheer power of a fist that was boosted with a hint of ghoul strength. It promptly gave way, and he stepped through the remnants of the door frame just as the man who was on the other side of the door fell on his ass and began to scramble backwards. He took his time, brushing off several splinters from his clothes and following the retreating figure of the pale and sweaty man as they both made their way into the living room of the house. His attention was first drawn to the woman surrounded by bottles and the telltale signs of a cocaine addiction written all over her face. Next was the man from before staggering to grab the nearest object to swing at his face. Last was the purple-haired kid curled up into a ball in the corner of the room, with what appeared to be a makeshift muzzle on him and a new bruise swelling on his face. The first sensation he felt was the dull thump of a glass bottle shattering on his head, the shards bouncing off him rather than sinking into flesh. The next was unbridled rage as he swung an arm. Across Japan, 7,000 child abusers dropped dead of various causes. Most common was a sudden heart attack brought on by a combination of an unhealthy lifestyle, alcohol, and karma. The most unpleasant death award would have gone to the man who tripped and fell into a woodchipper while it was still on if Kaneki wasn't within spitting distance of 2 of the thousands he had killed in one fell swoop. These 2 would burn. No one would see the aftermath of his rage. Even the child whose parents he had reduced to gibbering messes, as it had happened far too quickly for him to understand what was going on. Kaneki had smashed down the door to Shinsu Hitoshi's house at about 2 in the morning. He exited at 2:04, leaving behind 2 worthless pieces of garbage that couldn't be considered human and a boy cradled against his chest, gag removed and eyes shielded from the horrors he might have seen. He tossed a lit lighter onto the house and turned away as it erupted into flames. It was amazing what gasoline and alcohol could do if you had enough of it and the strength to coat every inch of the place with flammable liquid. He made sure to fight down the sadistic smile he was sure would have surfaced when his enhanced hearing picked up the sounds of barely coherent lumps of flesh roasting alive and kept a steady mental hold on their life string. He wouldn't want the fun to end before they experienced what it was like to burn so much that you felt cold as your nerves melted and the flesh dripped from your bones. He whispered words of comfort and reassurance to the boy in his arms, who was fairly confused about the situation but still trusted the man with eyes like his over the people who treated him like a monster for his quirk. Kaneki carried his new passenger away from the scene of the crime as the house continued to burn almost cheerfully. As Shinsu got some well-deserved, dreamless rest in the arms of his savior, the remnants of the house collapsed on the 2 individuals burning within, still alive despite everything. At approximately 2:15 in the morning, the debris explodes, but does no damage to anything but itself. Heroes were finally called, along with the fire department. At 6:30 in the morning, Shinsu would be slowly taking bites of the first good meal he had ever eaten in years, under the watchful gaze of Kaneki. This was the exact time when the police department determined the house fire collapse and subsequent explosion was due to a freak gas accident. There were no traces of its former inhabitants to be found after all. Fire did wonders if you let it burn long enough. The last remaining things tied to the house were in 2 separate locations. Shinsu Hitoshi was being supervised and shamelessly pampered by Kaneki. His parents were located at the bottom of the sea, where humans could not go due to the absence of light and the pressure of the watery depths, still screaming because their life strings were still uncut. At 10:50 in the morning, Aizawa Shouto was woken from his post-patrol nap by a knock on his door. He opens it, ready to yell at the loud blonde he was certain was there to torment him and drive the last vestiges of sleep from his mind. He is met with a white-haired man holding a purple-haired child with clear signs of abuse. The man is trembling and gaunt, a dried bloodstain on his neck. Eraserhead ushers them into the house without a word, and begins to check over the child despite the expert bandaging his wounds have gotten. The man refuses any treatment, but requests a cup of coffee. Aizawa steps into the kitchen to make it, and when he goes back into the living room, only the boy is in sight. Opening his front door to look around, he cannot detect the retreating figure of a white-haired man who looked on the verge of death from hunger, so he returns to the child and somehow manages to coax his story out of him. A story of being treated as a villain, less than human by his parents because of his quirk. A story that ends with the man from earlier busting down the door to his house and leaving it behind in flames. His eyes almost narrow in suspicion before he understands that he has been left with a child that he would never be able to leave in the foster care system without forgiving himself for his action. He almost curses at the extra work he will have to do before the boy hands him a stack of paper that he says the good man gave him. A quick scan makes him reread the printed words twice. Adoption papers, without a single hint of forgery. He sighs, knowing what he must do. At precisely 7 in the evening, Shinsu Hitoshi is now Aizawa K. Hitoshi. Aizawa asked him why he would add the K as a middle name, and what it stood for. The boy replies with a small smile that his savior's name was Kaneki, and he wanted a constant reminder of the man who had brought him back into the light. He almost rolls his eyes, but chooses instead to nod in understanding. He wonders once more who this Kaneki was, and why he chose to leave Hitoshi with him, of all people, to raise. Almost jokingly, he asks Hitoshi why he trusted Kaneki to not take him from the hands of his parents and give him to someone who would do the same thing, and immediately apologizes when the boy curls into himself like he is expecting to get it, in a small, wavering voice. He gives an answer that will cause many more sleepless nights for Aizawa Shouta in the days to come. His eyes were like mine, and he said that if you hurt me, he'd make sure that you'd suffer. Kaneki leans back against a wall, patting the stray cat that has decided to take up residence on his head. He wonders if, in a different timeline where he decided to live out a peaceful life to honor Izuku's sacrifice, he would be Hitoshi's father instead of Aizawa. He decides that yes, he probably would have done something like that. He runs a hand through the cat for the last time before picking it up and setting it down on the ground gently before cracking a knuckle and stepping past the police barrier and melting into the shadows before they can even catch a glimpse of him. The water hoses furiously fight off the villain Muscular as the last of the civilians retreat to safety. They know that the man may be insane, but he was smart enough to know he lost as soon as the last person exits behind them. It is the reason why he roars with rage, more muscle fibers encircling his body as he ignores the high-pressure water streams and backhands them into a wall. Mizu recovers quickly enough to fire off another blast of water before he is smashed into the ground face first by the enraged man. His wife, Izumi Kayo, uses her own quirk and manages to damage Muscular's eye before he is crushed by a fist. Incensed, the villain turns around, blood dripping from the ruined eye to smash his wife into pieces. Before he can do so, however, a cold voice drags their attention to a newcomer. "Nice eye you have there, Muscular." The white-haired man taunts the brawler, tapping his own to mock the villain. He drops his target to lunge at new prey, and the civilian ignores the cries of the pro-hero duo to run away. Just before a fist can take his head off, one of his eyes flares black and he catches the fist with his own hand before delivering a blow to the villain's ribs with a kick. To their surprise and awe, the man flies through the air like he has been shot by a cannon, and the civilian dusts himself off, unruffled. Muscular gets even angrier, even more muscle fibers wrapping around his body and turning him into a blur as he lunges once again. This time, his enhanced fist is met with a punch from the clearly weaker newcomer. Except, instead of the man's arm getting blown off his body, it is Muscular that staggers back with an audible crunch as his arm folds under the blow. His rage is gone, replaced by fear. Before he can yell another battle cry, or even choke out a curse, the newcomer is already in his face. Blood splatters across the room as the white-haired man sheathes a sword, ignoring the way Muscular crumples to the floor behind him. He walks over to the injured heroes, checking over them before helping the duo to their feet while ignoring their question. With the new guy as a crutch, the water hoses are able to make it out of the bank, met with a round of applause from the recently evacuated civilian. Both of them can see the way their support curls his lip in disgust at the cheering even as he helps them to the paramedics already on standby. He brushes off anyone trying to question or touch him, looking them in the eye with a serious expression. "Take care of yourselves. If not for you, then for your son." They are stunned long enough by the revelation that this mystery man knows their identities and the fact that they have a son to allow him to slip past the police and into the crowd. By the time they recover, and the police officers start chasing after the man, he is already another faceless individual in the crowd. They would wonder, for years afterwards, about the identity of their savior. That question would be answered one day. In a forest burning to the ground, their son will face down the same villain that nearly killed his parents, and he would be saved. He wakes up like always, jump-started by the silent mental alarm in his head, blinking away the fatigue of the previous day. He checks the alarm clock and almost sighs when the screen flickers, showing that the time is 29:73. He rips out the batteries before fitting them back in, making a mental note to attempt and find new ones if that was even possible. Glancing out the window, he blanches at the sight of the sun high in the sky and quickly rolls out of bed, quietly picking through the meager number of clothes he possesses. He picks up the ones that don't smell like blood and sweat before slipping through his door while listening out for the telltale sounds of an argument brewing. When that doesn't happen, he takes a familiar path, stepping around the creaking floorboards in order to get to the room that has not been occupied in years. Pushing it open rather than using the doorknob to avoid the rusty mechanisms alerting them, he steps into the dusty room. It has not changed, minus the single chest he has tucked away in a corner of the room. Ignoring the layers of dust on the floor, he leaves more footprints in the room that hasn't been disturbed by anyone apart from him longer than he was comfortable with. Changing quickly, he picks up the discarded clothing and brushes a finger against the picture on the wall before slipping out of the room just as quietly as he had entered it. It was lucky that his house had plenty of corners. Checking around each one before he started moving, he makes his way to the living room, still listening out for any sounds. He wasn't in the mood for an argument today. He actually wasn't in the mood for an argument at any point of time, but they would always lock horns sooner or later, ever since their family of 4 had become 3. His parents have been less than stable. He had been the one to take all the crap from them, suffering silently. Now that he was gone from the face of the world, the only outlet for their anger was himself. He wiped a bead of sweat from his neck, cursing the way their house trapped heat and turned it into a furnace, fingers lingering at the thin chain around his neck, the last gift he had given before leaving. The boy mentally swats at the thoughts threatening to drag themselves out of the muck that he had watched them drown in, poking the screaming figures with a mental stick. The corners of his mouth briefly twitch upwards at the sight before settling back into a thin line. Reaching the living room, he checks round the last corner and almost breathes a sigh of relief at the empty room. Pulling his bag from its place tucked behind a shelf, he follows through by checking it for any signs of disturbance. After making sure that the locks aren't broken or tampered with, he deftly unlocks the various compartments and removes what he needs. A little cash, an iron pipe wrapped with tape for better gripping, more bandages, and a couple of pen knives because he couldn't afford regular knives. Slipping the makeshift backup weapons into his pockets and taking a few experimental swings with his pipe, he slides it into the plastic cylinder that people usually use to store drawings and other forms of art that were created on paper. Of course, as with most cheap things that he could steal by from criminals, the nice people he found on while wandering around, so that he didn't have to stay at the house that had started feeling more and more like a prison every time he endured verbal lashing from his parents, he had converted it to suit his needs. In this case, the cylinder would be used to hide the really suspicious iron pipe he lugged around on a daily basis that he didn't clean because people were much more intimidated by a 13-year-old child holding a bloodstained pipe, although it was starting to stink, which meant that he would have to clean it in a water source. Adjusting the strap, he cast one last glance at the place that he had called his home once upon a time before everything had fallen apart, muttering a goodbye to a person who wasn't there anymore. He pretended that he couldn't see the bloodstained figure leaning against one of the walls, waving goodbye, head never raised from the book that they were reading. He grunted as his pipe slammed into the back of someone's skull, relishing the feeling of bone giving way beneath his swing as he finished his descent to the ground. Ignoring the cries of alarm and panic, he twisted and lunged, the spray of blood coming from the sharpened edge of his pipe as it plunged into the chest of the next enemy, narrowly missing his eyes as he leaned out of the way of the life essence of the potential rapist. Their almost target running away as their screams rang out in the generic dark and dingy alleyway he had found them in. The grin on his face ached, but its mere presence made him fight harder. It was a reminder of him, pivoting as he slammed a hand into the pipe in order to drive it further into the man's flesh. He dashed forward and drew 3 penknives at the same time, slashing the final man's face with 2 and then stabbing the third into his eye. Slipping them back into his pocket, he tugged the pipe out of the temporary sheath he had given it and grimaced at the blood dripping from both ends of it. It seemed like he had punctured something that was probably vital. That was another mark to the list of people he may have killed. Flicking it irritably, he sighed as the screams of agony drowned out his thoughts before they could fully form. He opened a nearby dumpster and tossed the pipe into it before setting it on fire. As disgusting as his weapon had become, it still carried his fingerprints, so he would have to put up with the smell of trash being incinerated for a while in order to prevent the authorities from turning up to his front door. He paused, mulling over that last sentence before regretting his decisions. It would have been amazing to give the police a proper reason to knock at his front door. Kicking the third guy in the face as he whined about his eye and started sprouting what looked like spikes from his arms, he decided that it wasn't exactly the best time for contemplations about his life. Murmuring a short prayer for those he had just defeated, as he always did out of courtesy rather than any form of personal guilt that he might have possessed, the boy was about to walk back into civilization before the one currently bleeding like he had been the victim of a chestburster called him a bastard. Taking the insult in stride, he turned around in order to give his best attempt at a smile. As with all the people who saw him smile, the man immediately shut his mouth despite the fact that he was currently probably dying. It had been a long time since he was able to smile like a proper person. Now it just made him look like a wild animal. Just like him, the rest of the afternoon was spent in a similar fashion, wandering around for so long that his eyes had adjusted enough to cause darkness to turn into light. He still wasn't sure if that was healthy or not. The penknives had required a little maintenance after a while due to the fact that they were actually stationary. And stationary wasn't supposed to be used as weapons. Even if there was something extremely satisfying as watching someone run away on all fours in order to dodge the projectiles he sent his way. When he couldn't find a new pipe, he just wandered around some more in order to find someone who had a half-decent weapon. The problem with that was that most of the adults he met lacked anything better than a rusty knife or a broken beer bottle, mostly choosing to rely on an assortment of quirks that they used with surprisingly impressive ingenuity. If he hadn't been in a fight for his life, he would have suggested that the man get a job as a construction worker. His quirk would have made the connection of beams and such child's play. But since he was in a fight for his life, the only thing he could say was a hurried "I like your quirk" before breaking his arm and then punching him in the kidneys enough times to guarantee the man would be excreting blood for a long time. So while he was fighting a woman who could assimilate herself with anything that contained steel, he had the bright idea of getting a weapon from her, while any sane and reasonable person would just take one of the items attached to her body. He decided to rip off the arm that looked suspiciously metal. He was almost relieved when the arm turned out to be a metal baseball bat seamlessly hooked up to knives and, interestingly enough, a phone. It was far more enjoyable to beat someone over the head with their own arm when he knew that they could just make a new one with enough resources. Taking it back to the house, he climbed in through his bedroom window after noticing the faint sounds of the radio before he finished inserting his key into the doorknob. Shuddering at the close call, he managed to stow away the arm so that he could tinker with it later just before his door was almost kicked off its hinges. Grimacing, he wished that he had been quick enough to put on his earplugs as the daily berating began to occur. He started to tune it out, knowing that he wouldn't be able to restrain himself if he listened too long at the same words that had caused him to lose it. There was a fairly simple way he could separate the insults from his parents. While his mother was the one who had words that dripped with venom, his father's dug deeper, partly because he was skilled in the art of pouring salt onto an open wound after his mother was done with him. Still, he did constantly wonder how two fairly logical and intelligent beings always managed to make so many hypocritical statements and logical fallacies. A select few that they particularly liked to use included, "You'll never be as good as your brother and he was a pathetic piece of shit. Don't talk back to me or I'll rip your tongue out, you ungrateful waste of space. Look at me like that one more time when I ask you a question and you're going to get beat up." And the one that popped up constantly, "You think you're smart. You're not as smart as us, you stupid, useless son." He blinked twice when she screamed in his face, not exactly expecting her to get so angry. For all their intelligence and experience, his parents were pretty easy to deceive. They could detect lies like flies could detect dead bodies, but half-truth and concealing lies with other lies was fair game. They still hadn't figured out that he was sneaking out of the house because he locked his bedroom door. The proper response to your son locking his door for effing privacy that you don't deserve because of your attitude was apparently breaking the lock because you weren't able to pick it. Thankfully, he had been in the room, taking an afternoon nap because insomnia was a beach that way. Unfortunately, his first reaction to someone busting down his door was asking in a disrespectful tone why his parents were breaking into his bedroom when they could have just used a key. That was when he had decided to give himself a small break and actually stand up for himself for once. Not to them, of course. That would just get him an extra long screaming session to listen to and yet another removal of certain privileges. You don't need them to live, remember. Which would eventually end with him falling apart in his room while repeatedly telling himself that murder wasn't justified. With the help of the shadier side of the internet, he had managed to rig a system that made the door jam, but didn't exactly lock the door. While his parents got mad over the fact that his room was so filthy that his door had issues because every single bad thing that happened in their lives was due to him and him alone, it was much better than the outcome of one or both of them figuring out that he actually lived more on the streets than the roof they put over his ungrateful head. That would probably lead to a conclusion he had been waiting for with bated breath for years after his brother had decided to speed up the process on his own terms. Today's tongue lashing was apparently sponsored by the fact that he hadn't shown his face other than for meals or in the rare occasion that he had to restock the water bottles he hoarded in his room in order to further reduce the exposure he got, the toxic atmosphere inside his house. A faint memory stirred as he bit his tongue in order to stop himself from blurting out his counter-argument about how all they did when he was around was complain about whatever he did or didn't do. When they were exceptionally angry, they would rant about how much of a failure he was to each other while pretending that he couldn't hear every single word they said. Or maybe they were just ignorant enough to think that he was deaf to their little back and forths. With all the talk about his apparent lack of hearing, he suspected that his parents had started treating whatever insults they pelted him with as reality, which meant that he was, excluding a couple hundred curses and descriptions he couldn't remember off the top of his head, a shit-eating, piss-drinking, useless freak that was better off living in the trash heap where he belonged and that he could go and kill himself since he couldn't do anything right and became a worse person with every year that he stayed alive. The death threats might have cut off abruptly after his brother had committed to his promises, but the last note that the one person he had cared about had left behind in the form of a cassette tape revealed that the smart fool had recorded enough of the screaming sessions that it would hold up in a court of law. Still, he hadn't used them, like his brother had requested. The boy was holding out for a single sign that they had cared about their sons. He tried to ignore how his mother had laughed with her husband about a joke, saying that they had conceived children because they were useful tools to do the chores for you. After that, his brother had lovingly taught him the best way to half-ass pretty much all the household duties such that they looked done but would lead to more problems than they actually solved. He desperately fought the urge to smile. Once his sibling had tested out smiling instead of leaving a neutral look on his face that apparently conveyed some underlying emotion or lack thereof that made them constantly irritated. It served only to get him one of the few physical beatings that they had gotten in a long time. It had shaken both of them more than they cared to admit. As much as he resented him for keeping quiet about the information that could have gotten them away from this wretched place, he still understood why his brother had done so. It was irritating how similar their thought processes ran despite how different their personalities were. Two sides of the same coin, almost like twins, except they had been born 2 years apart. His mother finally left the room, slamming the door shut behind her, the tirade finished. Breathing a quiet sigh of relief, he made his way over to the small microphone and camera that he had been gifted by his dear brother, saving the latest video. He didn't exactly need the footage, but it was a habit he had gotten used to. In a sense, it was also a way to honor the memory of someone that had been forgotten by the world, even by his own flesh and blood. The familiar stirrings of rage crept into the base of his stomach, and he hurriedly shoves it back down, collapsing onto the bed and curling up around the plushie that had once been his. He had kept it first for the bittersweetly nostalgic scent it carried, but after his father had callously tossed it into the washing machine, it had quickly become a simple security blanket with a hint of sentimental value. Pressing his face into soft cotton, he wished, not for the first time, that he had followed his brother and his friend. Maybe he wouldn't have been left alone if he had followed the duo. When he had first been pulled out of school, the boy had almost frothed with rage. Not even in high school, and he was already going to discontinue his education. His brother had been strangely supportive, providing notes and personal tutoring even as he struggled to find resources for his academic progression as well. The tutoring didn't exactly go as well as they had hoped, especially since they had inherited their parents' tempers. And while the adults only surfaced in the privacy of their home, from the safety of locked doors and kids that kept their mouths shut, the duos flared up when they were belittled or each other were mocked. Unfortunately, with their conflicting personalities, it was easy for one of them to trigger an argument with the other, and both would then start to snipe at the weaknesses of the other. It never did come to physical blows. They were already mentally exhausted. No sense in making each other physically tired as well. Still, in the brief periods of time that the two could discuss questions and their answers, it was almost domestic enough for him to forget their dysfunctional family. And now with him gone, the only way he could escape was to go out and torment those who would torment others for their own selfish gains. But did that really make him any better than the monsters he tore apart? It was something he constantly struggled with, and a dilemma that he sometimes contemplated. As much as he liked to think that he was better with emotions than his brother, he knew in his heart of hearts that the guy who rarely displayed any sign of his feelings was much better at the whole thing than he was. He would have pushed past the moral dilemma with ease. That was who his brother was, an unflinching tank that moved forward even as it fell apart. In comparison, he was merely a chipped sword, damaged from constant use and a hint away from shattering. He picked at his dinner, counting by prime numbers in his head to try and distance himself from the city situation he had landed in. One thing that his parents had enjoyed doing while his brother was still around was to badmouth them in a different language so that they didn't know what was going on. Unfortunately for the two demons he was loath to admit he was related to, he had a knack for languages that his sibling lacked and could discern the things they were talking loudly about even if he didn't understand the language they were using. Now, with the duo being reduced to a solo, their main conversation topic was simply his status as a failure. Another thing his brother had a knack for that he didn't. While he had a sense for the right words to use in order to sway people to your side and keep yourself in their good graces, his sibling had simply developed an aura he could use for two things: getting people to acknowledge him as an equal or cloaking him and making him fade into the background. They once had a few discussions about how their abilities could maybe be considered quirks. Those never went anywhere. Neither of them wanted anything to do with quirks, especially since their parents proved to be much more terrifying than the abilities they had developed in their youth. And as much as the youths of today fawned over powerful quirks and ignored the weak, the brothers knew the power of sheer dedication and willpower. And a couple of sharp objects. Those worked wonders. His appetite had never really recovered since the incident, and it had been small in the first place. Still, he used the lack of gag reflex he possessed plus enough water to fill his bladder to the brim in order to stomach the meal he was eating, quickly cleaning his plate and making sure to scrub it as vigorously as he dared so that they couldn't use the slightest hint of an oily residue as an excuse for screaming session number 2. He left the plate on the drying rack and slipped past his parents. His patience was frayed, and there was a high chance that he would be spending a sleepless night whittling down the arm he had acquired. While it was very, very therapeutic to spend his free time as a vigilante, it wasn't exactly the safest of hobbies, and he was currently sporting several new bruises and would need to remove the quills lodged in his arm from a criminal with a hedgehog quirk before he could even begin to work on the amalgamation of a weapon he had found. He was starting to consider just wrapping the entire thing in tape and then using it as it was. But the knives would do much better than the penknives currently hung outside his window in order to dry after the cleansing he had to do, and it would be much more comforting to walk around with proper equipment. Well, not exactly proper equipment, but still better than a mishmash of stationery and items he scrounged from dumpsters. His parents may have been the ones to introduce them to the darker side of the world, where heroes were little more than fame seekers and the worst monsters were clad in human flesh, but his brother had been the one that had truly scared him. While frightening at first, their parents quickly presented themselves as little more than people with power complexes who needed to put other people down in order to make themselves feel better, considering they were respectable members of society. The only ones they could truly torment were their own flesh and blood. Their threats lost meaning with time, And even with some of the harsher punishments, the duo had lost all forms of respect for the people that had brought them into the world. Most of it had been due to the one time he had accidentally stumbled upon his brother's journal, recording each and every incident, with quotes and counterpoints, like a debater watching his opponent's argument while dismantling it in his head. He reduced the rants that constantly hammered "you're worthless" into their heads into their base nature. A series of petty statements revolving around attacking their character and manipulating them into thinking that they couldn't and hadn't done anything with their lives. Then there was his fighting ability. The only reason he had decided to become a vigilante was because he had shoes to fill, a mantle to pick up as a homage to the one who had prowled the streets while those who lived peacefully slept. Most of his original loadout was a modified version of his brother's weapons. He had a sharpened iron stick and a couple of makeshift throwing knives. His sibling had used the handle of a mop with some discarded dumbbells crudely attached to it, like a sledgehammer, only he had wielded it with a single hand rather than two. As strong as he had gotten, his brother had still been stronger at his peak, but he was closing the gap with each day he fought. Still, he struggled to stay awake, running over the work he had done during the day in his head and checking over where he could do better. The only way to get better at something was to figure out where you went wrong. Or, as his sibling had once put it, the only way to F up other people better is to become less of a F up. He smiled at the memory, and after hearing the faint sounds of a lock engaging, he grabbed his potential new weapon and got to work. He hummed while using a mugger as target practice to test the weight of his new knives. The screeching in response to the projectiles just narrowly missing flesh meant that he would have to work on them for a couple more days. One finally hit its mark, sinking into the tender flesh of the man's thigh. Satisfied, he yanked back all his throwing weapons with the help of spools of wire and a battery-powered fishing reel, grimacing slightly at the new octave the criminal's screams had reached as he hobbled away, leaving a trail of blood. Contemplating the pros and cons of chasing down the man, he was shaken out of his thoughts when his instincts screamed for him to move, relying purely on muscle memory. He dived forward into a roll and sprang back up to his feet just in time for a ball of fire to splash against where he had previously stood, snarling beneath the surgical mask he had started wearing to prevent any potential witnesses from identifying him. An idle portion of his mind commented on the surreal nature of describing flames with the word splash. Still, it was an accurate description. Thankfully, it wasn't Mr. Number 2 hero who was facing him in combat. Instead, it was a teenager dressed up in a bright red costume. He grimaced at the tackiness of the outfit, but quickly grew serious when his opponent addressed him as a villain and requested for backup while holding a finger to his ear. He had to end this quickly, darting forward and ignoring the fireballs sent his way. He first went for a killing blow before checking himself and softening the hit, using the blunt side of his new bat rather than the one with nails hammered into it. The hero in training recoiled, bleeding from the impact and staggering back, hands dripping with what appeared to be liquid fire. Ignoring the number of laws of nature that broke, he buried a knife in the teenager's knee and hip, making sure to twist before withdrawing them. They wouldn't bleed too much, but the muscle damage should be enough to allow him to make his escape. Not stopping to listen to the screams of pain, he escaped the scene of the crime, narrowly avoiding the sudden geyser of flames that erupted from his opponent by climbing up the bars of a fire escape. He had made it about 4 or 5 blocks before something caught his attention. Looking down, his grimace deepened to a frown at the sight of yet another potential rape situation. This time, however, the girl looked no older than 12 and there were 5 grown adults cornering her, sighing to himself at the depravity of humanity. He performed a strike from above, instantly knocking out one as he landed on the shoulders of another. Thankfully, the rough landing wasn't enough to dislocate either of his ankles, so he could briefly ignore the flare of pain from the shock traveling up his legs. So he quickly buried a knife between the shoulder blades of the man underneath him before darting forward to fight a third. That one was dispatched before the glow of his hands could reach anything brighter than a streetlight at night, and while his victim collapsed, he threw 2 more knives. He almost felt guilty considering he had been aiming for the chest but hit the man in the gut and most likely a kidney as well. Turning to the final one, he was slightly disappointed that the adult had used the last 2 brain cells he possessed in order to run away before he could wake up in prison and in pain, cleaning his blades with a sigh. He spent an uncomfortable half-hour attempting to comfort the girl and extricate the location of her parents from her. He then brought her to the home of the runners and promised to come back and check on her a few days later. He and his brother had been partially responsible for founding the group, and several of his brother's friends had exchanged some pleasantries with him, none of them acknowledging the elephant in the room. He avoided the heroes patrolling around the area he had been hunting in, guessing that they were probably looking for the villain that had nearly crippled one of their own. Going back to his house was probably the worst mistake he had made in a long time. Climbing in through the window, he was just in time to see his mother tossing things out of his closet, garments strewed across the floor. His blood turned to ice at the sight of his bug-out bag, ransacked and torn apart. The cold rage in his chest surfaced when he noticed the broken pieces of plastic on the ground, the shattered remains of his cassette tape callously discarded. He stepped in through the window, trembling violently but silently, and his hands tightened around his weapons when she called out loudly to ask if his father was done removing every trace of the soot stains and their filth from the house. His gaze drifted to the trash bag in her grasp, and instinctively he knew that anything that had belonged to him or his brother was in it. Detached, he watched, a prisoner of his own body, as the voices that whispered to him at night rose to shrill screams and his body stepped forward. His mother turned around, her expression briefly showing shock and embarrassment before she started screaming about how even in death, his brother still continued to defy them. That was as far as she could go before the pure anger and hatred coursing through his veins returned the reins of his body back to him. He always thought that impulsivity was a trait that he had killed, since it took the only person who understood him from this world. However, his body would beg to differ. Just like he had always imagined, his fist traced a short arc through the air, colliding with the monster's nose. Bone crunched underneath his blow, and he smiled, relishing the screams of one who had tried to break him and followed up with 4 kicks to the ribs. By then, her cries of pain had attracted the other demon, and he twisted with a laugh, slamming his metal bat into the skull of his other tormentor. He snorted with disdain when they started begging for their lives, making sure to grind their faces into the floor before leaving. They had gotten their one chance and they had blown it. His brother's memory had been discarded like yesterday's trash. There would be no mercy on his part. But as with all the demons and monsters he fought, he left them alive. Twirling a knife, he considered how much damage he could do and justify it as self-defense. The answer was a lot, as he later found out. It would also be the last time he returned to the place that had once been his home. Nightfall was a blessing. The darkness hit his youth as he continued to beat up criminals, ignoring the last bit of his survival instincts, screaming that he needed to leave as they kept crawling out of the woodwork. He had stumbled into a gang war, and while he would usually just let them wipe each other out, he wasn't looking to stay alive. His brother had gone out with a bang, a twin suicide with his partner while they launched an attack on the major gangs in the area. 2 teenagers, children that had grown up too fast, hundreds of hardened adults, those that survived on the streets through sheer willpower and every dirty trick in the book. Even then, they had managed to ruin one of them and cripple 2 others. The bloodstained corpse that had replaced any image of his brother in his mind called out advice and warnings as he fought, slipping in and out of the crowd like a demented wraith despite being a figment of his imagination. Still clad in the ragged hoodie he had worn to his death. He may only be a single person, but he would be damned if he didn't go out just as brightly as they had, choking on the blood that had begun to fill his lungs after a gunshot wound punctured one of them. He laughed as loud as he had laughed, dancing his twisted dance of death as bodies hit the floor around him. A knife pierced his back. It replaced the one he immediately buried in the offender's skull. Baseball bat to the thigh. 2 blows to the skull before breaking the weapon across the woman's back. He lunged and twisted and dodged, his laughter echoing and bouncing off the walls just as he did, using every single skill he had learned in order to deal even more damage to those who dared to oppose him. He had a feeling that the heroes would come calling soon. He had been fighting for 3/4 of an hour. His vision was blurry, his body positively caked in blood, a mixture of his own and that he had spilt in his rampage. He gasped, a sharp intake of breath that hurt his tortured lungs even further when a blade sprouted from his chest. Looking around, he noted the man who looked more like a war veteran than a member of a gang touching people around him. They turned into an assortment of weapons, floating in the air and flying at him with gestures. Some still looked vaguely humanoid, much to his disgust as he ducked out of the way of a katana that was screaming, pulling out the knife in his chest. He staggered to one knee when a surprise blow against the back of head made him see stars, and the injured, bedraggled gang members pounced on him like a pack of piranhas. He screamed in rage, lashing out even as he collected more wounds, the loss of his life essence starting to affect his reaction time. He had long since given up on his leave them wishing they were dead rule. There were more corpses than people in this alleyway and he wasn't done yet. His main weapon finally slipped from his grasp, too slippery for the last vestiges of his strength to hold on to long enough to use. He continued to throw and retrieve knives, only stopping when they were kicked from his grasp and his arms and legs were pinned to the ground, each by the collective weight of 2 adults. The weapon's summoner from earlier walked over and drove his own knives into his limbs. Even so, with his vision fading to black and his heart slowing down, he still refused to die. The man chuckled, telling him that he would make a good weapon. The adult's hand closed around his face. There was a surge of blinding pain, then everything turned white. "Oi, wake up." He blinked twice, checking and finding his body untouched. His brother was crouched over him, hand still raised and ready to slap him once more. Reflexively, he caught the hand, using it to pull himself to his feet. "Welcome to the afterlife. At least that's what I would say if this was the effing afterlife." He gestured to the surroundings with a flourish, mouth curling into a mocking grin that he hadn't seen in a long time. "I'm not really your brother. This is part of your subconscious. Turns out, The ability to turn someone into a weapon is actually the ability to deconstruct someone. Pick the remains for the best parts of them and reshaping that into a tool. So, screaming weapons have a strong enough willpower. Traces of your humanity come along with it. So, with a little rule bending, I've managed to figure something out. Yes, we know you're smart. God, even a figment of my imagination is as much as a smartass as my brother. Yeah. Anyhow, you're supposed to be turned into a weapon. Not exactly too specific. So, I thought, why not speed it along? He'll turn you into a human weapon. Still, his not brother's smile fades, and he stops pacing around. I'm sensing a but here. He shivers as the casual air of their conversation suddenly leaves. We're still going to be erased. I may be able to keep a few traces of both our personalities remaining, but I can't do much else. So, well, we die. He sighs, sitting back down and folding his hands in his lap. The not brother sits down beside him, patting his back almost sympathetically. Guess this is it for both of us. Hey, I know you're not my brother, but, well, he tries to smile and fails despite his best efforts. It was good to see you again. The monster wakes up to the confused gazes of those who thought he was dead. He smiles, with far too many teeth, and lunges. He pokes experimentally at the corpse with his foot underneath it before kicking it aside. He looked up, eyes immediately going to the distortion in the air, almost like a glitch in real life. It ripples, and a small figure pokes his head through the distortion like a swimmer breaking through the surface of a pool. Why'd you do this? He picks up the knives, running a finger along their edges experimentally before dropping the weapons back onto the floor. I guess I felt bad. You and your brother are two of the strongest humans I've had the pleasure of seeing. It would have been a shame for all that potential to go to waste. He spat onto the floor, wiping blood from the corner of his lips. I'm not your effing tool. He gets a childish giggle in response, before static fills his ears and eyes. He flinches, then relaxes when it clears, revealing no sign of the meddler. Coming to himself, he looks around at the corpses, wondering if he would get in trouble for this. I need a new name, he says aloud, the stench of death thick in the air. Wrinkling his nose, he mulls over the issue for a couple of moments before sighing. He wasn't here to be poetic. Something simple would be fine. He was born from death, raging and screaming. It would do good to remember that. He flicks the blood from his hand. It's time to go home. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.